Nanshan Auto Parts Factory was once a sewing machine factory in Yangcheng that was on the verge of bankruptcy. 7 years ago, after some restructuring, it became a private enterprise. Chao Yang's father, Chao Dashan, is the owner of this factory. 7 years have passed, and Nanshan Auto Parts Factory seems to have ushered in its own 7-year itch and is on the verge of bankruptcy again. The factory director Chao Dashan was in a car accident and passed away. Chao Dashan's wife has been bedridden for many years, so he had to let his son Chao Yang, who was still a junior, come back in a hurry to inherit the family business. But what can a junior student, even if he studies mechanical design, manufacturing and automation, know? Things in the factory naturally listen to the heads of various departments. Director, the nut plate cracked again during the second stretching. Kai Rong, the director of the technical department, was holding the cracked nut plate, his hands were shaking. The mold has been repaired 12 times, and the mold was reopened once. Repair again. Why is it cracking again? Didn't it say that it can be solved after this mold repair? Chao Yang's face was very ugly. Next month, experts from Shanghai Volkswagen will come for the final review. If the cracking problem is not solved, the order that was hard-won will be lost, and Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will also be finished. The structure of the nut plate looks simple, but the effective length of the thread is required to reach 25 mm. Although we have divided it into 3 times for drawing, it is still too fast. You didn't say that last month. Chao Yang's face turned pale with anger. In recent years, various joint venture automobile companies have been making every effort to promote the localization of parts and increase the localization rate. His father felt that this was a vent, so he decisively chose to transform. From a manufacturer that makes stamping parts for refrigerators to an auto parts factory, he even changed the factory name. At present, his father has mortgaged all the villas and factory buildings to the bank. If the nut plate cannot be produced smoothly, then the bank will definitely not let Nanshan Auto Parts Factory survive this year. Kai Rong had vowed to himself before that the cracking problem could be solved and that it could be solved by repairing the mold. But now, Director, it's bad. The workers in the finance department have not received their money and are going to make trouble. Chao Yang wanted to say something to Kai Rong, but was interrupted. Aren't there still hundreds of thousands of dollars in the account? Why can't we get the money? The finance department director has not shown up today. I couldn't get through to her pager. A worker said. What did he say? Chao Yang was filled with anxiety. A bad feeling. Could it be that my aunt is also going to cheat me? She said that all the money in the company's account was taken away by her. Hearing this, Chao Yang felt his eyes go dark and fainted. As a result, Nanshan Parts Factory was immediately in chaos. I don't know how long it took. Chao Yang opened his eyes in a daze, looked at a map of China hanging on the wall, and then looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment around him, and soon he had the answer in his mind. I didn't expect that I was reborn and returned to 1999. I just took over the factory, and I was anxious and tired, and the financial department ran away with the money, so I fainted directly. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will also be completely closed in the next month. The factory buildings and equipment will all be auctioned off by the bank, and even the villa where I live will be auctioned off by the bank. Chao Yang, who originally felt dizzy, shuddered immediately and sat up suddenly. No, I have to find a way to change the situation. I have to solve the problem of cracking the nut plate. Just as this idea came out of his mind, he suddenly found something strange in front of him. Automobile power system binding successfully. New users will be awarded 100 points, which can be exchanged for nut plate technology. For every 100,000 turnover obtained by using system technology, 1 point will be awarded, and the points can be used to exchange. Do you want to exchange for nut plate technology? System? Chao Yang almost didn't hesitate, and subconsciously said in his mind, exchange for nut plate technology. In an instant, a lot of knowledge poured into Chao Yang's mind, and he almost fainted again. However, at the same time, he found that he was very familiar with the parts design, production process, mold structure, material requirements, etc. of nut plates. Even the nut plate production technology that became popular more than 10 years later was well known. Chao Yang sat there stupidly, and the relevant information about nut plates kept flashing in his mind, and even the mold processing data of typical nut plate structures was very clear. And that's not all. Why the mold of the nut plate is designed like this and what the principle is, he has it all in his mind. It's as if he is a senior engineer who has studied nut plates for a lifetime. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is saved. Dad's hard work will not be ruined in his hands. At this moment, Chao Yang was full of confidence. Director, are you awake? At this time, a familiar voice came over. Dad's secretary, well, now also my secretary Zhang Tingting. The 155 centimeters tall, a freak with a weight of 155 and an IQ of 155? This is the secretary that my mother specially assigned to my father. After the factory closed down in the previous life, she jumped to another state-owned enterprise. In less than 10 years, she became the chairman of the trade union. She is also a talent. Xiao Zhang, how is the factory now? Thinking of the chaos before he fainted, Xiao Yang was very worried. This factory director, why don't you take a rest first, and talk about the factory later? Don't talk nonsense. Do you really want the factory to close down? Of course not. Then hurry up and say it. Xiao Yang stood up and prepared to go out while talking. This month, he basically slept in the bedroom next to the office. It seems that he will continue to sleep here for the next month. Soon, he figured out the current situation. Xiao Zhang, you sell the Santana, and then pay half of the workers' wages. I will make a list of the remaining money and let the purchasing department buy some mold parts. Soon, Xiao Yang made a decision. Let's stabilize the situation in the factory first, and other things can be put on hold. I can already handle the production of nut plates, so there must be no one available at that time. Director, the Santana cost 195,000 yuan when I bought it, plus other taxes and fees, it cost more than 200,000 yuan. It has only been driven for less than a year. It will be a big loss if I sell it. It has to be sold even if it's a big loss. The sooner the better. Soon, the news that Xiao Yang sold the car to pay the workers' wages spread. Although it was only half a month's salary, at least it gave everyone hope, and the situation was stabilized. Director, do you really want to remake the mold? What if? 3 days later, Xiao Yang sorted out the situation in the factory again, and also got all the processing drawings and data of the mold, and began to personally direct the workers to process the mold. No, what if? You have also seen this drawing, there is no problem at all. But, no buts, just do it according to my requirements. Now is not the time to talk about democracy. Normally, it takes about 3 months to make a set of molds. But the Nanshan Auto Parts factory only had 1 month left. Even if the mold debugging time was compressed to the minimum, it would still need to work day and night to catch up with the schedule. The life or death of the Nanshan Auto Parts factory depended on the results in 1 month. In August in Guangzhou, the sun is scorching and the heat is extremely hot. Early in the morning, Xiao Yang and the company's ministers were waiting at the gate of the factory. Today, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will welcome a wave of special guests, audit experts from the Purchasing Department and Quality Management Department of Shanghai Volkswagen. Thanks to the demand for the increase in the localization rate of Shanghai Volkswagen, Xiao Yang's father successfully obtained the order for the door hinge reinforcement nut plate of Santana last year. As long as he successfully passes the review today, he can enter the mass production supporting. However, in the previous life, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory failed because it could not solve the problem of cracking in the nut plate stamping process, and the project that invested a lot of manpower and material resources was yellow. Then the bank forced you to repay the loan, and the supplier forced you to settle the payment. Although the nut plate is a very inconspicuous part on the car, a car has 4 doors, 2 nut plates for each door, plus the tailgate hinge reinforcement nut plate and seat fixing nut plate and other parts. A Santana has more than 30 nut plates. Even if the quotation for a part is only 312 yuan, it is a pretty good project. If it weren't for the pressure of Shanghai Volkswagen to increase the localization rate, and the original equipment manufacturers were unwilling to invest in China, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory might not have had the opportunity to enter their supply system. Ding ling ling! Ding ling ling! Director, I think they are coming soon. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, the PHS of Zhang Fugui, the director of the purchasing and sales department, rang. Before answering the call, he smiled and said something to Xiao Yang. However, just after answering the call and saying a few words, his face changed. What's wrong? Xiao Yang saw the changes in Zhang Fugui's expression and immediately realized that something was wrong. Director. What's wrong with them? They said they can't come. Zhang Fugui said this and felt that he was soft. He is Xiao Yang's uncle, and he is thinking about the revival of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, but now. Isn't it a scheduled schedule? Why didn't they come suddenly? Although Xiao Yang's face was also very ugly, he didn't get angry. At this time, getting angry obviously couldn't solve the problem. I don't know how the news of our nut plate cracking got to their ears, and they said our quality was not good enough and there was no need to continue. They also said that we have no integrity and did not report quality problems in a timely manner, trying to get away with it. Even if our price is cheap, they will not use it. Zhang Fugui's words made Xiao Yang feel a little bit wrong. If Shanghai Volkswagen really gave up Nanshan Auto Parts Factory because of this problem, there would be no need to notify it now. Isn't this disgusting? Chao Yang, who has a soul of two lives, immediately realized that there must be a story behind this. Whenever it comes to procurement, the situation will always be more complicated. Although the value of the nut plate is not high, the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is definitely not the only factory that wants to make it. Are there other factories that want to interfere? Do they think they have not paid tribute and want to take advantage of it? Or is there someone in their own factory making trouble? Everyone go back to the office first and do what you need to do. Minister Zhang, you and I will go to Shanghai right away and find out the real reason for the matter. In the past month, I have finally managed to get the production of nut plates going smoothly. Not only has the cracking problem been solved, but it has also greatly improved production efficiency and reduced costs. I am preparing to go all out. But now something unexpected has happened, and Chao Yang is actually very upset. However, at this time, he cannot panic. Taking a deep breath, he immediately followed Zhang Fugui to pack some luggage and headed straight to Baiyun Airport. Although air tickets are too expensive these days, taking a train is too slow, and Nanshan Auto Parts Factory can't wait. Yang. The other party doesn't want to see us. In private, Zhang Fugui, as an uncle, directly calls Chao Yang by his nickname. In public, he still very much maintains Chao Yang's authority. If the other party doesn't want to see us, then we should find out the reason. Normally, if it is really caused by quality problems, they will not refuse to see us. Besides, if they can really inquire about the situation of our factory at any time, then they should know that the cracking problem has been solved. In his previous life, Chao Yang worked in several automobile factories in terms of quality management, procurement, and project management. He had some understanding of the work style of the OEM buyers. The last time I came to Shanghai Volkswagen with your father, I had dinner with Li Jianfeng several times. Zhang Fugui said, he's the buyer in charge of us. I know where he lives. I feel that he had a good impression of us before, and he's not a bad person. How about we wait at the gate of his community tonight? See if we can catch him? This is the only way for now. Although he has been running around all day and hasn't even decided where to stay tonight, Chao Yang still agreed to Zhang Fugui's bad idea. Fortunately, hard work pays off. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, he finally met the real boss. Hello, Mr. Li, I happen to have other things to do today to accompany our factory director Chao to the Magic City, and brought you some local specialties from Guangzhou. Zhang Fugui smiled flatteringly and took a few steps forward, blocking Li Jianfeng's steps to enter the community. Minister Zhang. Minister Zhang? Li Jianfeng's face suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and he didn't know if it was because of drinking or something. Mr. Li, hello, nice to meet you. I'm Chao Yang. In an occasion like today, Chao Yang certainly couldn't hide behind. Your neighborhood is in a really good location. There's a cafe over there. How about we go over there and sit down? Hey, forget it. It's late today. I know what you mean. But I really tried my best. Your price is really too low. I'm very happy, but Li Jianfeng is not very old. He should have just entered the workplace for a few years. I don't know if he had a good relationship with Zhang Fugui before, or if he felt the sincerity of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, so he didn't beat around the bush. However, his words confused Zhang Fugui and Chao Yang. The price is too low? We can ensure that every part we send to Shanghai Volkswagen meets the quality requirements. Really, although there was indeed a cracking problem in the early days, we remade the mold and completely solved this problem. I heard that it was because you solved the cracking problem of the nut plate that Chuncheng Stamping Factory found our leader. Mr. Li, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. You should have heard of Chuncheng Stamping Factory? Of course, we also quoted the price for Jetta's nut plate in Chuncheng, but in the end the order was given to Chuncheng Stamping Factory. Zhang Fugui said as he looked at Chao Yang. Sure enough, there is a story behind this matter. Chuncheng Stamping Factory is a subsidiary of Chuncheng Automobile Group. They will definitely be given priority in making the nut plates for Jetta. Even if your price is lower than theirs, it is useless. After all, the other party can directly regard your price as an invalid offer on the grounds that the quality does not meet the standards. Originally, this is how it was. They used Chuncheng Stamping Factory and we used you, but last week, the Germans didn't know what was wrong. They actually compared the costs of Santana and Jetta, and then found that our localized nut plates were much cheaper than Jetta's. So, trouble came. Li Jianfeng is indeed a good person. If you meet that kind of old-timer, even if he has a good relationship with Zhang Fugui, he may not tell you the specific internal situation. Santana's nut plate is low, Doesn't that mean that the work of the Magic City Volkswagen purchasing department is better? Zhang Fuguei opened his mouth slightly, feeling that his mind was a little confused. Yes, so I just said that I am very happy. But if the people of Chuncheng Volkswagen are unhappy, the people of Chuncheng Stamping will also be unhappy. We are all brother companies, and we certainly don't want to embarrass each other. Our nut plates are cheaper, but we also have expensive ones. If the Germans keep comparing, then some of the work of our respective purchasing departments will be difficult to do. Just like the Chuncheng Automobile Group has a subsidiary like the Chuncheng Stamping Plant, our Madu Automobile Group also has a subsidiary that produces parts. If we don't cooperate with each other, then... Li Jianfeng didn't want to continue talking here. So, it's because our prices are too low and there is no problem with the quality, so once Santana adopts our nut plates, Chuncheng Stamping can only reduce the price of the nut plates for Jetta to the same level as ours, or give up the production of nut plates? Chao Yang timely interjected a sentence from the side, so that the topic can continue to be discussed. That's about what it means, but your price is too low, Chuncheng Stamping simply can't do it. So Chuncheng Stamping tried to kick us out, so that they are the only domestic manufacturer of nut plates, which not only solves the embarrassing problem encountered in benchmarking, but also can supply Santana and expand orders? The price of Chuncheng Stamping's nut plates is the same as that of imported ones, and we will continue to import our nut plates in the short term. Li Jianfeng's words made Chao Yang speechless. But he didn't dare to show any contempt on his face. Mr. Li, if the price of Chuncheng Stamping can be lowered and the quality is not a problem, then would you consider using them? Chao Yang's question was a bit strange, but after Li Jianfeng looked at him, he still gave an answer and said, of course, after all, increasing the localization rate is the most important task of our purchasing department. As long as it can be domestically produced, the cost has an advantage, and the quality is no problem. We have no reason not to use it. After hearing what Li Jianfeng said, Chao Yang breathed a sigh of relief. I'm really sorry today, but I have no choice, please understand. After Li Jianfeng finished speaking, he walked straight to the community. Mr. Li, thank you for your frank sharing. Next time I have time, I will invite you to Yangqing to taste the special game. Although the result did not seem to change, Chao Yang had some smiles on his face. Yang, this is trouble. Shanghai Volkswagen would rather use imported parts than use us. Seeing Li Jianfeng disappear from his sight, Zhang Fugui's face immediately fell. No, uncle, I think this may be a good thing. Ah, this is a good thing? Zhang Fugui felt that his brain was not enough today. What Li Jianfeng said just now was magical enough, and now Chao Yang said such words again. There is a train ticket purchasing point in front. See if there are any trains to Chuncheng. If there are, we will directly buy a sleeper berth at the nearest station. After figuring out the reason, Chao Yang's mentality became much more stable. The plane ticket is too expensive, so he had to bear with the train for the time being. Going to Chuncheng? What are you going to Chuncheng for? Shanghai Volkswagen doesn't use us, let alone Chuncheng Volkswagen. Yang, let me tell you, Chuncheng Automobile Group is the largest automobile group in China and the first automobile factory in China. Their internal situation is more complicated. Our nut plate cannot be matched with Jetta. Zhang Fugui has been following Chao Yang's father to run around for orders in recent years, and he is quite familiar with the situation of various domestic automobile companies. In his opinion, going to Chuncheng now is a complete waste of time. Uncle, this is a different time. As long as the method is right, nothing is impossible. Chao Yang gave his opinion very affirmatively. Zhang Fugui really couldn't understand why Chao Yang thought that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory could supply Jetta. Even the Santana supply order, which was a duck in the mouth, flew away, so Jetta was even more out of the question, right? If it takes 3 to 5 years, it's not impossible. Zhang Fugui thought he shouldn't say it for sure. It won't take 3 years, at most 1 year, or even a few months, for our nut plate to be installed on Jetta. If I lose, I won't refute your opinions in the future. Chao Yang said confidently, let's go, buy the train tickets first, and then find a place to eat and have a good sleep. Okay. I'll wait and see. Zhang Fugui did not continue to argue with Chao Yang. In his opinion, even if they lost the opportunity to supply Santana and Jetta, or even if Nanshan Auto Parts Factory went bankrupt again, with the technical level Chao Yang showed in the past month, there would still be a chance to make a comeback in the future. After all, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has changed a lot in the past month. The complexity and ingenuity of the newly made mold far exceeded Zhang Fugui's imagination. If the mold was not lying in the factory, and he saw Chao Yang and several technicians processing and assembling the inlays one by one, he would have thought that it was made by a German or Japanese company. Regardless of whether it can really supply Jeddah or not, at least Chaoyang's change is definitely a good thing for the Chao family, the Zhang family, and the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. The circle of the automobile industry is actually very small. Although Nanshan Auto Parts Factory and Chuncheng Stamping Factory had no contact before, it is obviously not difficult to find a middleman who knows each other. Minister Zhang, didn't I say it? Nanshan Auto Parts Factory did not pass our supplier inspection, so no matter what price you quote, it is meaningless, and it is useless for you to continue to look for me now. Su Liang is an employee of the Stamping Department of the Parts Procurement Department of the Procurement Department of Chuncheng Volkswagen. He is responsible for parts such as nut plates. Obviously, the middleman Zhang Fuguei is looking for is him. Su Gong, I fully understand what you said. Chuncheng Volkswagen has a series of standards and requirements for supplier selection. We did not meet the requirements before. This is our problem. On the train from Shanghai to Chuncheon, Chao Yang had already communicated with Zhang Fuguei about his next idea, so he naturally knew how to communicate with Su Liang at this time. Since you understand, there is no need to come to visit specifically. Everyone is busy. Su Liang obviously didn't want to see Zhang Fuguei. If they hadn't had dinner together several times before, he wouldn't even want to answer this call. When facing international parts giants such as Bosch and Continental, the position of the main engine manufacturer is not obvious. But when facing domestic private enterprises such as Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, the party of father has 100 ways to control you. Su Gong, don't worry, I am looking for you this time, not to make things difficult for you, nor to cause you trouble, but to have a win-win situation, and I want you to do a small favor. Don't worry, I will never embarrass you. If you feel embarrassed at that time, you can directly refuse me. Although separated by the phone, Zhang Fuguei still bent over, very humble. Then, why don't you say it directly on the phone? Sure enough, Su Liang's attitude loosened. I'm near Chuncheng Hotel now, how about we have something to eat here after you get off work, and talk while eating? It just so happens that our factory director Chao is here today, and he also wants to meet you. Although it can be explained clearly on the phone, Chinese people still like to talk about things at the dinner table. Especially outside Shanhaiguan, this situation is even more obvious. How can we talk about things without drinking a few glasses? How can things be so easy to succeed without finding the right person to act as a middleman? Well, okay. But let's make it clear first, we'll just drink a little. On the other end of the phone, Su Liang hesitated for a moment before agreeing. No problem, I'll follow your instructions tonight. That's it for now. Well, see you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Fuguei breathed a sigh of relief. This first step was finally taken smoothly. Yang, it's done. Su Liang agreed to come out to dinner with us tonight. Well, with him as the matchmaker, there is room for negotiation. Otherwise, if we go directly to Chuncheng Stamping, they probably won't want to pay attention to us at all. Although it was expected, Chao Yang was in a good mood as things were going in the direction of the plan. That's right, Yang, you can understand these things so quickly, which is so gratifying. When I first started running orders with my brother-in-law, but forget it, let's not talk about it. Let's go buy a few bottles of Wulianye. The ones in the restaurant are much more expensive. Zhang Fuguei shook his head, took a deep breath, and was full of confidence in the future. Wulianye? Since you are going to treat us, why not just buy Mutai directly? In Chao Yang's impression, Mutai is definitely the best white wine. However, sometimes impressions can be wrong. Mutai? Mutai is not good, Wulianye is the best. Ah, Wulianye is the best? Of course. A bottle of 53 degrees Feitian Mutai costs about 220 yuan, and a bottle of Wulianye costs about 300 yuan. Which one do you think is better? Zhang Fuguei knew that Chao Yang didn't drink much now, so he didn't think his question was strange. However, this little episode also made Chao Yang realize that his cognition was sometimes not necessarily correct, or not necessarily suitable for this era. This is something that needs to be paid attention to in the future. At 6:30 in the evening, Su Liang arrived at Chuncheng Hotel as scheduled. Naturally, there was another round of greetings, and then it was time to eat and drink. It was not until the second bottle of Wulianye was distributed to everyone's wine cups that Su Liang began to get to the point and said, "Director Chao, I am a man who speaks my mind and never beats around the bush when speaking or doing things. As long as I can help, I will do it without hesitation. If I can't help, I can't pretend to be stubborn. Please understand this. Mr. Su, I like dealing with straightforward people like you the most. In fact, I am also a person who says whatever I think. I asked you out today mainly because I have a win-win situation to report to you and see if you think it is feasible. Chao Yang first finished the Wuliangye in his glass, then looked at Su Liang with a smile. Oh, I like win-win situations the most. Director Chao, you just say it directly. If it can be done, I will do it for you right now. Su Liang's curiosity was aroused by Zhang Fugui in the afternoon, and now Chao Yang said so again. He naturally wanted to know what it was all about. It's like this. Su Gong, as you know, Nanshan Parts Factory can now make nut plates, and the price we quoted to Shanghai Volkswagen is 312 yuan, to be honest with you. Chuncheng Stamping Factory should have started to supply nut plates to Jeddah now, right? I wonder if it would be convenient for you to reveal the price. Chao Yang didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. This question is a bit sensitive, and normally Su Liang probably wouldn't say it, but he thought that if he did, the other party couldn't do anything to him, and it was very likely that Chao Yang actually knew it. So Su Liang didn't hesitate and said, "We are all in this circle, and Director Chao must know something about various situations. The price of Chuncheng Stamping Factory is basically the same as that of imported parts." Su Gong, this price seems a bit high? Chao Yang said tentatively while filling Su Liang's glass. It's a bit high. Normally, domestic parts should be at least 20% to 30% cheaper than imported parts. But to be honest, we have confirmed this price many times, and they don't make much money in it. Su Liang leaned back in his chair, staring at Chao Yang, wanting to know what the other party would say next. It shouldn't be. Would you mind telling me how many processes they used to produce it? At first, there were 8, and then because it was easy to crack, it was increased to 12. Su Liang added, the original manufacturer in Germany also used 8 processes. For 12 processes, I will charge 0.2 yuan for each stamping, and the processing fee is only 2.4 yuan in total. The mold sharing fee is 1 yuan each, and the material fee is another 1 yuan. The packaging, transportation, and management fees are another 0.6 yuan, which is 5 yuan. Compared with the imported parts at 12 yuan each, it is still very advantageous. The cost of stamping parts is relatively transparent, which Su Liang is naturally aware of. So after listening to Chao Yang's words, he did not refute anything, but just said, Director Chao, you are right, but taking into account the impact of the defective rate and the maintenance costs of the mold, the cost is more than 5 yuan. Su Gong, if I can find a way to let Chuncheng Stamping reduce the price of nut plates supplied to Jeddah to 5 yuan each, do you support it? Chao Yang said, smiling and raising his glass. As a purchaser of Spring City Volkswagen, Su Liang is naturally under pressure to reduce prices. Whether it is localization or annual price reduction negotiations, it is essentially a measure to reduce costs. Especially after entering 1999, the competitive pressure in the domestic automobile market began to increase. Even old joint venture automakers such as Spring City Volkswagen also felt that their cars were not as popular as in previous years. In the past, they had to increase the price by tens of thousands. Although they are still selling well now, the increase in price has basically disappeared. A Jetta uses 30 nut plates. If the price can be reduced to 5 yuan per piece, then there will be more than 100 yuan of profit for each car. This is definitely the highlight of his work this year. Director Chao, I know that the price of the nut plates of your Nanshan Auto Parts factory is quite low, but we can't replace the Chuncheng Stamping Factory. Su Liang was silent for a moment and felt that he needed to reiterate his attitude. I understand that Chuncheng Stamping is a subsidiary of the Spring City Automobile Group. Naturally, you can't not use theirs. Then what Director Chao means is. Su Liang was a little confused about what Chao Yang meant. To be honest, the price we give to Shanghai Volkswagen is actually a loss-making price. The purpose is to enter their supply system. Our actual cost is about 5 yuan. When Chao Yang said this, Zhang Fugui next to him was stunned. This nephew doesn't even need to draft a lie, which is much better than himself. According to what you said, although the price of the nut plate sold to you by Chuncheng Stamping Factory is similar to that of imported parts, they don't actually make any money themselves, so why don't we consider changing the way of cooperation? How to change? Su Liang looked at Chao Yang with interest. We, Nanshan Auto Parts, are suppliers to Chuncheng Stamping. We sell the parts we produce to Chuncheng Stamping at a price of 4 yuan, and then Chuncheng Stamping sells them to Chuncheng Volkswagen and Shanghai Volkswagen at a price of 5 yuan. Do you think this plan is feasible? After Chao Yang said this, the box fell into silence. Zhang Fugui looked at Su Liang nervously, while the latter was quickly thinking about the pros and cons and risks. No matter how you think about it, this matter is good for Chuncheng Volkswagen. For Chuncheng Stamping, the money earned from a single part may not change much, but with the addition of Shanghai Volkswagen it must be a good thing to have a customer. Nanshan Auto Parts, Chuncheng Stamping, Chuncheng Volkswagen, and Shanghai Volkswagen, the four related parties seem to have no interests damaged. On the contrary, everyone is a beneficiary. This is really a win-win, no, a win-win solution for all four parties. The only loser is the original equipment manufacturer in Germany. However, Su Liang doesn't care about the opinions of the original equipment manufacturer at all. After all, localization is absolutely politically correct now. Both shareholders of Chuncheng Volkswagen are definitely supportive. Director Chow, wasn't the price you sold to Shanghai Volkswagen 12 yuan? Why is it 4 yuan now when you sell it to Chuncheng Stamping? After having the answer in his mind, Su Liang thought about whether he could maximize the profit. Su Gon, let's not talk about the price of 3.12. Our Nanshan Auto Parts is already losing money. The transportation cost from Yangcheng to Shanghai and Chuncheng alone is much different. The price of 4 yuan per piece is absolutely a price. If it weren't for the opportunity of future cooperation, I would not be able to do it at this price. At this moment, Chow Yan looked bitter and vengeful, which made Su Liang, who was still a little skeptical, immediately choose to believe. After all, they have specially calculated the cost of the nut plates produced by Chuncheng Stamping Factory. Besides, even if we follow the plan given by Chow Yang now, the price of the nut plates can be reduced by a lot, which is completely feasible. Director Chow, I think your plan is feasible. It happens that Lao, the head of the purchasing and sales department of Chuncheng Stamping, also lives nearby. I will call him out and we will talk about it. Such a good plan, we will try to implement it this month. Su Liang's words meant that he had completely stood on Chow Yang's side. The next thing will naturally be easy. Yang, come on, kick me and let me see if I'm dreaming. At 12 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Fugue couldn't hold back his excitement after sending Su Liang and Lu from Chuncheng Stamping to the taxi. The past few days have been too dreamy. You wouldn't dare to write a novel like this, right? Uncle, remember to take at least one day a week to accompany my mother for a walk. Although we drank a lot tonight, Chow Yang's condition is still relatively good. Don't worry, I'll accept the bet and admit defeat. Besides, even if we don't bet, I will go there often as well. Look at my sister. Zhang Fugue originally thought that his sister had a miserable life, but now seeing Chow Yang, he felt that his sister's luck was not too bad. Minister in Shugong, remember to express your gratitude later, and remember to keep in touch with Li Jianfang at Shanghai Volkswagen. Originally, it was only the nut plate for Santana, but now it has even been used for Jetta. My system points will definitely increase faster, and the development pace of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is expected to be further improved. Crisis, as expected, there are opportunities in danger. If nothing unexpected happens, I really won't have the opportunity to enter Spring City Volkswagen in a short time. Don't worry, I have been the director of the purchasing and sales department for many years, and I know what to do. But you have to say hello to the finance department when the time comes. Zhang Fugue thought of Zhang Tingting's body, and felt that the pressure of asking her for money in the future would be a little greater. By the way, the matter of the finance department running away with the money before. We should ask about the situation at the police station, and continue to ask, and we must let everyone see our unyielding attitude. Although my father has only this one sister, if she talks nicely, I, as her nephew, can give her some money for her retirement. But it is totally unacceptable that she used this method. Thinking of how he was stabbed in the back by his aunt, who was the Minister of Finance, at a critical moment, Chow Yang felt very complicated. My dear aunt, she stabbed me in the back like this. This matter is disgusting enough. It is definitely not appropriate not to pursue it. But she has fled abroad, and the possibility of recovering her is actually not high. Of course, in order to prevent such things from happening again, some measures must be taken. Otherwise, if it happens a few more times, wouldn't it be funny? That's right, we have to look forward and not think about these bad things. But today you are really wrong. Obviously, after our nut plate adopts the new process, the cost is much lower than 3.12 yuan, and you dare to raise the price and sell it to Chuncheng Stamping. When Zhang Fugue thought of this, he felt that he was still too honest and simple. Would he still help his nephew count money after being sold by him? Otherwise why did I keep emphasizing to Su Liang that this is a win-win solution? Win-win means we win twice. Zhang Fugue. Some people think that Chuncheng Volkswagen is not efficient, that's because what you want to promote is not what others are eager to do. For example, the new plan to reduce the price of nut plates was approved in just half a month and was successfully implemented. With the first batch of nut plates produced by Nanshan Auto Parts Factory transported to Chuncheng Stamping, and then transferred to Chuncheng Volkswagen and Mata Volkswagen, Chow Yang's mood immediately became better. The equipment is moving, and the factory has a way to survive. Not to mention the current nut plates, the profit margin is not low at all. Even in the automotive industry, there are small parts such as bolts, nuts, and clamps. The earlier the profit margin, the higher the profit margin. For example, if the selling price of a tire is doubled at the cost price, it is definitely unrealistic. But small parts such as bolts are really hard to say. Although the situation of nut plates is not that complicated, the process of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is relatively special after all, so it is normal to have a high profit margin. Director Chow, the Germans from Shanghai Volkswagen will come to inspect next Wednesday. I will arrange your schedule with Secretary Zhang first. After a triumphant trip to Shanghai and Spring City, Zhang Fugui's spirit has changed. However, he was still a little nervous when he suddenly received a call from Li Jianfeng, saying that the two Germans in charge of parts procurement and parts quality were coming. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? He was unsure. Didn't Shanghai Volkswagen just stand us up some time ago? Why are they coming again suddenly? Chao Yang also immediately realized that this was weird. I asked Li Jianfeng, and it is said that the Germans confirmed the localized nut plate and thought the relevant data was a bit strange, so they wanted to come to the site to take a look. How strange is it? The other party didn't say, and I guess Li Jianfeng himself doesn't know. If they want to come, then let them come. Anyway, no manufacturer in the world makes nut plates that are better than ours. Chao Yang is still very confident about the nut plates produced by his own factory. Bu Fan, yesterday I arranged for someone to sample a batch of nut plates. All the data was very stable, almost all close to zero tolerance. I'm really curious about how they did it. On the plane from Shanghai to Guangzhou, Hassan, the quality manager of Shanghai Volkswagen, the doctor, and Bu Fan, the manager of the parts purchasing department, sat side by side in the business class and talked in a low voice. The two of them were assigned to Shanghai Volkswagen at the same time and had a very good personal relationship. In addition, they were very closely related in work, so they became even more familiar with each other. With the production level of the Chinese, it is very ideal to ensure that all parts are within the tolerance. Now the nut plate, which looks inconspicuous but has a very complicated manufacturing process, can reach a level of precision close to zero tolerance. I can't figure it out. Bu Fan obviously felt that this matter was a bit beyond his cognition. Could it be that they specially selected each part and screened out the unqualified products? Hassan thought of a possibility. The whole inspection of parts exists for many parts on the car. If Nanshan Auto Parts Factory applies this requirement to the nut plate, it can theoretically achieve the current state. Unlikely. If that's the case, then their parts costs are very high, and the 5 yuan selling price doesn't leave any profit margin at all. Forget it. We'll figure out the reason this afternoon, so let's not think about it for now. This isn't a big deal, but the headquarters' global sales haven't been very good in recent years. Not to mention that GM and Ford's sales are much higher than ours, even Toyota and Daimler Chrysler's sales are higher than ours. When Bu Fan said this, he couldn't help but frown. There are more than a dozen people in his family who are in the Volkswagen Group. There's nothing wrong with sharing the honor and disgrace with the company. This is something the sales department should worry about. What does it have to do with us? Dr. Hassan didn't understand why Bu Fan suddenly brought up this topic. It may not have much to do with you, but it has a lot to do with our purchases. This year, the headquarters proposed to reduce the global purchase cost by $1 billion, and now they are desperately trying to find a way. After Bu Fan said this, Hassan suddenly realized something. Do you want the headquarters to import parts from China? Their costs are sometimes lower, but the quality is not guaranteed at all. I thought so before, but now the situation of the nut plate is very different. The situation, isn't it a bit subverting our cognition? So this time you are so active to bring me along for the inspection? Dr. Hassan finally figured out the real purpose of this business trip. Yes, I want to find out whether the Chinese are really capable of making cheap and beautiful auto parts. Counting the time, Chao Yang once again took the company's ministers to the factory gate to wait for the inspection experts from the purchasing department and quality management department of Shanghai Volkswagen. Because he was on a business trip with the Germans, Li Jianfeng specifically refused the arrangement of the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory to pick him up at the airport. Everyone acted in a business-like manner. This time, from the time Li Jianfeng and his team landed to the time they entered the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, nothing went wrong. After the routine greetings and exchanging business cards, everyone started to get down to business. For Bu Fan and Dr. Hassan, they just wanted to go to the site to see the production of the nut plate with their own eyes, and then discuss other things. Chao Yang naturally had no reason to refuse this request. So the group quickly entered the workshop. It's amazing. It's amazing that you actually use such a process to make nut plates. As soon as he arrived at the processing station of the nut plates, Bo Defan's eyes lit up and he stared at the equipment in front of him. The difference in process between the nut plates produced by Nanshan Auto Parts Factory and those produced by other manufacturers can be felt at a glance. Especially the long mold, which is obviously different from that of other manufacturers. Bo Defan, who knows the business, naturally realized that it was extraordinary. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bo Defan, you can look at it as you like, but you can't take pictures." Just as the other party picked up the camera and prepared to take pictures of the mold under the stamping machine, Chao Yang stood up and stopped him directly. The Shanghai Volkswagen in 1999 was definitely a giant for domestic suppliers. Bu Defan has also visited various manufacturers in recent years because of various parts localization projects. As a purchasing manager from Germany, most of the time, people serve him well, not to mention taking a few photos at the production site. Even taking a video recorder to record is no problem. Today's situation of being stopped from taking pictures is the first time. Something that no one expected happened today. "Director Chow, if we don't understand your production process, how can we confirm whether the parts you produce meet the requirements of the drawings? When we go to various manufacturers for inspection, we naturally have to take some photos, otherwise how can we write business trip reports? You can't even meet such a common request?" Before Bu Defan could speak, the buyer Li Jianfeng next to him jumped out. Although Shanghai Volkswagen is a joint venture company, in order to ensure that the quality of the parts will not be affected after localization, all localization proposals need to be approved by the German resident. In many cases, Volkswagen has more say than Shanghai Auto Group. Li Jianfeng saw Chao Yang making things difficult for his boss, so he naturally stood up. However, this time, he might be disappointed. "Mr. Bo Defan, engineerly, our nut plate innovatively uses the PRG process. This set of progressive die process design is unique in the country and even in the world. It contains all kinds of know-how about the nut plate processing process of our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. I believe both experts are very clear that this part uses the TDM process in Deutsche, and is gradually stamped through a set of single-process dies before it is finally produced. Although the part is very small, it needs to stamp out a boss on the T3/5 hot-rolled plate and tap the boss. As long as the mold design and process layout are slightly unreasonable, the part will crack or the thread accuracy will not meet the requirements. There are huge differences between these two processes in terms of production efficiency and production cost. Our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory can reduce an imported part worth more than 10 yuan to the current level by relying on the spirit of craftsmanship of continuous research. So I'm sorry, you are welcome to visit the entire process of this nut plate, and you can take pictures of other factory equipment except the mold, but you can only look at this set of molds and not take pictures." When Chao Yang was explaining that, Zhang Fugui, Kai Rong and others beside him were sweating. If it wasn't for their boss who stood up to stop them, and the boss himself designed the mold and directed the workers to process it, they would never allow Chao Yang to do this. After all, if they offended the people of Shanghai Volkswagen, how could they get orders in the future? Without orders, if the factory went bankrupt, they would be in trouble too. Shanghai Volkswagen, the audit expert, can be said to be a key figure in the survival of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. "How can you be so rude?" "Well, you said it very well. I like the craftsmanship. This process innovation is very valuable. If your quality is stable after mass production, I will help you promote this nut plate to the global public." Bu Defan applauded and spoke with a slightly weird accent. Obviously, Chao Yang's obstruction not only did not make him angry, but left a deep impression on him. Although he is a manager in the purchasing department, his father is a senior employee of Volkswagen headquarters, and he has worked his way up from a quality engineer to a purchasing director. So he has a very deep understanding of the craftsmanship. He visited many domestic parts factories before, and no one of them mentioned the craftsmanship to him, let alone any factory whose technology is better than the original German factory. There is no case like Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, which has not only reduced costs but also become more advanced after localization. More manufacturers use the labor cost advantage to realize the localization of imported parts. Compared with imported ones, the technology will only be more backward. Those who can completely maintain the same technology level as Germany are already top students. There is no way. Before 1999, the auto parts industry in China was at this level. There is absolutely no intention to blacken friendly companies. Thank you, Mr. Bu Defan, it's great that you can understand us. This is the test data of our batches of parts. All dimensions are within the tolerance, and the CPK value can reach 2. 1. Xiao Yang said this, and Dr. Hassan, the quality manager next to him, became interested. After all, he is an expert in this thing. Your CPK value can reach 2. 1. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I have inspected so many domestic manufacturers, most of them can't even reach the passing line of 1.33, and there are very few who can achieve the excellent indicator of 1.67. As for those above 2.0, I haven't met any yet. With the help of the translator, Dr. Hassan took the test form from Chao Yang. Before visiting the Nanshan Auto Parts factory, he had specifically looked at the drawings of the nut plate and had naturally memorized the tolerance requirements. When he was in the factory, he also went to the nut plate supplier and had some impression of the relevant data. Obviously, the data in his hand was just like a fake compared to his impression. Too neat. Too consistent. Director Chow, I want to confirm one thing. Are these data measured from different parts, or the same part measured multiple times? Obviously, Hassan had doubts about the data in his hand. Dr. Hassan, we have ready-made measuring tools and parts here. I think it may be more convincing to directly extract a few parts, measure a few parameters, and then compare them with the data in your hand. Although Chao Yang's face was still a little immature, he was full of confidence. This set of molds was designed with the help of the system. It would be strange if it was not good. Some time ago, he was in the factory almost every day, watching the workers processing the molds, in order to mass-produce the nut plates as soon as possible, so as to earn money and get points to exchange for new parts technology. Otherwise, if the system disappears one day and he misses the opportunity to exchange for more parts, he will cry to death. China's automobile industry is developing relatively slowly, especially parts companies, which are far behind the international ones. Even in the future, China's automobile production has been the world's first for many years, but there are not many Chinese companies on the global top 100 list of auto parts. China is a big automobile country, but not a strong automobile country. After rebirth, Chao Yang has a wish to change this situation. Good. This is the best. After Dr. Hassan finished speaking, he personally picked up a few nut plates, came to the inspection table next to him, and carefully inspected them with a vernier caliper. Since only a part of the dimensional data was randomly checked for measurement, it took only a few minutes, and Dr. Hassan stopped. Obviously, Dr. Hassan already has the answer. PRG mold, also called progressive die, also called continuous die, it is said that continuous die will be cancelled in standard terminology, consists of multiple stations, each of which completes different processing, and each station is sequentially related to complete a series of different stamping processes in one stroke of the punch press. After one stroke is completed, the punch press feeder moves the material forward according to a fixed step distance, so that multiple processes can be completed on one mold, generally punching, blanking, bending, trimming and other processes. Chow, if the nut plates of your factory can always maintain this quality level, then I agree with Bu Difan that we must promote your nut plates to the public around the world and let the purchasing center of the headquarters import nut plates directly from China. Dr. Hassan's words were obviously more convincing than any praise. His attitude was also more direct than anything else. If he had doubts about the relevant test data of the nut plates before, then today this doubt completely disappeared. On the one hand, the new PRG process in front of him can theoretically better guarantee the quality of the nut plates. On the other hand, the data just now was tested by him personally. You are only producing door hinge reinforcement nut plates now. If your cost and quality of other nut plates on Santana can also reach this level, then we can hand over the localization of these parts to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. After Dr. Hassan finished speaking, Bu Difan also added a sentence. This made Zhang Fugue next to him smile. At the beginning, he and his brother-in-law ran around for so long to get a part, but now someone took the initiative to deliver the order to his door. Although Bu Difan's words have a premise, Zhang Fugue is not worried about this premise at all. Isn't it just the cost and quality of the nut plate? Is it a problem for the current Nanshan Auto Parts factory? At the beginning, his brother-in-law spent a lot of effort to transform the sewing machine factory on the verge of bankruptcy into a stamping factory. Later, in order to smoothly transform a factory that produces stamping parts for refrigerators and other furniture and ordinary bolts and nuts into an auto parts factory, he even mortgaged the house and factory equipment to the bank in order to purchase Schuler's most advanced stamping machine to produce nut plates. Now it seems that this risk is worth taking. Mr. Bu Difan, our Nanshan Auto Parts factory has advanced mold design, high-quality parts quality, high efficiency of PRG process, and no problem with the delivery of parts. I can say with certainty that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is the strongest supplier of nut plates QCD. In front of foreigners, you can't be modest and say that your cost and quality are not good enough and need to be improved. People will take it seriously. So Chao Yang directly gave himself the hat of the strongest supplier of QCD. Regarding Chao Yang's words, Bu Difan neither Bo Difan nor Hassan chose to refute. After all, as far as the nut plate is concerned, there is nothing wrong with this statement. Chao, can you stop the equipment for a while? This mold is not allowed to be photographed, but it is still okay to look at it, right? If I remember correctly, you just said this yourself. Bu Difan was very curious about the PRG mold in front of him that was more than 3 meters long. When he was in Deutsche, he had seen such molds before, but it was the first time he saw it used to produce nut plates. After all, from a professional point of view, the more parts that require deep drawing, the less suitable they are for the PRG process. Deutsche's original equipment manufacturers used the TDM process, which is completely fine. Now Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has overturned his cognition. Bu Difan naturally wanted to find out the reason. No problem, I can ask Director Kai of the technical department to introduce it to you. With Chao Yang's words, the atmosphere of the on-site inspection became more and more harmonious. It seemed that both the host and the guest were having a great time. Mr. Lee, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. When we were making parts for a refrigerator company, someone copied our mold design and process layout, and then snatched our order at a lower price. Now Shanghai Volkswagen is our most important customer, and we dare not let any accidents happen. That's why it is stipulated that you are not allowed to take pictures of the mold. Of course, if you need to use some photos when you go back to make a business report, you can ask for them at any time, and I can prepare them for you. Seeing that Bu Difan and Hassan were both very serious about looking at the mold with Kai Rong, Chao Yang keenly discovered that Li Jianfeng, who came with Bu Difan, did not seem very happy. Although the decision-making power was not in Li Jianfeng's hands, Chao Yang certainly did not want to offend him. After all, the county magistrate is not as good as the county manager. It is easy to see the king of hell, but it is difficult to deal with the little devil. With Chao Yang's explanation, Li Jianfeng was able to back down and said, I understand. The threshold for stamping parts is relatively low, and the core lies in mold design. Yes, Mr. Li, you are absolutely right, that's what I mean. Although our Nanshan parts factory is not very large, we pay more attention to technology than many companies. There are still many manufacturers in China that can make stamping parts. In order to prevent it's better to nip it in the bud, please forgive me. After Chao Yang's own factory went bankrupt in his previous life, he had to work in other factories as a social animal. He had worked in several automobile factories in Yangchang. Naturally, he knew very well how to get along with young buyers like Li Jianfeng. Your factory can make the nut plate process so well that even the Germans are full of praise. I am also honored. Director Chao, you don't know that my job is actually very difficult to do. There are German managers above, and all localization projects need their approval. I am also afraid that if you offend them, it will be detrimental to your future development. After Li Jianfeng walked down the stairs, he also explained the reason why he stood up. After all, although Chao Yang is young, he is also the director of a factory. Li Jianfeng still felt very honored that he could apologize to him so sincerely. I understand, I completely understand your difficulties, Mr. Li. Our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will never hold you back. If you have any questions in the future, whether it is business or personal, you can always find Zhang Fugue or me directly. Director Chao, do you think I will take it seriously? You must take it seriously. If you are polite to me, I will be sad. The two stood at the edge of the crowd, and after chatting there for 10 minutes, their relationship obviously improved. Communication is very important between men and women. Necessary communication is also necessary between men and men. Foreigners say that business is business. But in China, business is about human relations and worldly affairs. People like Li Jianfeng may not be able to help you much. But if they want to ruin your business, there are definitely many ways to do it. Otherwise, how could there be such a saying as party ace dad? After all, the current Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is just an inconspicuous private enterprise in China, and it was on the verge of bankruptcy a few months ago. There is no way to compare with international auto parts giants such as Bosch and Continental. Chao Yang did not look down on anyone at all because he had a vision beyond this era. TDM mold, also called single punch die, generally consists of a concave die and a punch die or multiple concave dies and multiple punch dies, but when using a punching machine, only one punching process can be completed in one row. Mr. Bo Difan, Dr. Hassan, Engineer Li, thank you for your hard work today. Welcome to our factory for guidance in the future. This is a local specialty of Yangcheng, please have a taste. The inspection team of Shanghai Volkswagen arrived this morning and will go to another supplier tomorrow morning. So after dinner, this inspection is over. Director, Shanghai Volkswagen has passed this level. The previous VDA review was not so stressful. Now we can breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing Bu Difan and his team get on the taxi, Zhang Tingting breathed a sigh of relief. During this period, her mood has been ups and downs. The factory audit was cancelled and the order was gone. The orders came back and increased. This repeated cycle is unbearable for a young heart. Especially the nut plates produced in the factory before, no matter how the mold was modified, cracks would appear. Fortunately, the young boss suddenly came up with a new set of design processes and designed the PRG mold. Although the mold needs to be reopened after adopting the new process. The mold cost invested before was wasted in an instant. But it's better than waiting to die, right? Now the parts are also being mass-produced smoothly, and there is a chance to export. Thinking about it this way, it's more exciting than losing weight successfully. Why are you so relieved? The factory needs to buy a few more stamping machines quickly. We have to prepare to expand. Don't let the orders come in and we can't accept them, that would be a pity. Although Nanshan Parts Factory has dozens of stamping machines, most of them are relatively old, and only 2 newly purchased Schuler presses are relatively powerful. It is naturally enough to produce the nut plates for Jetta and Santana now. But if you want to export, it's not enough. Buy equipment again? No money. Zhang Tingting felt a lot of pressure. After the Minister of Finance ran away with the money, she, the General Manager's secretary, is now in charge of the company's finances. Mortgage these 2 equipment to the bank to pay the down payment for the equipment. When the equipment is delivered, the payment for the goods from Chuncheng Stamping will have been paid on a monthly basis. At that time, we will go to the bank with the order from Chuncheng Stamping, and we should be able to borrow some money. Come. Chao Yang said this, Zhang Tingting's pressure increased. Another loan? More leverage? If we are not careful, the factory will really go bankrupt. If we just buy 1 press, it won't be so troublesome, right? 1? Who said only 1? Buy at least 3 more. And we must buy stamping presses suitable for the PRG process to increase our production capacity. The production of Santana and Jetta is so limited. Even if all the nut plates are really made for us, we don't need so many stamping presses, right? If we only supply Santana and Jetta, we don't need them. But Shanghai Volkswagen and Chuncheng Volkswagen have other models. And Shanghai General Motors and Peugeot Citroën in China also have localization needs for nut plates. Besides, didn't Bu Difan and Hassan say that they would recommend our nut plates to Volkswagen headquarters so that all Volkswagen models around the world could use them? It took us more than a year to enter the supply system of Shanghai Volkswagen, and we ended up supplying as a second-tier supplier. How can we enter other manufacturers so quickly in such a short period of time? As for what Bu Difan and the others said, we can't take it too seriously. So far, I haven't heard that Volkswagen imported parts from China. Zhang Tingting obviously didn't want to be so radical. She was really thinking about the factory, so she wasn't afraid that her words would make the factory director unhappy. Volkswagen's global situation is not as optimistic as you think. Although Volkswagen's 2 joint ventures are now the largest car companies in China, they are under great pressure in the international market with GM, Ford, and Toyota in front of them, and Nissan and Honda chasing behind them. Lower cost, better quality, who doesn't like such parts? Unlike most people of this era, Chao Yang knows a lot more about the international situation. Just like when Volkswagen came to China to set up a factory, it seemed that it was because it was optimistic about the Chinese market. Yes, this is definitely a very important reason. In fact, another reason is that Volkswagen's global situation was not optimistic at the time, and it was eager to open up the situation in other places to save the company's stock price. Director, it doesn't matter even if Volkswagen really wants to buy parts from us. We can wait until this information is confirmed before we need to take action. Plan ahead. If you want to develop, you must take some risks. Arrange someone to contact and see which stamping machine can be delivered as soon as possible. Chao Yang is the boss, and Zhang Tingting will definitely not be able to win in the end. So she didn't dwell on it anymore. By the way, Director, didn't you learn mold design before? How come you are better than the best engineer in the factory this time? The factory has now survived the difficult times, and Zhang Tingting finally began to be curious about the things that Chao Yang didn't want to answer. Mold design requires experience accumulation. In particular, the stamping parts made by the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory all use the TDM process, and no one knows PRG at all. After all, PRG mold design is difficult, expensive, and has high requirements for equipment. Although the work efficiency is also high, in the eyes of most people, if the TDM process can be used, PRG is not needed. Anyway, labor in China is very cheap, and several stamping machines are connected in a line, and the production cost using the TDM process is not high. Oh, Xiaozhang, your boss is a genius. He learned it by reading books and teaching himself. By the way, we are already supplying Volkswagen in Shanghai and Chuncheon, but we have not yet entered the Yangcheng Honda that is close at hand. You should make arrangements quickly and we will visit their purchasing department. Chao Yang said casually, and then decisively changed the subject. Sure enough, hearing the boss say this, Zhang Tingting's attention was immediately diverted. Yangcheng Honda, that is the dark horse of the Chinese auto market this year. Although the overall output is not as good as that of Shanghai Volkswagen and Spring City Volkswagen, if the Nanshan stamping plant does not even supply Yangcheng Honda, it will be a bit embarrassing when people ask about it when they introduce it to other OEMs in the future. Before the establishment of Yangcheng Honda, Minister Zhang should have contacted the people of Yangcheng Peugeot. The old factory director took him to visit several times. I will talk to Minister Zhang later, and I should be able to contact them. Thinking that 3 more stamping machines will arrive in a few months, if the production capacity is left idle there, the Nanshan Auto Parts factory, which has finally started to improve, may be in trouble again. So Zhang Tingting also hopes that the factory can get a few more orders. Chao Yang is a man with strong ability to act. The ministers below naturally follow the boss's style. After sending off the Shanghai Volkswagen delegation, Chao Yang took a few samples of nut plates and called Zhang Tingting and Zhang Fugui to Yangcheng Honda the next day. The development of Yangcheng's automobile industry is relatively bumpy. The once glorious Yangcheng Peugeot soon became a negative example in the automobile industry. Many people are questioning whether it is necessary for Yangcheng to continue to engage in the automobile industry. After all, there are already several large automobile industry bases in China, such as Spring City and Shanghai. What is Yangcheng? After several twists and turns, Yangcheng Peugeot was finally transferred to Yangcheng Honda for 1 yuan, reopening the development of Yangcheng's automobile industry. Yangcheng Honda, which was remodeled on the basis of the Yangcheng Peugeot automobile factory, quickly became a favorite in the market with the success of the 1998 Accord, and has achieved profitability this year. Yang, in order to become a supplier of Shanghai Volkswagen, my brother-in-law bought a Santana for 195,000 yuan. Now you won't buy another Accord for 295,000 yuan just to enter Yangcheng Honda, right? On the way to Yangcheng Honda, Zhang Fugui joked with some concern. Although the current situation of Nanshan Auto Parts factory is still okay, it has a lot of loans. There is really no money to spend more than 300,000 yuan to buy a car. What to buy, let alone 295,000 yuan, I can't afford it now even if it is 50% off. In Chao Yang's opinion, the price of cars in this era is really too unfriendly. For example, an Accord for 295,000 yuan, what does it mean? In 1999, the average salary of urban workers was about 500 yuan a month, and this was for urban workers. If you are a restaurant waiter or something like that, you only make about 300 yuan a month. 295,000 yuan, even urban workers have to work for 50 years without eating or drinking to afford it. This price can be exchanged for a big house in the core area of Yangcheng in this era. But that's the case. If you want to buy an Accord, you may not be able to buy it. You need to find connections or even pay a higher price. It's nothing like later times, where you can get a basic version by cutting the price in half, not to mention the currency depreciation factor. We have already supplied Santana and Jetta, and the situation in the factory should gradually get better. Zhang Fugui said as he parked the car and got off to register at the gate. Nanshan Auto Parts factory wanted to enter Yangcheng Peugeot before, and had already connected with their purchase. However, the project has not yet been implemented, and Yangcheng Peugeot has been cold. Fortunately, many of the Chinese employees of Yangcheng Honda today are from Yangcheng Peugeot, so they can continue to connect smoothly. Otherwise, we would not be able to enter the factory today. Uncle, the quality of your Santana is much worse than the one sold in the factory. It can't be the third or fourth hand? What does it matter? Santana is very durable, and there is no problem driving it for a few more years. Chao Yang and his friends completed the registration while chatting, and then entered the factory area of Yangcheng Honda under the guidance of the security guard. It must be said that after getting a new life, the faces of the employees of Yangcheng Honda seemed to be filled with smiles. Chao Yang was most impressed by this. LV Shang Yang, long time no see, you seem to have gained some weight. After waiting in a conference room for half an hour, Zhang Fugui, Chao Yang and Zhang Tingting successfully met LV Shangyang, the head of the stamping department of the purchasing department of Yangcheng Honda. These days, there are not many fat people in China. Saying that someone has gained weight is definitely not an impolite greeting. Really? Ha, I also feel like I have gained a few pounds this year. It seems that the food in your company's cafeteria is very good. The food in the cafeteria is indeed not bad. I will take you to try it at noon. Zhang Fugui and LV Shangyang have known each other for several years, and the meeting between the two sides is still quite pleasant. Although Chao Yang is the factory director, it is his first time to meet him after all, so he didn't talk much today. After a while of greetings, Zhang Fugui took the initiative to shift the topic to the Nanshan Auto Parts factory. LV Shi, this is our latest nut plate, which has been mass-produced and supplied to Shanghai Volkswagen and Spring City Volkswagen. Don't think this nut plate is simple, but Volkswagen has not found a manufacturer in China with better QCD than us. Their experts praised us when they came to audit the factory yesterday. Today's Accord is assembled in the form of CKD. I heard that it is said that your company is also preparing to increase the localization rate. I wonder if you can give our Nanshan Auto Parts factory a chance. Zhang Fugui said as he took out 2 nut plate samples and placed them on the table. LV Shangyang did not refuse directly, but picked up the samples and looked at them seriously. Where is this thing used? I don't seem to have any impression. LV Shi, this is the door hinge reinforcement nut plate for Santana and Jetta, which is welded to the place where the door hinge is installed. I see. LV Shangyang put down the sample in his hand and said, but the door hinge reinforcement plate on our Accord is not the nut plate you said, but a nut welded on a stamping part, which should be simpler to produce. It is indeed like you said, first stamping, then welding, the process difficulty will be much lower. Zhang Fugui did not rush to object to LV Shangyang's words, but he immediately said, however, this kind of process reinforcement plate has relatively high requirements for the welding strength of the nut, and it is easy to have false welding or leakage. And our nut plate is a whole part. After the steel plate is stamped into the required shape, the thread is tapped directly on the boss. All processes are completed in a set of molds, so there is no need to worry about missing processes or poor processes. Is it possible for us to make a VAVE proposal to change the hinge reinforcement plate that is being imported into a nut plate? Although I am not sure how much the hinge reinforcement plate that your company imports now costs, I believe that the nut plate produced domestically will definitely have a cost advantage. Zhang Fugui said very sincerely. Although he is considered a relative in the factory, he is also very hardworking. After all, this is related to whether he can continue to be a relative. Yangcheng Honda is a dark horse among Chinese auto companies this year. Entering the supply system of Yangcheng Honda is of extraordinary significance to Nanshan Auto Parts factory. Just like many suppliers in later generations are willing to do business at a loss in order to enter Tesla's supply chain. It is no wonder that Tesla's cars always have room for price reduction. In addition to Tesla's own efforts and brand power, the contribution of suppliers is also very important. It can be said that this is another win-win situation. Minister Zhang, your proposal is very good, but our current localization is based on the unchanged drawings. If you really want to participate in the project of increasing the localization rate of Accord, then there is no hope of only making nut plates. According to my understanding, only European and American car companies such as Volkswagen and GM prefer to use nut plates. I have not heard of any Japanese car companies using nut plates. Lu Shangyang's words were like a basin of cold water poured on Zhang Fugui's head. I came here with great expectations, but got such a result. Honda's cars don't use nut plates, so how can the advantages of Nanshan Parts Factory be reflected? My nephew is also planning to buy a few more stamping machines to increase the production capacity of nut plates. Now it seems that Yangcheng Honda has no hope. If it only relies on the South and North Volkswagens, although it can live a good life, the ambition of Nanshan Parts Factory is definitely not limited to this. On the way back from Yangcheng Honda, Zhang Fugui was a little depressed. However, Chao Yang's mood was not affected too much. It is not so easy to enter a main engine factory. That is to say, China now has a rigid requirement for the localization rate of automobiles. In order to meet the national inspection of the 40% localization rate at the end of this year, Accord is making every effort to develop localization. You must know that in this era, if the cars produced by joint ventures are to be sold in the Chinese market, they must reach a localization rate of more than 40% to enjoy the treatment of domestic cars, otherwise they will be subject to tariffs according to the imported cars. What was the automobile tariff in 1999? It is estimated that everyone can't imagine that the tariff rate for imported cars with a displacement of less than 3. 0 liters is 80%, and that for cars above 3.0 liters is 100%. Therefore, whether it is Shanghai Volkswagen or Guangzhou Honda, all joint ventures are now very active in localization projects. This period is a very good starting stage for domestic parts companies. Otherwise, if Nanshan Auto Parts Factory comes to the door, it is estimated that even Lu Shangyang will not be able to see it. Uncle, don't be so entangled. Japanese cars don't use nut plates. No matter how hard we try, it's useless. But the nut plate, if this road doesn't work, we can try other roads. Chao Yang's optimism infected Zhang Fugui and Zhang Tingting. There are many. We will make whatever the customers need. Yangcheng Honda doesn't use nut plates, so there is no need for us to persuade them to change. The technology is in the hands of the Japanese. How could they change the drawings because of a factory like ours? Besides, the difficulty of this reinforcement plate is not very high. There are still many companies in China that can make it. At least they are willing to contact us now, otherwise we can make their reinforcement plates? Anyway, we can make more complex nut plates. There is no reason why we can't make Honda's reinforcement plates. Zhang Tingting's idea made Zhang Fugui's eyes light up. Yes. Volkswagen uses nut plates, but Yangcheng Honda doesn't. Then Nanshan Auto Parts Factory can produce them. Yang, I think Secretary Zhang's suggestion is good. How about we make that reinforcement plate? However, Chao Yang did not think that this matter was so simple. He had only exchanged the technology of nut plates from the system, and he did not know anything else. Although the technology of stamping parts should not be a big problem by analogy, he had no experience in welding. Although we have made some very simple nuts and stamping parts before, the requirements for nuts used in automobiles are definitely higher, and the technical requirements for welding will also be much more stringent. We may not be able to do this reinforcement plate well. Many technologies that have become common goods in later generations are very difficult for people of this era. For example, stamping parts and injection molding parts for automobiles are absolutely common goods in later generations. Any auto parts manufacturer has the ability to make them as long as they want to. This is also the first part that each joint venture company starts with in the localization project. But now China is very lacking in experience in both the mold technology of auto parts and the parameter setting of various processing processes. I heard that when Shanghai Volkswagen was promoting the localization of parts, many manufacturers were unable to make all the components under an assembly. In this case, Shanghai Volkswagen will buy back some of the components by itself, to provide it to suppliers, assemble it into an assembly and then install it on the car. I think Yangcheng Honda should be the same. For things like nuts, if our own production cannot meet the requirements, we can consider asking the other party to provide it to us. As for the setting of welding parameters, it is not that difficult, just debug it a few more times. As the director of the purchasing and sales department, Zhang Fugui is very positive about getting orders. Moreover, he has accumulated a certain amount of experience over the years and knows how to respond to the requirements of automobile manufacturers. Director, I think the plan Minister Zhang mentioned seems feasible. Although the profit of this part is estimated to be not very high, if we use the PRG process to produce this reinforcement plate, the cost will definitely be lower than the TDM process of other manufacturers, and there is still a certain profit margin. Zhang Tingting also added. They were all still frightened by the fact that the factory had no orders some time ago, and they wanted to get as many orders as possible. As for Chao Yang, as long as the project was not very good, he would not want to take it. With the confidence given to him by the system and the vision of future generations, Chao Yang's mentality was completely different from that of others. Since you think you can do it, then do it. Regardless of whether this part makes money or not, being able to enter the supply system of Yangcheng Honda will also be beneficial to our future promotion of parts. After feeling the strong will of Zhang Fugui and Zhang Tingting, Chao Yang also figured it out. During this period, the technical personnel of various OEMs still provided great support to domestic manufacturers. Sometimes people are even willing to guide you step by step to improve the process and set some parameters. There is no need for me to be so entangled. The factory director is wise. The customers of our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will soon become richer. Minister Zhang will be more confident when he goes to other OEMs in the future. Zhang Tingting flattered him promptly. I'll contact Chief Lu later and ask them to send us the quotation first. The structure of this part is not complicated. If it goes fast, we can start providing samples to Yangcheng Honda in 2 months. Zhang Fugui was also in a good mood. This trip today was not in vain. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is now in full swing. The orders for Santana and Jetta have filled everyone with confidence. Chao Yang also goes to the production site every day and gives training on PRG mold-related technologies to the technical department. At the same time, 5S management and Toyota's lean management methods are also being promoted in the factory. Today, after he finished training everyone, Zhang Fugui immediately blocked him. "You look so sad, what's wrong?" "Director, I have something to report to you, I'm not sure how to deal with it." It's rare that Zhang Fugui didn't smile today, it's just that the orders that Chuncheng Stamping sent me these 2 days are a bit strange, and the quantity has increased all of a sudden. I feel like they seem to have sent it by mistake, but this is a good thing for us. I don't know if I should remind them. After hearing what Zhang Fugui said, Chao Yang also felt a little strange. The production orders that automobile manufacturers send to suppliers are all based on plans, and most of the time this plan is set a month in advance. If there are major changes, the other party should have contacted. Did you call to ask the reason? I'm not sure if I should ask. What if they made a wrong order? The factory is short of funds right now. If we produce a batch of parts and send them over first, we can get more money back. Even if they really made a wrong order, the worst that can happen is that we can just cut some orders later. Zhang Fugui explained the reason for his entanglement. Have they asked you to investigate the production capacity of nut plates recently? There hasn't been a special investigation, but Minister of Chuncheng Stamping once called to ask about it. Just call Su Liang to find out. Although we are short of funds, if it is really Chuncheng Stamping that made a wrong order, there is no need for us to take advantage of it. Chao Yang is not the kind of petty person. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is determined to become the largest parts supplier in China and even the world. What does this matter now? Okay, then I understand. After hearing what Chao Yang said, Zhang Fugui felt that he had gotten into a dead end. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out his PHS and called Su Liang. Really? Less than 2 minutes into the conversation, a look of surprise appeared on Zhang Fugui's face. Soon, his attitude on the phone became better. After exchanging pleasantries with the other party for more than 10 minutes, he hung up the phone. How is it? Chao Yang's curiosity was also aroused by Zhang Fugui's performance just now. Director, nut plates are quasi-standard parts at Volkswagen. The nut plates in the same part of different models generally have the same specifications. Even the nut plates in different parts are minimized as much as possible. This time our nut plates were first used on Jetta, and now they are ready to use them on Audi A6. At the same time, I heard that Chuncheng Stamping is also promoting a similar proposal to expand the applicability of nut plates at Volkswagen in Shanghai, so they ordered more parts. After Zhang Fugui said this, Chao Yang understood. 1999 was a special year for China's automobile industry. First, at the beginning of the year, the Vehicle Identification Number (VIN) management rules were promulgated, and VIN became the only vehicle identification code. This indicates that my country has been in line with international standards in terms of motor vehicle management, and the market development is more orderly. Then the implementation rules for the implementation of the Notice on the Prohibition of Illegal Assembly of Automobiles and Motorcycles was issued, forcing those small workshop-style automobile and motorcycle assembly companies to withdraw from the market, which is conducive to industrial concentration and improved production efficiency. Another thing is the collision test that everyone is familiar with in later generations. This year, the first requirement was promulgated: design rules for frontal collision occupant protection. At the same time, the classic models of Spring City Volkswagen Audi S6 and Magic City Volkswagen Passat, as well as the classic models of Magic City General Buick GL8 and Yangcheng Honda Accord, were also rolled off the assembly line this year. In the next few years, more international automobile companies will enter China, bringing more opportunities to various parts manufacturers. In addition to the door hinge reinforcement nut plates, we have also given quotations to the Chuncheng Stamping Factory for other nut plates. We need to follow up on the progress as soon as possible and try to finalize the designated information. Director, if the nut plates of all models of Shanghai Volkswagen and Chuncheng Volkswagen are if we are given the production capacity, then we will basically have no extra capacity. Zhang Fugui felt that he needed to remind them, lest he would get a lot of orders but fail to deliver, which would ruin his reputation. Haven't I asked you to discuss the purchase of equipment with various stamping equipment manufacturers? How is the situation? Hearing Chao Yang's question, Zhang Fugui couldn't help but look at Zhang Tingting. Director, it's like this. During this period, we have completed the remortgage of existing equipment, and the bank should release the loan next week. Schuler Press has also sent us a quotation. At the same time, we have also asked for prices from several other press manufacturers. Obviously, Zhang Tingting, the director's secretary and director of the finance department, is very involved in the purchase of presses. When can the equipment arrive at the earliest? The next few years are very critical years. Chaoyang naturally does not want to delay the development speed due to equipment problems. Schuller's presses are all imported from Germany, and it takes at least half a year. Zhang Tingting felt a little guilty when she said this. After all, she knew that Chaoyang hoped to buy the equipment this year. Half a year? In addition to the installation and debugging of the equipment, wouldn't it be officially put into production in the second half of next year? Chaoyang frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the progress. He still has a lot of tricks on how to promote the nut plate. If even the equipment is not in place, it will be a bit passive when communicating with other OEMs. Director, the arrival time of Schuller's stamping machine is actually quite normal, and they didn't delay it deliberately. Zhang Fuguo also knew more about the situation of the press, and said something for Zhang Tingting. Half a year is too long, let's see if other press manufacturers can deliver earlier. When the price difference is not very large, we will buy from whoever delivers faster. And you tell the other party that after we buy this time, we will definitely continue to purchase equipment and expand production next year. The factory is our own, so as long as Chaoyang feels there is no problem with bidding, price comparison, etc., it's fine. In this regard, private enterprises are obviously much more flexible. Zhang Tingting and Zhang Fuguo were very busy in the following period. Chaoyang required the stamping machine to be in place within this year. Even if it was the Lunar New Year, there were only a few months left. Under normal circumstances, this was simply impossible. But they certainly couldn't say that now. Manager Su, this is not the first time we have purchased your company's equipment. Can't the schedule be compressed a little more? Zhang Fuguo suppressed his dissatisfaction and sat in the meeting room of Schuller's office in China to discuss the details of the purchase of the press with the other party. As the director of the purchasing and sales department, when facing the main engine factory, he was the sales party B. Now when facing the equipment manufacturer, he was obviously the party A, so why was he the party B? This feeling was obviously very bad. Minister Zhang, our Schuler press is the best in the world. The factory's orders are very full. All equipment is produced according to orders. The delivery period of half a year is not long at all. Su Deshang showed a formal smile on his face, and he was obviously not worried about the lack of sales of his own equipment. This period in the late 1990s was the best time for the employees of these foreign-funded enterprises in China. Most people in society still earn 400 to 500 yuan a month, but they already earn more than 10,000 yuan or even more than 20,000 yuan a month. The allowance for a day's business trip. It is said that Siemens employees who went on business trips to Tibet in the 1990s received a daily allowance of 2,000 yuan. Of course, it is only a few hundred yuan now, is equal to or even exceeds the monthly salary of ordinary people. So they are full of superiority. The stamping machine we ordered is your company's standard product, without any additional requirements. This kind of equipment should also be in stock in your factory, right? Although Zhang Fuguo was unhappy, he still had to work hard. Negotiations. Most of the time, both parties smiled and said something that was not gentle at all with gentle words. I'm sorry. The fastest delivery time is 6 months. Minister Zhang, when your company places an order, the delivery time will be postponed by 6 months. Please consider it carefully. Sorry, I have another meeting later. If there is nothing else, we will keep in touch. After Su Deshang finished speaking, he stood up to see him off. Secretary Zhang, do you think it is feasible if we do not order the equipment from Schuler this time? After leaving Schuller's office, Zhang Fuguo looked back with a sharp look in his eyes. For the factory, what is needed now is a 600 tons of PRG stamping machines, no matter which manufacturer produces them, as long as the technical requirements are met, I think they are all okay. Zhang Tingting didn't say anything just now, but as an employee of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, she naturally felt humiliated. Some time ago, the person from Huitian Stamping contacted me, but because the other party is a Japanese company, I ignored him. Now it seems necessary to communicate with them. Aren't we quoting the price of the reinforcement plate to Yangcheng Honda now? Honda's suppliers at the headquarters must use Huitian Stamping's equipment. I think cooperating with Yangcheng Honda and buying Japanese-made presses may bring additional benefits. In business, Zhang Tingting doesn't think that buying a Schuler press is more patriotic than buying a Huitian press. If you really want to fight for this, you can produce your own presses in the future, or buy domestic presses. But for PRG stamping machines, it is obviously impossible to find qualified domestic suppliers now. What you said makes sense. I will contact them later. Feeling the urgency of time, Zhang Fugui was also under great pressure. In the past few days, Chuncheng Stamping has successfully won all the nut plate orders for all Volkswagen models in China, and has now issued mold opening instructions to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. By then, the production capacity will be basically full. This will definitely affect the acquisition of subsequent new orders and the development of new customers. Kato Ichiro is a China expert. After studying in Northeast China, he joined IDA Stamping and is now the sales director of IDA Stamping's Huaxia branch. With the establishment of Yangcheng Honda and Toyota's consideration of finding partners in China, he keenly felt that the opportunity for IDA Stamping to develop greatly had come. As long as he won a few more press orders, the position of general manager of the Huaxia branch might be his. For these Japanese people, being able to stay in China as a local lord is definitely much more comfortable than returning to the headquarters. After all, at the headquarters, unless you are a senior executive, you still have to drive yourself every day and take the subway. It's not like in China, where the company provides a dedicated driver and car, as well as a secretary, rental and other services. In addition, the cost of living in China is not high, and even gods wouldn't change their lives. So he attached great importance to this visit to the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. It must be said that the Japanese people's superficial work is really well done. As soon as they came, they presented 2 boxes of Japanese specialty Shiroi Koibito chocolate sandwich biscuits. It's worth it. Hi, no need to worry about the other party not accepting it. But the intention is very different. Next, Ichiro Kato personally introduced the company of IDA Stamping and the situation of the stamping machine to Zhang Fugui and Zhang Tingting, and also emphasized his advantages in delivery time and after sales. There was no aggressive experience from Schuler at all. Just based on this point, Zhang Fugui and Zhang Tingting had a good impression of IDA Stamping. Of course, whether these Japanese equipment companies will sell equipment at a low price and eventually charge high accessories fees, this will be known later. At least now Zhang Fugui is very interested. Minister Kato, how long is the order cycle for your company's 600T PRG equipment? For Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, the arrival time of equipment is a very critical consideration. In a way, this is more important than the price. Minister Zhang, under normal circumstances, our cycle is 3 to 5 months. But if it is a 600T PRG equipment, we just have a sample for demonstration. If you don't mind, the equipment can be installed within a month and can be put into use in 2 months at most. As soon as Kato said this, Zhang Fugui's eyes lit up. He didn't mind samples or anything like that. Shouldn't the quality of the sample be better? It may be a surprise for Nanshan Stamping to be able to install it in a month. Minister Kato, can this equipment be used normally? Of course, there is no problem at all. Even the parts that have been thought of are still selected after fine processing, and the quality will only be better, not worse. How much is the total equipment fee and installation fee? The man has feelings, and the concubine has intentions. The progress of the negotiation is naturally very fast. If it is an order for other equipment, I still need to report to the headquarters before I can get a quotation. But for this sample, I will make the decision. The price is 3 million renminbi. Kato Ichiro is obviously very familiar with the situation of this sample. This quotation is definitely not cheap, but it can't be said to be expensive. Imported stamping equipment nowadays is priced at this price. After checking a lot of data, the price of an imported 600-ton stamping machine in 1999 was about 2 to 4 million renminbi. But this is just a reference figure, and the actual price is also affected by many factors, such as brand, model, equipment age, etc. AIDA's equipment is still relatively high-end in the stamping industry, so even the sample is taken as an intermediate value of 3 million. 3 million. 3 million in 1999 was definitely not a small amount. Even if Zhang Fugui was very interested in this equipment from Huitian, it was impossible to finalize it after one meeting. However, since there was an idea to buy it, the two sides would naturally have further contact. After agreeing on a time to confirm the equipment on site, Zhang Fugui sent Kato Ichiro away very enthusiastically. Then he immediately reported the situation to Chao Yang. What is the price of Schuler? As a senior automotive engineer in his previous life, Chao Yang often went to various supplier sites, and naturally he had heard of Huitian's stamping machine. So even if it was Japanese equipment, it was acceptable at this stage. In the future, when Nanshan Auto Parts Factory develops, it can set up its own equipment division. If many parts need to be made in the future, always buying equipment is equivalent to holding the lifeblood in the hands of others. Chao Yang, who aspires to become a giant in auto parts, naturally cannot accept such a situation. The current offer is 5 million, with more than 10 pages of offer conditions, and the attitude is not good. Delivery will be in half a year. Obviously, Zhang Fuguo has already made a choice in his heart. However, his choice is obviously in line with Chao Yang's idea. Then go to talk to Hui Tian. If all three equipment can be sold at a price of 3 million, we can place an order this week. Time waits for no one. Chao Yang decided to take a gamble. With the system in hand, he doesn't worry about losing. With the arrival of the first batch of payment for Chunqing stamping, his points finally began to change. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will soon welcome new products. If you order 3 at a time, I think there is still a chance. I will call Kato Ichiro later to test his attitude, Zhang Fuguo said while taking out his PHS. In the next few days, both parties were in close communication about the order of stamping machines. Huitian Stamping, eager to open up the Chinese market, made some concessions. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, which has high schedule requirements, also gave up some tangled issues. So the two parties quickly signed a formal purchase contract and paid a deposit. It seemed that all good things happened during this period. When the technicians of Huitian Stamping were busy installing equipment for Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, Bo Difan of Shanghai Volkswagen came to a phone call was made to Chao Yang. Chao, for the nut plates you are supplying now, can you get a CIF price of 4 yuan to Germany? Obviously, the other party should know the price that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory sold to Chunqing Stamping. Thinking of what Bu Difan had said before, that he would recommend his own nut plates to Volkswagen headquarters, Chao Yang swallowed the words he wanted to refuse immediately. No problem, Mr. Bu Difan, you said a CIF price of 4 yuan, then 4 yuan. Is your production capacity okay? Volkswagen has more than 4 million sales worldwide. Even if only 20% is switched to you, it is much more than the current supply. Since Bu Difan wanted to achieve results, he naturally actively recommended Nanshan Auto Parts Factory to the headquarters. But he must avoid any problems with QCD in the manufacturer he recommended. Q and C are not to be mentioned. He personally went to the site to confirm the process and the cost was also agreed. Then there is only the problem of D's delivery schedule. The biggest problem with the delivery schedule is that the production capacity is not enough. If this call came 10 days or half a month earlier, Chao Yang might have felt a little guilty. Now, Mr. Bu Difan, we just bought 3 600 PRG presses from Huitian some time ago. The first one is being installed in the factory, and the remaining 2 will arrive soon. So you don't have to worry about the production capacity. It will definitely be enough. Chao Yang gave a very confident answer. However, Bu Difan is a bit stubborn and will not say that there is no problem just because you say there is no problem. Chao, how many times can your 600 PRG press punch per minute? About 22 times, 1 punch out of 2, which is equivalent to 44 parts per minute, 640 pieces per hour, 3 shifts a day, minus 2 hours of mold change time and rest time, that's 80 pieces. In a month, based on 26 working days, that's 5 million pieces. This is just one device. If we take into account the 3 new devices we introduced and the 2 original devices, our monthly production capacity can reach 5 million pieces. Based on the calculation that a car has 30 nut plates, it can also meet the loading needs of 250,000 cars. Chao Yang said naturally. He understood what Bu Difan meant, so he calculated it all by himself without waiting for him to ask further. Sure enough, Bu Difan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Chao Yang said. 250,000 cars a month, 3 million a year. This is more than half of Volkswagen's global production. Obviously, Volkswagen cannot give all the nut plates in the world to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory in a short period of time. This will definitely take some time. Chao, the first batch of nut plate orders for 50,000 cars should be given to you by Deutsche soon, but there must be no problems. After having a bottom line in his mind, Bu Difan directly told Chao Yang a good news. Mr. Bu Difan, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will definitely not let you regret your decision today. In the future, we will definitely become Volkswagen's best supplier in the world. In addition, I have a better QCD proposal. I wonder if you are interested? Taking the opportunity of exporting parts to Volkswagen headquarters, Chao Yang felt that he should be bolder. Chao, if you have any suggestions, just say it. If Volkswagen can give the nut plates of all models in the world to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, then the cost can be reduced by another 20%. I think there will be no supplier in the world with a lower price than us. Chao Yang cut his selling price by 20% in one breath. Of course, he is not doing it randomly. Exporting auto parts can be tax rebated. On January 1, 1999, The export tax rebate for auto parts such as nut plates was increased from 11% to 17%. It seems that the price has been reduced by 20%, but in fact, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory only bears 3%. Although it seems that the profit has decreased in the short term. But for Chaoyang, turnover is the most important, and profit is secondary. After all, system points are linked to turnover. Of course, it is not that there is no profit. If there is not enough profit, there is no way to expand the scale of the factory, and ultimately the goal of expanding turnover cannot be achieved. Chao, your proposal is very bold. Huaxia can provide Volkswagen with inexpensive and high-quality nut plates. I think the people in the purchasing center will seriously consider your proposal. Bu Difan was just an intermediary in this matter, so it was impossible for him to agree to Chaoyang directly. However, his attitude was crucial. Bu Difan's call made Chaoyang realize that the development of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has entered the fast lane. Volkswagen has no reason not to use nut plates with lower cost and better quality. After a week of communication and integration, the purchasing center of Volkswagen Deutschland was very happy to finalize the order of nut plates for all models. Of course, it is definitely not an immediate switch. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory still needs to design and produce molds according to the drawings. Volkswagen Deutschland also needs to communicate well with its suppliers and change the nut plate manufacturer in accordance with the schedule of model switching. Overall, nut plates can be exported in large quantities starting from this month, and the nut plates of all Volkswagen models will be completed in the first half of next year. This means that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will expand production again. Zhang Fuguei can be said to be happy and painful. Fortunately, the production efficiency of PRG stamping machines is high, and one person only needs to watch one piece of equipment, so there will be no shortage of workers. Su Deshang, have you heard about Nanshan Auto Parts Factory? Schuler Huaxia's office is located in the bustling city center of Shanghai. Early in the morning, Su Deshang arrived at the company on time, and his boss Lucas called him to the office. Lucas, as a professional stamping equipment sales manager, I am very familiar with stamping factories all over China. Although this Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is not large in scale, it once ordered 2 presses from us last year, and I sold them to them. Although he didn't understand why this new boss suddenly mentioned the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory to him, Su Deshang still answered his question very confidently. Then do you know what the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has been up to recently? Lucas continued to ask expressionlessly. Their purchasing department contacted me some time ago and consulted about some equipment information, but I think that as a small factory like them, they should not have any demand for equipment purchases in the short term. What do you think? Lucas sneered. It seems that you really don't know. Su Deshang is also a smart man. From Lucas's tone, he felt something was wrong. Lucas, is there something wrong with this Nanshan Auto Parts Factory? Just last month, they ordered 3 PRG presses from Huitian Stamping, and then a few days ago, they ordered another 3 more. Lucas said, throwing the pen in his hand away. Su Deshang, the big order of 6 presses, worth at least 20 million, just slipped out of your hands like that. What do you do for a living? Although Schuler is a world-famous equipment manufacturer, the number of equipments sold each year is far more than 6. But for Schuler Huaxia, the order of 6 presses is definitely a big order. After all, in the field of presses, only a few dozen are sold in a year. Impossible. I have been to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, which is a small stamping factory on the verge of bankruptcy. Even if it has a little improvement, it does not need so many PRG presses. Su Deshang's first reaction was to disbelieve it. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory had ordered 2 PRG presses from him before, and now if it buys 6 from other manufacturers, it will be equivalent to 8. With this equipment, they simply cannot have so many parts to produce. Su Deshang is still quite confident about this. Don't tell me it's impossible. The first equipment of Huitian Press is almost installed, and the second equipment is ready to be shipped. You are still telling me it is impossible at this time? Lucas was able to become the general manager of Schuler China, so naturally he has some information channels of his own. The circle of the equipment industry is not very large, and the press industry is even smaller. Whether it is Schuler or Huitian, when they sell which equipment to which manufacturer, this kind of information is basically impossible to conceal. It's just that other people may know the news later or earlier. This. Su Deshang's face turned pale. How much commission and bonus did he lose? 6 units. No, I should think about how to face this situation, right? I specifically inquired about it. The nut plates produced by Nanshan Parts Factory are now supplied to Shanghai Volkswagen and Chongqing Volkswagen. They also cooperate with Yangcheng Honda, and even have parts ready for export. Obviously, their demand for stamping equipment is on the rise. I don't care what method you use, you must tell me about Nanshan Auto. If they still don't buy our next stamping equipment, then you should be more conscious and don't wait for me to drive you away. Lucas didn't give Su Deshang any face. For him, everything depends on performance. Su Deshang not only has no performance during this period, but also let the duck fly away. It would be strange if Lucas had a good tone with him. Lucas, they have already ordered so many stamping equipment. It is estimated that there will be no more demand in this regard in a short time. Instead of trying to please them, it is better to develop some other customers. Don't worry, I will start my business trip tomorrow and visit several customers who were interested before, and try to negotiate a stamping machine this year. Su Deshang was very panicked. Lucas has never spoken to any employee like this. No. The relationship with Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is ruined in your hands. If Schuler Huasha doesn't want to ruin its reputation, you must get their forgiveness. These foreigners all talk about interests. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory may bring benefits to Schuler, so he is a respectable customer. What Su Deshang is doing now may damage Schuler's interests, so he needs to make up for it. As for whether doing so will make Su Deshang lose face, this has nothing to do with Lucas. The company pays Su Deshang a monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan not to buy Su Deshang's face. Lucas. Okay, Su, you don't have to say more to me. Either get other people's forgiveness, or resign gracefully, and don't blame me for not giving you a chance. After Lucas finished speaking, he turned around and left. At this moment, Su Deshang couldn't tell how much regret he felt in his heart. If there was a regret pill in the world, he would definitely buy one and take it. Why did he look down on Nanshan Auto Parts Factory in the first place? Such a shabby factory, which is obviously nothing, how could it be favored by the public? Wouldn't this add trouble to himself? Su Deshang was very reluctant in his heart. But there was no way. If he didn't want to lose this decent and high-paying job, then he had to do things according to Lucas's requirements. Minister Zhang, I came to visit you this time to apologize to you. When you came to visit Shanghai before, I was in a bad mood because I had just broken up with my girlfriend, so I spoke in a bit of an aggressive tone. You are a magnanimous person, and you should not be angry with me. During this period, I have come out of the shadow of a broken heart, and I realized that my previous attitude was really inappropriate. As a professional, it is wrong for me to bring my personal emotions to work. It is very rude to let you bear my emotions for no reason. After this lesson, I also deeply realized my shortcomings. In short, I am deeply sorry for my temper in colliding with you before. I realize that my behavior is unreasonable, and I will try my best to control my emotions to avoid similar situations from happening again. I hope you can forgive my impulse and continue to cooperate with me. Listening to Su Deshang's words, Zhang Fugue had no expression on his face, but he was smiling in his heart. He was addicted to being the father of the client. As the director of the purchasing and sales department, he had enjoyed the treatment of the client before, but this time was different. On the one hand, the other party is an employee of Schuler, the leader in the stamping equipment industry, and on the other hand, the other party had humiliated him before. Now he apologized humbly and his attitude was extremely sincere. Well, although it may be superficial, it feels good. It's like a forced melon. Although it may not be sweet, it quenches thirst. Because he is not sure whether he will buy equipment from Schuler again in the future, he is also worried that if he keeps looking for Huitian, he will be controlled by them. So Zhang Fugue did not push his luck. Manager Su, you are polite. Schuler presses have their own ordering process and cycle. We fully understand that. We were forcing them before. I believe that the cooperative relationship between the two parties will be taken to a higher level in the future. Zhang Fugue casually exchanged a few words with Su Deshang and ended this meeting. However, such a story is obviously not good enough if it is not shared with everyone. Zhang Fugue, who felt that he could still make use of waste, deliberately told them this matter as a joke when the people from Huitian Stamping invited him to dinner. Mr. Liu, today when you contact each customer later, you must pay attention to the words. You should also pay more attention to the movements of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory and visit their contacts regularly. Kato Ichiro also obtained some useful information from Zhang Fugue's jokes. Dinner parties have always had a meaning. In addition to communicating feelings, obtaining information is also a very important reason. Minister Kato, Schuler actually took the initiative to come to apologize to Nanshan. It seems that he wants to take their orders in the future. However, Nanshan has already ordered so many presses. There should be no need to add equipment in the short term, right? Lu Wenfei thought in his heart whether his minister was too cautious. According to his speculation, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will not have the need for additional equipment in the next 3 years. Even the equipment ordered now will probably be idle. No, my point of view is completely different from yours. In recent years, I have also visited many stamping manufacturers. The strength of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, which can independently design and produce 600-ton PRG molds, and even difficult molds such as nut plates, should not be underestimated. There is a reason why Volkswagen gave them so many nut plates. With Nanshan's technology, they can produce a large number of stamping parts for the car body at any time. The mold design of these parts is much simpler than that of nut plates. Once they do this, then what will be needed is not just a few 600-ton PRGs. Especially for the production of large body skeleton parts, a 500-ton TRF multi-station stamping machine or even a 3,000-ton one is required. This is our IDA stamping strength. Kato Ichiro was obviously full of expectations for the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. It has to be said that these Japanese people are very capable in intelligence collection and analysis. Schuler made a mistake at the beginning, but IDA keenly discovered that the future of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is bright. Minister, you are really amazing. You can analyze so many things from such simple information. I need to learn more from you in the future. Lu Wenfei was very flattering and fawning on the side. There was no other way, he was taking money to help others get rid of disasters. What's the point of flattering? I am not Kongiji, I will not be after studying for a few years, I can't let go of my pride. I originally thought about making a lot of money from them on after-sales parts, but now it seems that I have to wait and see what happens later. As soon as Kato Ichiro said this, Lu Wenfei immediately felt that he had more to learn. Can the routines in doing business be so deep? It's just like an old sow wearing a bra, one set after another. The quality of our press has always been very good, and there won't be any problems easily. We only need to carry out daily maintenance. After-sales parts shouldn't make much money, right? Seeing that Kato Ichiro was very willing to share his unique experience with him today, Lu Wenfei also fully exerted his enthusiasm. This kind of thing, no one will teach you easily. If you rely entirely on yourself to explore, people with poor comprehension may never find the door in their lifetime. Mr. Lu, you don't understand this. Our equipment is of good quality and generally won't break down, but we can also make a lot of money with daily maintenance parts. You have to know that it is clearly written in our contract that all maintenance and repairs must use original parts from the IDA factory. If they don't do that, then we will not be responsible for the warranty. If there is a problem, no one at Nanshan Auto Parts Factory can afford the responsibility, and no one is willing to take this responsibility, so they can only ask us to buy after-sales parts. Even if it is a bolt, we can sell it for 1,000 yuan each. If we replace dozens of bolts, we can make tens of thousands of yuan in profit. Of course, I just gave an example, but that's the meaning. Kato Ichiro's words once again refreshed Lu Wenfei's cognition. Can equipment be sold in this way? If a bolt is sold for 1,000 yuan, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will not accept it, right? All after-sales parts must be specially customized. As you know, it is normal for customized things to be more expensive. If Nanshan Auto Parts Factory does not accept it, then you can choose to buy the parts and maintain them yourself, and choose to give up the warranty. Kato Ichiro spread his hands with a smile on his face. Although this trick has not been used at Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, he has already practiced it with other customers. The effect is great. December 12, 1999. In the future, this is a special day. However, for Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, or for Chaoyang, this is also a special day. The reinforcement plates provided by Nanshan Auto Parts Factory to Yangcheng Honda have officially started mass production and supply. Although the supply volume cannot be compared with Volkswagen, the number of customers of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has finally increased, which is very different. Eggs cannot be put in one basket. The mainstream automobile companies in the world are all potential customers in Chaoyang's eyes. He feels it is necessary to speed up the progress. Because with the arrival of the latest payment, Chaoyang found that his points finally exceeded 100. This means that the nut plates produced by Nanshan Auto Parts Factory have contributed more than 10 million in turnover. It's not easy. It took several months for a small part to break through 10 million in turnover. However, the things that can be exchanged for 100 points are very limited. Chaoyang took a look and found that none of the key parts such as VSA and ECU were less than 1,000 points, and the assembly parts of the gearbox required more than 10,000 points. What was even more exaggerated was that the chip actually required 100,000 points, which means that it required a turnover of 10 billion to redeem. When would this be possible? Fortunately, Chaoyang did not aim too high and directly chose the bolt and nut technology that could be redeemed for 100 points. Having already had the experience of exchanging nut plates, Chaoyang did not feel any particular discomfort this time and naturally accepted the extra bolt and nut information in his mind. Minister Zhang, please investigate and see which models of car companies such as Volkswagen, Honda, GM, and Peugeot Citroën are produced in China, and which bolts and nuts are imported from abroad. Although the parts technologies currently mastered are relatively small and inconspicuous, and even many large manufacturers disdain them, Chaoyang is not discouraged. Whether it is nut plates or bolts and nuts, if they are done well, there is still a lot of room for development. If I can get the orders for nut plates and bolts and nuts from big manufacturers like Volkswagen, GM, and Ford, I will definitely be a large-scale parts company with a production value of billions. At that time, I can enter the more critical parts technology in minutes. In terms of technology, at the beginning, it was a matter of survival. Starting with inconspicuous parts, this was a good method Chaoyang had to resort to. Director, this is quite a lot. As far as I know, except for some relatively unimportant parts, most of the bolts and nuts of domestic joint ventures are still imported from abroad. A small number of domestically produced ones are also purchased from foreign suppliers' factories in China. It is estimated that less than 10% of the bolts and nuts are actually purchased from domestic manufacturers. Although Zhang Fugui did not know much about the specific situation of bolts and nuts before, he had worked in this industry for many years and knew some basic information. In 1999, the spare parts industry of passenger cars in China was still extremely weak. Many parts that could be easily found by several domestic manufacturers in later generations are now imported. If we want to enter the bolt and nut industry, where do you think it would be better to start? Or which part of the bolt and nut do you think is most worth doing? When Chaoyang asked this, Zhang Fugui said without thinking, Director, bolts and nuts look simple, but there are actually many things to pay attention to. For example, the selection of raw materials, the control of processing technology, heat treatment technology and surface treatment technology. There are many more tricks than we imagined, and I think we should consider it carefully. Obviously, Zhang Fugui does not support Nanshan Auto Parts Factory to enter this industry. In his opinion, it is enough to make nut plates well. Then expand to the body stamping parts. There is no need to choose small and exquisite parts such as bolts and nuts. You don't have to worry about these problems for now, just answer my questions first. Hearing what Chaoyang said, Zhang Fugui was a little helpless, and said, if we consider it from a technical perspective, the simpler the bolts and nuts are, the more suitable they are for us to get involved. For example, some bolts and nuts inside the car that do not require high corrosion protection and have a relatively low strength grade are more likely to be made by us. But to say which part of the bolts and nuts are most worth making, that's another result. The bolts and nuts related to the engine, the chassis, and the wheel mounting bolts are generally of higher value and are currently imported from abroad. They are the most worthy of domestic manufacturers to do it. But domestic manufacturers simply can't make such parts that meet the requirements. Zhang Fugui said this, combined with Chaoyang's later understanding of auto parts, and he almost had an idea in his mind. It has to be difficult, valuable, and everyone can see it at a glance. It seems that wool bolts are the most suitable for this requirement. Director, these wool bolts, whether they are Volkswagen, General Motors, Honda, or Peugeot Citroën, are all imported from overseas. They are a very difficult type of parts. We can't make them. It's not that he deliberately wanted to destroy his prestige. Zhang Fugui really felt that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory couldn't make wool bolts. What can't be done? These wool bolts are nothing more than higher material requirements, higher processing difficulty, and more complicated heat treatment control. Zhang Fugui. Is that all? There are generally about 5 wheel bolts on a wheel, and there are 20 on a car. The price of each bolt is estimated to be around 10 yuan if imported from abroad. In the fastener industry, it is definitely a hot commodity. If it were that easy to do, would it be the turn of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory? The fastener factories affiliated to Shanghai Automobile Group and Chuncheon Automobile Group must have done it a long time ago. Even companies like Shanghai Volkswagen, which are under great pressure to localize, will not choose this type of parts as a breakthrough point to increase the localization rate. Even in later generations, most of the parts of a car have been localized, and many of the remaining imported parts are bolts and nuts of special specifications. Of course, electronic components such as chips, resistors, and capacitors are another matter. Director, are you serious? Seeing that Chaoyang didn't look like he was joking at all, Zhang Fugui felt a little flustered. The Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, which had finally gotten back on track, would not fall into trouble again, right? Isn't it nice to make nut plates and other stamping parts? Why bother? I'll give you a list of equipment that needs to be purchased later, and we will start preparing for the production of bolts and nuts immediately. Chao Yang's answer was more direct than any explanation. The factory is his, and it is the result of his hard work to revive it this year. Zhang Fuguo really didn't know how to refute for a moment, so he could only do it first. Although Chao Yang has a full set of nut plate and bolt nut technology in mind, it is obviously impossible for him to be responsible for the design process, molds and other contents of such parts for each customer in the future. Therefore, it is very important to train Nanshan Auto Parts Factory's own technical personnel and R&D personnel. In this era, it is very difficult to find an undergraduate in a small private factory. This obviously cannot meet Chao Yang's plan. Thinking of the time when he took a walk with his mother after dinner yesterday, she asked him if he had considered returning to school to complete his studies. Chao Yang thought that he could consider whether he could recruit a few college students. Shares and the like are naturally impossible. No one can do it. But the salary can still be more competitive. After all, the profit margin of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is relatively high, so it is not a problem to support a few college students. It is better to act than to be moved. He immediately asked the personnel of the Human Resources and General Affairs Department to contact and caught up with the latest job fair of his alma mater. In this year, campus job fairs are not as exaggerated as in later generations. In September and October, a lot of companies started various presentations, and by November and December, they basically began to come to an end. For graduates of this generation, most of the time they start looking for jobs in December, or even in the second half of their senior year. So Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is not backward. However, when Chao Yang and Zhang Tingting sat in front of their recruitment tables and watched other companies in the venue collecting resumes, they felt a little complicated. Especially since the booth of Yangcheng Procter & Gamble was just a dozen meters away. The scene. Director, college students now like to work for foreign companies. I just looked at Procter & Gamble. They advertised that the annual salary in the first year can reach 50,000. Who can compare with that? Zhang Tingting walked around the venue a little disappointed and complained to Chao Yang. Those college students walked past our booth, and many of them didn't even want to take a second look and left. No one is willing to come. Director, your classmates should also be seniors, right? Why don't you contact them directly to see if anyone is willing to come to our factory? Zhang Tingting felt that if she wanted to recruit college students at Lingnan University of Technology, she would definitely not be able to rely on normal methods. College students have high standards. Lingnan University of Technology is one of the best universities in Guangzhou and even in the whole South China, so there is no need to worry about finding a job. Although the first enrollment expansion has been completed, the number of college students has just reached 1 million. Compared with the situation of adding a zero at the end, employment is not a problem at all. After leaving school, I didn't contact anyone. According to my understanding, more than 1/3 of those classmates went abroad, and 1/3 went abroad. 1/3 of the students are in graduate school, and the remaining few in a class are looking for jobs. They probably all have found jobs. Even if they don't, they probably won't come to our factory. Chao Yang still has some understanding of his classmates. He suddenly dropped out of school, and basically lost contact with them. After all, this is not the era of everyone having a mobile phone. The most important thing is that when Chao Yang was in school, except for a few people in the same dormitory, the relationship between other classmates was not very good. The reason may be that he only focused on studying, or it may be because he was too handsome and always attracted the attention of a few girls, so his popularity with men was naturally not good. No wonder no one has come up to say hello to you at this job fair so far. It seems that your classmates basically haven't come. Zhang Tingting's judgment is obviously quite accurate. Although the job fair is held at Lingnan University of Technology, most of the people who come are from other nearby universities. Real graduates of Lingnan University of Technology rarely need to go to this type of job fair to find jobs. Excuse me, are you recruiting people majoring in material forming and control engineering? Just as Zhang Tingting and Chao Yang were talking, a thin student with a pair of thick glasses came over. Recruit. Of course we recruit. Our factory has its own mold center and we just need talents in this area. This was the first time that a student took the initiative to ask, and Chao Yang didn't care about the other party's level, and he talked to the other party very actively. There is no way. College students nowadays are precious, and they don't need to take off their long gowns or put down their airs to find good jobs. It's not like more than 20 years later. Director Chao, I didn't pass the English level 4, does it matter? After chatting for a while, the two sides had a little understanding. And this student named He Qingxuan was obviously quite interested in Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. It doesn't matter, we don't have a hard requirement for English. I also failed English in college, and I may not be able to get a degree certificate. Does it matter? He Qingxuan said again, but don't worry, my professional English is still good, and I can understand the basic English technical requirements. It doesn't matter, you can tell me if you have any worries. Chao Yang gradually understood a little bit. It seemed that He Qingxuan must have hit a wall in other places, so he came to his side. Sure enough, normal college students still look down on Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. I am only interested in mold design and related knowledge, and I am not interested in other things. So I failed several subjects such as Marxism, physical education, and ideological and political education. When He Qingxuan said this, the voice became noticeably smaller. Obviously, this is a student with obvious subject bias. What do you think of PRG molds? Chao Yang planned to get to know the other party well. If there is potential, it is not impossible to recruit him and focus on training him. He Qingxuan, who was originally unkempt and looked a little sloppy, immediately changed his eyes after hearing Chao Yang's question, and the whole person seemed to be rejuvenated. Director Chao, PRG stamping dies are high-precision dies used for metal stamping. They have high precision and durability, and can produce metal products of various shapes and sizes. They have a wide range of applications, including automotive, electronics, aviation, medical and other fields. Of course, they are mainly used abroad, and there are very few in China. PRG stamping dies have the following advantages. The first is high precision. The processing accuracy of PRG stamping dies is very high, and they can produce metal products with relatively precise shapes and sizes, greatly improving the quality of products and work efficiency. The second is good durability. Since PRG stamping dies are made of high-quality materials, they have high durability and bending resistance, and can withstand complex processing with very good stability. At the same time, they can also increase service life and reduce maintenance costs. The third is easy maintenance and replacement. The design and manufacture of PRG stamping dies are convenient and easy, and can be quickly maintained and replaced. They can adapt to the needs of product upgrades or market changes more quickly, and can also greatly improve economic benefits. The fourth is high production efficiency. PRG stamping dies have high manufacturing precision and high efficiency, are suitable for mass production, can speed up production and reduce production costs. Although the cost of PRG molds is relatively high and the design difficulty is relatively high, it is far less widely used in China than TDM molds, but I think that in the next 10 or 20 years, PRG molds will definitely be used on a large scale in various industrial sectors. Although what He Qingxuan said was a bit general in Chao Yang's opinion, it was already very good for a senior student to be able to do this. After all, there is still very little knowledge about PRG molds in China. How about this, classmate He Qingxuan, you probably don't know much about our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Why don't you go with us to visit it directly, and then you can come to the factory for internship in the next month. If both parties think it is suitable, then we will sign the three-party employment agreement. What do you think? Chao Yang's proposal was exactly what He Qingxuan wanted. Then, the two of them simply left the job fair, leaving Zheng Tingting stunned beside them. There are geniuses in this world, and many of them are partial to certain subjects. For example, Mr. Qian Zhongshu, the literary master who wrote Fortress Besieged, only scored 15 points in the math test that year and almost missed the opportunity to enter Tsinghua University. There are many other similar cases. So Chao Yang really didn't reject He Qingxuan because of his partiality. Of course, the main reason is that he didn't have many choices. The current Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has too little appeal among college students. It will be different in a few years. Director Chao, this PRG mold is so long? At the production site, He Qingxuan stared at the nut plate mold in front of him in amazement. Ordinary molds, even 500-ton large stamping machines, are only about 3 meters long. But Nanshan's 600-ton PRG mold can actually reach this length. Watching the nut plates being formed in the mold one by one, He Qingxuan had already made a decision in his heart. That's nothing. We have a nut plate mold that is 1 meter longer than this one. Even the 1,000-ton PRG press we will import in the future will use a mold that can reach 5 meters in length. Even if you travel all over the country, you won't find a PRG mold of this length. Chao Yang is obviously very confident about the PRG mold he designed. Not to mention that the domestic PRG process has not yet become mainstream. Even in the world, no one is better than the system, right? Director, is this mold designed and produced by our factory? When He Qingxuan said this, his eyes were staring at Chao Yang. Obviously, this question is very important to him. Of course. I designed the first set of PRG molds and directed the workers to process them. The subsequent PRG molds will be slowly handed over to other colleagues. Director, I am willing to come to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. I can even not get a salary in the first year, but I have a request. Hearing Chao Yang's affirmative answer, He Qingchuan immediately made a decision. What request? I want to worship you as my teacher and learn the design technology of PRG molds from you, is that okay? When he finished speaking, He Qingchuan was a little nervous. My request is a bit excessive to a certain extent. This is quite common in China. So he was not sure if Chao Yang was willing to teach him. No problem. But I have a request. Although He Qingchuan was only a student at Lingnan Technical Normal College, which was neither a 985 nor a 211, Chao Yang could feel that he had great potential in mold design and production. If a person wants to master a skill, he must like it. Otherwise, his achievements will be very limited. Master, please tell me. He climbed up the ladder like this, without any of the restraint he had at the beginning. It seems that people are indeed fickle. It's okay if you want to learn PRG mold design technology, but you need to sign a non-compete agreement. If you leave Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, you are not allowed to work in PRG mold-related jobs within 5 years. Is there a problem? Nanshan Auto Parts Factory's PRG technology is the best in the country. I left here out of my mind. Master, there is no problem at all. I can sign it now. I want to work in the factory today. Anyway, I'm a senior and there are not many classes in school. The originally dull He Qingchuan became energetic at this time. He wanted to lie on the PRG mold and see every structure inside clearly. No problem, if you think it's inconvenient to go back to school every day, you can ask the Human Resources and General Affairs Department to arrange a dormitory for you and live directly in the factory. As for salary, I'll give you 500 first, and then give you a raise after you graduate and officially enter Nanshan. Chao Yang also wanted to verify He Qingchuan's quality as soon as possible to see if he could bring him a surprise. So far, his impression is still good. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has a workaholic. The news spread throughout the factory in just 1 week. Old Kai, I heard that the young man who just joined your technical department only sleeps 5 hours a day, and spends the rest of the time in the workshop? While eating in the cafeteria, Zhang Fuguwei sat next to Kai Rong with great curiosity, gossiping. Don't mention it. Originally, people in our technical department didn't need to work overtime often, but now it's not easy for everyone to leave immediately after get off work. That He Qingchuan is really too crazy, he is simply studying day and night. From the arrival of materials to the shipment of nut plates, every day of the factory is very busy. He Qingchuan asked dozens of questions to everyone in every link, until you can't answer them. Then he started to ask our technical department people one by one with the questions confirmed on the spot, and even went directly to the factory director for advice. I don't know what to say. Kai Rong's mood at this time is complicated. If an ordinary employee is so hard-working, he must be happy. But this employee is the factory director's apprentice, so he has to think more. Could it be that the factory director thinks that the people in the technical department are not working hard enough? Does he want the people in the technical department to come early and leave late every day like He Qingchuan? Or does the factory director think that the people in the technical department are not good enough, so he starts to recruit people from outside and train them himself? Whatever the reason, it is not what Kai Rong wants to see. That He Qingchuan, I also know that when I went to Lingnan University of Technology to recruit that day, I only recruited him, a college student. No wonder the factory director attaches great importance to him and trains him as a backbone. Is his progress really as magical as the legend says, and he knows the current PRG mold like the back of his hand? Zhang Fuguwei continued to ask curiously. There are finished PRG molds and semi-finished products being processed on site. In addition, with the personal guidance of the factory director, his progress is indeed very fast. But it is obviously an exaggeration to say that he knows it like the back of his hand. Kai Rong was a little guilty when he said this. He felt that if he didn't study the new technology well, it was estimated that by next year, He Qingchuan might really become the most capable person in the technical department. By then, would he still be able to sit firmly in the position of the director of the technical department? Then He Qingchuan is so active as a person who has just entered the factory. It seems that I have to urge the people in the purchasing and sales department. If Zhang Fuguwei's words were heard by his subordinates, it is estimated that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory would have another group of people who disliked He Qingchuan. After all, in an organization, people who work too hard often have bad relationships with others. The factory director's trick is really powerful. I feel that the enthusiasm of employees in various departments seems to be higher than before these days, and there are fewer people who leave after get off work. Hee, what do you think? Not to mention the nut plates, even the wheel bolts that are being prepared for trial production are enough to show that the factory director is a genius. 1999 was an extraordinary year for Chaoyang. Many things happened this year. However, judging from the final result, everything was fine. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, which has successfully started to supply nut plates to 2 Volkswagens in China and Volkswagen headquarters, and supply reinforcement parts to Yancheng Honda, is on the right track. Sales are higher every month. Especially in the last month, the predicted turnover is as high as 8 million. This number is naturally not enough to look at in the future. But for the domestic auto parts industry in 1999, it is still a good result. The most important thing is that 8 million is not the peak, and there is still a chance for sales to continue to set new highs every month. In this way, the financial pressure of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory was immediately relieved. Even the bank that originally urged early repayment of the loan has changed its attitude now. Not only did they take the initiative to send New Year's Day blessings and gifts, but they also said that they could continue to provide loan support. Sure enough, the financial industry is the most scornful of the poor and the rich. Director, the Spring Festival will be on the 4th of next month. After the New Year's Day holiday, everyone will start to care about the year-end bonus. What do you think the finance department should do? Zhang Tingting has several positions and has arranged everything for each position. Chaoyang trusts her very much now. So when it comes to bonuses, the other directors naturally instigated Zhang Tingting to come and ask, how was it distributed last year? Chaoyang has only been in charge of the factory for half a year, and he really hasn't paid attention to the past. In previous years, 1 month's salary was generally distributed as a year-end bonus, but last year was special and no one was distributed. Zhang Tingting finished speaking, and added, everyone has been busy in the past 6 months, so there should be some expectations for the year-end bonus. In 2000, the salary of all employees was generally adjusted by 10%. As long as the company continues to develop, the basic salary will be generally adjusted every year in the future. In addition, everyone will be given 3 months' salary as a year-end bonus. Chaoyang gave the answer without much hesitation. It cannot be said that it is useless to talk so much about feelings and chicken soup with employees. But in the end, it is still more effective to give money directly. Chaoyang, who had been a social animal for so many years in his previous life, I have a deep understanding of this. The current job does not pay much. Even for a position like Zhang Tingting, the basic salary is only 3,000 yuan a month. In the future, wouldn't it be worth adding a zero? Most of the workers on the production site also get about 500 yuan. It is not stressful to pay an extra 3 months' salary as a bonus. This is obviously a good thing for the future recruitment of personnel at Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Director, you are so wise. I will immediately draft a notice to tell everyone this good news. Zhang Tingting is also a worker. When she left her hometown and came to Guangzhou, she naturally wanted to make money. Sure enough, after the news spread, everyone's work enthusiasm increased a lot. Even those people in the technical department who were a little bit overwhelmed by He Qingxuan felt that they could work harder. From this perspective, the extra hundreds of thousands of bonuses are still very valuable. Near the end of the year, all departments are reporting to Chaoyang on the key projects in 2000. Chaoyang himself is also thinking about how to speed up the development of Nanshan Parts Factory. There will be no problem if we proceed step by step. After all, with the nut plates and reinforced versions on the right track, and the bolt and nut production line that is currently introducing equipment, the lower limit of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will not be very low. After more than 10 years, it will be no problem to go public and become a company with a market value of tens of billions. But Chaoyang's pursuit is obviously not just that. After living again, he hopes that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory can become the largest auto parts giant in China and even the world. It will be very difficult to achieve this goal. This means that he is destined to take some extraordinary measures. Director, the stamping equipment we ordered from Huitian will be fully installed next month, but our production load cannot meet the demand for these equipment, and half of them may be idle. Others reported good things, but when it came to the production management department, it was such bad news. This put a lot of pressure on Minister Dai Hanbiao. Don't worry about this, I already have some ideas, and there should be new orders coming soon. Chaoyang's words made the ministers present at the meeting feel relieved. Although everyone doesn't know where the orders will come from, but Chaoyang has brought too many miracles to everyone in the past 6 months, and everyone subconsciously feels that what Chaoyang said can be realized. There should be room for further improvement in the nut plates we export to Volkswagen. After the new year, should we go to Wolfsburg to visit the people at the Volkswagen headquarters procurement center to see if we can further speed up the pace of adopting our nut plates? Zhang Tingting made a constructive suggestion. Although Chao Yang and Bu Difan had basically agreed on the general direction before, it would obviously take time to implement it in the end. No need for now. I guess we will go to America after the new year and see how it goes then. Chao Yang's words immediately aroused Zhang Fugui's curiosity. Director, we don't have any cooperation with customers in America. We wanted to visit GM in Shanghai before, but we were rejected. Are we going to visit GM and Ford this time? Yes, GM and Ford are the first and second largest automobile sales in the world. Whether it's our nut plates or wheel bolts, the best way to quickly expand the scale is to supply GM and Ford. As soon as Chao Yang said this, Zhang Fugui couldn't help but add, but we don't know anyone at GM and Ford headquarters, and we can't even find the door when we go there. As the director of the purchasing and sales department, he seemed a little incompetent to say this. But Zhang Fugui really didn't have any ideas at all, and he didn't dare to show off at this time. Don't worry, I have a way to make them contact us actively. Chao Yang showed a mysterious smile. Will they contact us actively? Zhang Fugui felt that his ideas were completely out of step with Chao Yang. GM and Ford are not just the first and second largest automobile companies in the world, they are also large companies ranked among the top 500 in the world. It's not that Zhang Fugui belittled Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, they are really not on the same level. Now Chao Yang said that the other party would contact him actively, and he really couldn't understand it. Director, you asked me to prepare a visa to the United States in advance a few days ago. Could it be related to this matter? Zhang Tingting's curiosity was also aroused. Going to the United States, whether it is for business or personal matters, is worth looking forward to in this era. Chao Yang did not explain to everyone how he was going to attack General Motors and Ford. This made all the ministers very curious. Far across the Pacific Ocean, Jenny, the editor of Yahoo Auto Channel, received a very special email a few days ago. Someone exposed that Toyota and a Chinese designer were discussing the purchase of a pickup truck's exterior design drawing, and the contributor also attached the front shape of the car. Although Yahoo Auto Channel receives some spy photos every now and then, and the reading volume of this kind of news is relatively high, most of those spy photos are photos of various car companies in the trial and testing phase of new models. And the photos are often not particularly clear. It is rare for the plan to be exposed in the early design and the drawings to be directly provided. Normally, Jenny will publish an article based on this submission information after a little editing. But Jenny, who has been in the automotive industry for more than 10 years, is keenly aware that the appearance of this pickup truck is very stunning. America is the world's largest auto market, and consumers here like pickup trucks the most. This is completely different from other markets. Even if China's automobile market becomes the world's #1 in the future, pickup trucks will not be on the table. But in America, there must be pickup trucks in the top few best-selling lists, and even more than one. Realizing the stunningness of this pickup truck, coupled with the exposure of the cooperation between Toyota and Chinese designers, and even the contact information of Chinese designers, Jenny immediately planned to write a good article and report it as the headline of the Automobile Channel. After all, Toyota is now the biggest rival of American automobile giants such as General Motors and Ford. Jenny believes that this article will definitely become the most read existence in the Automobile Channel this month. In this way, after 2 days of brewing and revision, Jenny's article appeared in the eyes of netizens. Edward, why haven't you come to the company today? In a large villa in the suburbs of Detroit, Edward, who was sleepy, just pressed his Motorola S6188 and heard a familiar voice urging him. Austin, I am a designer. I need to find inspiration every night. It's normal to get up late and go to the company late. In 2000, General Motors was still relatively prosperous. Although many hidden dangers behind it could be seen, at least the company's profits were still increasing steadily. Edward, the design director, naturally did not have such great work pressure. Sight. Sooner or later you will die in a woman's belly. Hurry up and turn on your computer and go to Yahoo to read the news. Austin knew Edward too well. As the purchasing director of General Motors, there was a lot of work that needed to be communicated between him and the design director. In addition, the two had a good personal relationship, so they were also good friends. Obviously, Austin found something related to Edward. What? Could it be that Yahoo's stock fell? Edward, I don't have time to joke with you now. If this matter is not handled well, it will be more troublesome than the fall of Yahoo's stock. Austin and Edward both bought Yahoo's stock. Now hearing what Austin said, Edward finally became serious. Wait a minute, I'll go and take a look right away. Edward, who had been lazily lying on the bed with one hand on the ball, immediately stood up and quickly turned on his computer. In 1999, the penetration rate of computers in China was still relatively low. But in America, it has begun to enter thousands of households. Soon, Edward entered Yahoo and saw the top news on the car channel. What do these Japanese want to do? They have caused us so much trouble by making low fuel consumption cars. Do they want to compete with us for the pickup truck market? Edward knew the situation without Austin explaining anything. Judging from the sketch drawings exposed by Yahoo, the exterior design of this pickup truck is amazing. Coupled with Toyota's low fuel consumption, low cost and good quality, we will be in big trouble then. Austin's words made Edward agree deeply. Since the 1980s, Japanese cars have conquered the American market and seized a lot of market share. Toyota's Corolla and Camry, Honda's Accord and Civic are all leaders in their respective market segments, defeating GM and Ford. If it weren't for the American people's special liking for large displacement cars, GM's crisis would probably have erupted now, and it would not have waited until the financial crisis. Austin, do you have any way to get in touch with Yahoo Auto? I think it's necessary to meet with them and see how to this cooperation from Toyota. As a designer, Edward can feel the amazingness of the sketches that have been exposed better than anyone else. He is sure that if the designs of other parts are as amazing as those exposed, then this pickup truck will become a classic of the generation. Toyota's pickup trucks are still not as good as Ford and GM in the United States. If they have such a pickup truck, then things will be really serious. At that time, the pressure on Edward, the design director, will definitely be huge. Our sales have a cooperation with Yahoo Auto Channel, and we will definitely be able to find the editor of this article, but I think you need to act faster. After all, you can think of snatching this cooperation project from Toyota, but Ford, Chrysler and Dodge can't think of it? Besides, will Toyota wait there after seeing this article? When Austin said this, Edward immediately became nervous. He knew that there was not much time left for him. At the same time, Ford Motor's design director Metz was already reporting his proposal to CEO Nasser. Ford Motor at this time still had capital to be proud of. In 1999, Ford Motor held as much as $22 billion in cash. From 1997 to 2000, Ford Motor's profit reached an astonishing $39 billion. Volvo, Land Rover, Aston Martin and Jaguar now all belong to Ford Motor. Because of this, Ford Motor wants to go one step further and pull down General Motors to become the leader of the global automotive industry. Metz, is this sketch really not drawn by you? Nasser was able to become the CEO of Ford Motor, and now his vision is also very powerful. He could see at a glance that the car model in front of him was very promising. But the content of Metz's report to him made him a little confused. Nasser, I really hope this is my achievement, but the fact is regrettable. Metz spread his hands and continued, now we should focus on how to get a complete model appearance map and how to make this car a new car for Ford. While General Motors and Ford were busy with the report on Yahoo Auto Channel, Toyota, the target of the scandal, was confused. Have you found out? Which department is discussing the design plan with Huaxia? Why have I never heard of any relevant reports? In Toyota City, Aichi Prefecture, Japan, the prefecture level in Japan is higher than the city. President Fujio Chang questioned the design director Atsuo Fukichi in his office in displeasure. The American market is the most important market for Toyota, and Fujio Chang pays attention to the situation there every day. He naturally saw the news on Yahoo Auto Channel. On the contrary, when the design director Atsuo Fukichi was asked just now, he looked confused. He had no idea what happened. Finally, with Fujio Chang's reminder, he figured out the situation. However, after investigating for most of the day, he still couldn't find out which department was responsible for this matter. President, our design center has no contact with Huaxia. It must not be someone under me. Didn't the company discuss the joint venture with Huaxia Chuncheng Automobile Group during this period? Could it be that the team responsible for the joint venture project is in contact? Fukichi Atsuo was not deliberately shirking responsibility, but really confirmed it seriously, but to no avail. I am personally following the joint venture project of Huaxia. No one will contact the Huaxia people without authorization. Zhang Fujio immediately denied Fukichi Atsuo's speculation. Could it be someone from the North American Design Center who contacted? Obviously, he still felt that this matter was mostly a mess caused by the design department. The news was exposed before the negotiation was concluded. It's really embarrassing. No, the North American Design Center also doesn't understand it at all. They thought that there was something going on here at the headquarters and were asking when the complete appearance drawings could be given to them. So, the North American Design Center is very optimistic about the appearance drawings of this pickup truck? As the president of Toyota Motor, Zhang Fujio is naturally quite capable. Some conclusions can be drawn from the words reported by his subordinates. Yes, I am very optimistic. The best-selling product is the pickup truck. Judging from some of the exterior pictures exposed on Yahoo, this pickup truck is not only cool, but also combines elegance and ferocity. It mixes several seemingly contradictory genes together and has the potential to hit the sales champion. As the design director of Toyota Motor, Atsuo Fukichi has a very keen perception of the appearance of cars. He can basically draw a conclusion at a glance whether the appearance of a car is successful or not. Continue to check. Let each department check to see if anyone is in contact with the Chinese designer. Zhang Fujio quickly gave instructions. At the same time, try to find out which Chinese designer this design drawing comes from, and find a way to buy this appearance drawing back. President, I have already made arrangements, but the information I have received so far is a bit strange. Why is it strange? The contact address and personnel information currently obtained show that it was designed by the director of a small factory in China called Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. I suspect this information is false. Atsuo Fukichi couldn't understand how such a stunning appearance could come from such a small factory. If it was made by professors from Huaqing University or the two universities in Shanghai, it would be understandable. It's just designing an appearance, not making a car. If it really comes from this small factory, it would be a pity if we miss it. Pickup trucks are the most popular car models in America. We can realize the goodness of this shape. General Motors and Ford will also know it. You have to act faster. Toyota's development in America is very smooth, which has brought great pressure to local snakes such as General Motors and Ford. But so far, Toyota's pickup truck market in America is far inferior to them. Obviously, Zhang Fujio wants to take this opportunity to break this situation. President, I have a bold idea that may give me a head start in this matter. What idea? Hurry up and tell me. Isn't the company negotiating a joint venture with Huaxia? They attach great importance to this project. If we let Chuncheng Automobile Group help us, things should be much easier. As soon as Atsuo Fukichi made his proposal, Zhang Fujio's eyes lit up. It was bright. Although he was from Japan, his ancestors came from China, so he was quite concerned about the situation in China. In addition, he had personally participated in the negotiations of the joint venture project in the past year, so he was considered to be half an expert in China. Obviously, Fukichi Atsuo's proposal was very feasible. In this way, you go to China in person, don't be afraid of spending money, and you must get this drawing back. On the plane from Detroit to Guangzhou, Edward sat down in the first-class cabin, took out a document prepared by the people of Modu General Motors, and read it carefully again. Edward, what a coincidence, you are going to China too. Just as he was thinking about how much he should spend to get the desired appearance drawing, a familiar figure appeared. Zit! As soon as Edward looked up, he couldn't help but utter a Chinese curse in his heart. How could Metz, the design director of Ford Motor, be on the same flight with him? What was he doing in China? Without thinking too much, Edward knew that the other party's purpose was the same as his. Ha ha! It's a bit of a coincidence. China has a history of 5,000 years. I heard there are many places of interest and historical sites. I just happened to go there to find some design inspiration. Although Edward knew that Mace could guess the purpose of his trip to China, he still made up an excuse. That's a coincidence. I'm also going to find inspiration this time. How about we go together? Ford's scale in the United States is smaller than that of General Motors. After all, it is the second largest. So Mace was really a little worried that Edward would take away what he wanted. Sometimes I like to think alone and find design inspiration. Edward refused without thinking too much. What a joke! If we act together, how can I go to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory? If you want to find design inspiration, you should go to the imperial capital. There are more ancient buildings there, and it is easier to find design inspiration. Mace said as he sat down next to Edward. The two of them talked there with a fake smile. However, in each other's hearts, they made some modifications to the plans they were originally going to throw out. After all, no one wants to lose. Chow Yun directed and acted out a news about the appearance of the 12th generation Ford F-150 model, originally thinking of catching General Motors and Ford. However, the first people to come to the door were people from Toyota. Seeing the general manager of Chuncheng Stamping bringing Fukichi Atsuo and others, Chow Yun naturally received them warmly. Guests are welcome. Not to mention that Chuncheng Stamping is now his big customer. Just for the title of Toyota Motor Design Director, Chao Yang also had to warmly entertain Atsuo Fukichi. After all, the tricks he was going to use on General Motors and Ford would also be effective on Toyota. At worst, he could just take out Toyota's later Camry and make a fortune. I don't know if it was a side effect of crossing or because the system exchanged the nut plate and bolt technology. Chao Yang found that he could clearly remember the appearance of the car models he had seen in his previous life, and his drawing ability has obviously risen to a higher level. Although there is still a gap compared to professionals, it is definitely a professional among amateurs. Director Chao, I'm sorry to bother you, but I still want to confirm first, are those drawings reported on the Yahoo Auto channel drawn by you? Before coming to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, Fukichi Atsuo naturally learned about Chao Yang. Lingnan University of Technology is also a good school in the south of China, but he still finds it hard to believe that Chao Yang, who has not even graduated from university, can draw such amazing styling drawings. If Mr. Fukichi is talking about the drawings of those pickup trucks, then it should be me. But I'm not sure why Yahoo Auto said that I was discussing cooperation with Toyota Motor. Chao Yang's affirmative reply made Fukichi Atsuo feel relieved. Whether he believes it or not, at least so far, he has taken a step closer to the success of the mission. Director Chao, maybe the editors of Yahoo have foresight and can predict the cooperation between Toyota Motor and Nanshan Auto Parts Factory today. Dong Chun, the general manager of Chuncheng Stamping next to him, said something, which immediately made the atmosphere in the conference room much more relaxed. Sure enough, someone who can become the general manager of a state-owned enterprise has a high emotional intelligence. That's right. Fukichi Atsuo felt that dealing with a young man would make things much easier. However, he soon discovered that the young man in front of him was just like an old hand. As long as he didn't get to the point, Chao Yang would just talk nonsense with him. Director Chao, I think the pickup truck you designed is the most perfect I've ever seen in my life. I wonder if I can see the complete drawings today? In the end, it was Fukichi Atsuo who took the initiative to get the topic on track. Don't worry, Mr. Fukichi, you are a guest when you come. We Chinese are the most hospitable. There are many delicious foods in Guangzhou. We will go and taste them first. We will talk about the design drawings tomorrow. People from GM and Ford have already contacted Chao Yang through emails. It seems that they will come over in the next 2 days. At this time, the initiative is completely in Chao Yang's hands. He also knows how to wait for the price to sell. Even though he now has a perfect solution to deal with Toyota, GM, and Ford, it does not affect his own appropriate delay. Let the three of them feel the pressure from each other. Director Chao, how about we talk about business first? It's not too late to have dinner later. Dong Chun also came with a mission today. Although he was not directly involved in the joint venture negotiations between Chuncheng Automobile Group and Toyota Motor, he knew some news. Now that the group leader has called him personally and asked him to bring Fukichi Atsuo to the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory to discuss cooperation, he will naturally do his best to promote it. I'm afraid this serious matter cannot be negotiated for a while. People from General Motors and Ford have contacted me in advance. I can't just finish the discussion without even meeting them, right? Chao Yang inadvertently threw out the information about General Motors and Ford, which immediately confused Fukichi Atsuo's heart. Although it had been speculated before that automobile companies such as General Motors and Ford would not have no movement at all. But when he really heard the news, Fukichi Atsuo was still a little uncomfortable. The difficulty of completing his task has increased a lot. Director Chao, everything is based on first come first served. Toyota Motor arrived earlier than General Motors and Ford, which shows that their sincerity is more sufficient. Besides, it's just a talk. I'm not asking you to make a decision right now. I think there shouldn't be any problem, right? Dong Chun felt that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory was his own supplier, so he had to give it some face. However, he probably didn't fully understand the situation. Mr. Dong is right. I'll listen to Mr. Fukik's conditions first, and that's fine. Chao Yang gave his answer calmly. In developing the domestic auto parts industry, it would be best not to offend people from Chuncheng Auto Group. Of course, if the other party goes too far, he doesn't mind fighting back. 1 million RMB. Director Chao, we at Toyota are willing to pay 1 million RMB to purchase the exterior design drawings of this pickup truck. This time, Atsuo Fukichi did not hesitate and gave his answer directly. The appearance of the car is of high value, of course. But it is also cheap. After all, what Chao Yang took out was just an appearance rendering. Although the price of 1 million is not high, it is already a high price in the Chinese car design market. I am very grateful to Toyota for recognizing the appearance of the pickup truck I designed, and I am also very grateful to Atsuo Fukichi for flying all the way from Japan to Guangzhou. After Chao Yang said this, Atsuo Fukichi felt that trouble was coming. Sure enough, Chao Yang continued, the design of this pickup truck is the result of my hard work and many years of hard work. The price of 1 million is already very sincere, and I know this very well. But in my heart, it is like my child, it is priceless. The most polite words were used to refuse. Atsuo Fukichi suddenly felt that Chao Yang's handsome smile was a bit annoying. However, he also knew that the other party must be waiting for General Motors and Ford to become monks. $1 million. Director Chao, Toyota has shown its utmost sincerity. As long as you agree, when Toyota enters China in the future, we can also let Nanshan Auto Parts Factory become our supplier. Fukichi Atsuo didn't want to delay. He knew that the longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. So without going through several rounds of tug-of-war, he directly revealed his trump card. You can't wake up a person who is pretending to sleep. At this moment, Chao Yang is the one who is pretending to sleep. Although Toyota Motor has shown great sincerity, he will definitely delay it. Director Chao, I will stay at the White Swan Hotel. If you have a new decision, please feel free to contact me. Fukichi Atsuo was very unwilling, but he had no choice. The price of $1 million is really very sincere, Director Chao, you should be content as a person. Fukichi Atsuo did not give a face, but Dong Chun was upset next to him. However, Chao Yang did not intend to indulge him. Although Chuncheng Stamping is now a customer of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, if it were not for him, Nanshan would have been a first-tier supplier of Chuncheng Volkswagen and Mata Volkswagen. To some extent, Chuncheng Stamping is a competitor of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. If Dong Chun was just a pure recommender, Chao Yang could give him some face. But he thought he was the first party and wanted to force Chao Yang to agree to Toyota's plan, which was too much. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is not a pushover, nor does it intend to be one. Boss Dong, it is normal to compare prices from 3 different vendors when doing business, right? When the OEM selects a supplier, it has to find several vendors to bid on it. I should at least wait for General Motors and Ford to make an offer before buying my design, right? Otherwise, it would be disrespectful for them to come all the way here. Chao Yang retorted without any hesitation. Mr. Dong, what Director Chao said makes sense. Let's wait a little longer. I believe Toyota's offer must be the most sincere. If you think it is not appropriate, we can discuss it again. Fukichi Atsuo was afraid that Dong Chun would do him a disservice, so he stepped out to ease the atmosphere. Mr. Fukichi, don't worry, I believe both parties will have a pleasant cooperation. Chao Yang then exchanged a few words with Fukichi Atsuo, and then prepared to send him off. At this time, Zhang Tingting received a call and said, Director, Ford's people are at the factory gate. Ha? Didn't they meet tomorrow? Chao Yang really didn't react. Did I remember the time wrong? Yes, the original appointment was for tomorrow, but the other party said he arrived this morning and came directly from the airport. Zhang Tingting's words made Fukichi Atsuo feel the pressure. Ford Motor, which is one of the targets pursued by Toyota Motor, has been the second in the auto market for many years. Director Chao, I think there is nothing to do when I go back to the hotel. Do you mind if I stay and visit the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory? Fukichi Atsuo, who was originally ready to leave, did not want to leave immediately. Although he could not stay in the conference room to listen to the negotiations between Ford and Nanshan, he felt uneasy to leave at this time. No problem, Minister Kai, you take Mr. Fukichi to the site for a good visit. It would not harm Chao Yang if Fukichi Atsuo stayed, and it could even indirectly put pressure on Ford's people. He naturally had no reason to object to this matter. He even had to thank Fukichi Atsuo for being willing to drag him. Chao, although I have read the information and it says that the designer of this pickup truck is very young, I have to say that your youth is beyond my imagination, and it makes people look forward to your future works. Chao Yang personally went to the factory gate to welcome Metz and others from Ford Motor. The two sides naturally exchanged greetings, exchanged business cards, and introduced themselves. Mr. Metz, after you joined Ford, you boldly used some elements of Ford's traditional classic cars, promoted the design method of blending retro and avant-garde, and completely changed the style of the new generation of Ford cars. Not only did you launch the stunning Passat when you were working at Volkswagen, but after joining Ford, you also made some classic car series such as Mustang and Mercury glow with new vitality. You are my idol. Who doesn't know how to flatter each other in business? Sure enough, after listening to Chao Yang's words, Metz smiled a little more. He had worked in Audi, BMW and Volkswagen before, but before joining Ford, his most amazing work was Passat. Now that Chao Yang mentioned it, it definitely touched his itch. Don't think that only Chinese people like to be flattered, foreigners are the same. I don't deserve to be an idol. When I was your age, I was still worried about my graduation project at the Art Center College of Design in Pasadena, USA, but now you are not only managing a thriving factory, but also designing such a the stunning appearance of the model has unlimited future. Before meeting Chao Yang, Metz obviously learned some negotiation characteristics of Chinese people from others. It can be said that he was determined to get this pickup truck appearance picture. He had a feeling that if this pickup truck was used as the next generation of F-150, it would definitely make F-150 the best-selling model in America. The only one. That car is just one of the models I designed. Although I am quite satisfied with it, it is not the most satisfactory one. Metz? Aren't you still bragging about business? How can you be so immodest? However, he likes this style of conversation. He is actually a little uncomfortable with the way of beating around the bush. Of course, this may be related to the fact that he is a designer, not a buyer or salesman. Chao, I flew here immediately after seeing the news on Yahoo. I think you should be able to feel Ford's sincerity. To be honest, I want to use this pickup truck as the design of the next generation of F-150. I wonder what your conditions are. Mace didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Mr. Mace, our Nanshan Auto Parts factory is the world's best QCD nut plate supplier, and we will soon launch wheel bolts. How about we go and visit the site first? Chao Yang didn't answer Mace's question directly. He hadn't met the GM people yet. Why rush? Besides, Toyota people are visiting the site, and it will be a great site to bring Ford people over for a visit at this time. No problem, then let's go visit the factory first. Mace hesitated a little and agreed. They had already arrived at the Nanshan Auto Parts factory, and he didn't need those few minutes. Edward from GM was probably still adjusting to the jet lag in the hotel. However, he didn't expect that in addition to GM, another competitor had already gotten there first. So when entering the site, Chao Yang inadvertently pointed to a group of visitors not far away and said, "I'm sorry, Toyota people are here today to discuss some cooperation matters. In order to avoid overlapping tour routes, we start from here." Met's heart immediately clicked. This matter was not that simple. Metz couldn't be more familiar with Toyota. If there is any international automaker that is most likely to pull Ford down from the second place, it must be Toyota. Combined with the reports on Yahoo Auto Channel, Metz could naturally guess what Toyota's people came here for. Could it be that the information in the report is true? Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has been discussing cooperation with Toyota for a long time? No, I have to add some chips. Chao, is this nut plate your main product? It looks like the production efficiency is very high, which completely refreshes my understanding of Huaxia factory. Metz took a deep breath and followed Chao Yang to visit the production line without changing his expression. As the flagship product of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, the processing of nut plates must be visited. Although Metz did not know the specific situation of these parts, it did not prevent him from having a basic understanding of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Mr. Mace, our nut plate QCD is better than Volkswagen's existing suppliers. We not only supply to Shanghai Volkswagen and Spring City Volkswagen, but also export to Deutsche Volkswagen. Although Ford's current profits are not bad, if the cost can be further reduced, I think you will not refuse it, right? Since Mace took the initiative to mention the nut plate, Chao Yang must promote it well. However, the previous promotion was basically ineffective. Today's situation is completely different. What you said makes sense. Ford has no reason to refuse a supplier with an advantage in QCD. Chao, I am an old acquaintance of the purchasing director. I will recommend Nanshan to him later. Mace was naturally very happy to sell it well for such a small effort. However, Chao Yang immediately proposed a plan that surprised him. Mr. Mace, if Ford's nut plates worldwide can all use Nanshan Parts Factory, and the order for wheel nuts is also given to us, then I will give you the drawings of this F-150 for free. When you are sleepy, you will need a pillow. Metz was thinking about how to the pickup truck exterior drawings from Toyota and GM, but he didn't expect Chao Yang to agree. However, he was not the purchasing director, so he obviously didn't dare to agree directly. Chao, as long as there is no problem with the QCD of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, then the problem you mentioned is not a problem at all. However, the specific plan requires the procurement and quality personnel to come to the site for audit before an accurate answer can be given. But I think your nut plates can be supplied to Volkswagen, so there is definitely no problem. Metz really wanted to paint a rosy picture for Chao Yang, but it is obviously impossible to get something for nothing. Chao Yang, it's okay, we're not in a hurry. Metz really wanted to say, we are in a hurry. By the way, Chao, you just said that this pickup truck is F-150? Don't you think it's appropriate to use it as the next generation model of F-150? Mr. Metz, this is definitely a model that can top the American new car sales list. I think General Motors and Toyota should be very interested in it. Several car companies can naturally see through Chao Yang's tricks, so we pointed it out very directly. Anyway, I have the initiative, so there is no need to panic. Of course, it is obviously unrealistic to expect huge profits from an appearance picture. Chao Yang is well aware of this. After all, if they really get ruthless, they will improve on your current creativity, and the final effect will not be bad. As for whether this is infringement, just ask how many cases of automobile appearance infringement are there. How many can win? Chao, you have to believe in the sincerity of our Ford. I will give you a reply tonight. Metz was not in the mood to continue visiting the factory. He had to go back to the hotel quickly to communicate with the headquarters about whether to use the nut plates and wheel nuts of Nanshan Auto Parts factory. Chao Yang naturally had no objection to this. That mess hasn't arrived at the hotel yet? Inside the White Swan Hotel, Edward felt that the situation was a bit bad. On the plane, he found out that Ford's group coincidentally booked the same hotel as himself. Everyone took a taxi to leave the airport at about the same time, but they never saw the other party check in. Edward, who was already a little nervous, immediately realized that he might have been robbed of the opportunity by the other party. Director, we confirmed with the front desk that Ford's people did not check in. Could it be that they found out that they were in the same hotel as us and changed their hotel temporarily? No. Impossible. They must have gone directly to Nanshan Auto. Let's go there right now. Edward made the decision without hesitation. Chevrolet pickups and Ford pickups are basically regulars on the best-selling list in America. If Ford gets there first, GM's position as the leader might be in jeopardy. This is unacceptable. Soon, Edward and his party gave up the idea of jet lag and took a taxi to the Nanshan Auto Parts factory. As luck would have it, just as Edward arrived at the gate of Nanshan, Metz and his party came out. There was no more courtesy between the two sides like on the plane, but after staring at each other coldly, they went their separate ways. Of course, when Metz saw Edward coming over, he immediately knew that he had to hurry up. And Edward was even more so. He started chatting with Chao Yang directly at the gate. Less than 5 minutes later, before he even arrived at the meeting room, Edward went straight to the point and said, "Chao, General Motors is the world's largest automobile company. We are very willing to cooperate with you. If you can sell this pickup truck's exterior drawing to us, it will definitely bring you the greatest benefits." General Motors at this time was really a behemoth. Edward said this with confidence. As a parts company, we are naturally looking forward to cooperating with General Motors. However, this pickup truck is designed for the new F-150. Chao Yang stopped talking halfway, which made Edward anxious immediately. He thought that Mays had reached an agreement with Chao Yang just now. He was late. Chao, I don't deny that Ford is also powerful, but you should compare the conditions of three companies. If you agree to Ford without comparing the conditions of General Motors, you will lose your interests. At this time, Edward's first task became to ruin the cooperation between Nanshan and Ford. Otherwise, he would have no chance. Of course, he definitely didn't know that Chao Yang had prepared a package for all three of them. Just waiting for the fish to take the bait. Win-win cooperation means that I have won several times. Toyota, Ford, and GM all feel that they are not at a disadvantage, which is naturally the most ideal situation. Mr. Edward, I wonder what GM's conditions are. GM is not short of money now. Edward thinks that anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. $1 million. This price is absolutely sincere. The US dollar is still very valuable these days. Edward accidentally offered the same price as Toyota. Of course, Toyota's $1 million is the ceiling. For Edward, it is just the beginning. However, for Chao Yang, what he needs most is not money, but orders. Only when more orders generate more turnover can his points increase, thus further realizing the rapid development of Nanshan Auto Parts factory. Edward, this is not a matter of money. 2 million. Chao, this is already the price of the world's top designers. I believe no one will offer a higher price than us. In Edward's opinion, Chao Yang said it was not a matter of money, so it should be that the money was not given in place. Just add money. $20 million. Before Chao Yang finished speaking, Edward's face changed and he said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is not a cooperative attitude at all. Mr. Edward, don't worry, I'm talking about an order of $20 million. What do you mean? We are a parts company. As long as General Motors gives us an order of $20 million in the next year, I will give you a free picture of the appearance of a pickup truck. Of course, I promise that it will not be worse than the one exposed on Yahoo Auto, until you're satisfied. Chao Yang did not intend to beat around the bush with Edward. The atmosphere of competition has been created, so it's almost time to stop. It would be embarrassing if it went too far. After all, whether it is General Motors, Ford, or Toyota, compared with Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, they are all giants. Chao, we have very high requirements for purchasing parts at General Motors. Not only must the quality meet the requirements, but the cost requirements are also very high. Edward finally understood what Chao Yang meant, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he quickly said, "Has the pickup truck on Yahoo Auto been given to Ford? If you give it to GM, I can promise to convince the headquarters to accept your terms." Edward did not think Chao Yang could come up with another pickup truck that would satisfy him. Look at the drawings. Besides, as long as they can it from Ford, it will be a great achievement. Mr. Edward, how about we take a look at the drawings first? Chao Yang's confident face aroused Edward's curiosity. Just take a look, anyway, he won't lose anything. In that case, I'll go and see it. Soon, Chao Yang took out a stack of drawings from the safe in his office. Obviously, he prepared it in advance. If the appearance drawings of each model can bring him an order of $20 million, he can directly take out dozens of models. Of course, if this is the case, it will definitely not achieve his desired goal. Edward was attracted by a rendering of A2 at first sight. Although it looks like a concept car drawing, it is definitely not easy to attract everyone's attention at a glance. In order to impress the people of General Motors, Chao Yang specially selected the Chevrolet 2009 Silverado. This appearance is definitely in line with Edward's taste. Chao, why don't you come to General Motors? Edward stared at the blueprint for several minutes without blinking, then said something that surprised everyone. Edward, this design in exchange for a parts order of $20 million, is that a good deal? This is a win-win for all of us. Although Chao Yang's English was average, he understood what Edward meant before the translator girl spoke. This cooperation was secured. I win, you win, and everybody wins. The subsequent negotiations were naturally smooth. This made Fukichi Atsuo, who had been visiting, very anxious. Before Edward and the others left the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, Fukichi Atsuo rushed over. Mr. Chao, if you are not satisfied with Toyota's offer, you can raise it at any time. But it's not appropriate to humiliate us like this, right? Obviously, in Fukichi Atsuo's view, the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory was really humiliating Toyota. The Ford people came over and returned with a full load. The General Motors people came over and left with a smile. And since I was the first one to come here, and the price I offered was very sincere, but they treated me like this? Mr. Fukichi, I think you must have misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to put forward conditions, but the conditions I put forward to Ford and GM are not possible for you. Although Chao Yang thinks Toyota is a model for Nanshan to learn from, he does not have much good feelings towards Japanese people. The main reason is that Fukichi Atsuo's current appearance makes people unable to have a good impression. Of course, Chao Yang will never think whether he is neglecting Fukichi Atsuo today or whether he is double standard towards Toyota. You didn't put forward any conditions, how do you know we can't do it? You should know the main product of our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, right? Of course. Nut plate, so far, you only have this one part to show off. Fukichi Atsuo's words unintentionally revealed a sense of arrogance. However, Toyota does have the capital to be arrogance. Not to mention that it is already the third in the world. Toyota's parts companies alone are very powerful in the industry. For example, Aisin is the world's largest gearbox supplier. Many domestic automakers in later generations are highly dependent on Aisin's gearboxes. Another example is Denso, which is also one of the world's top automotive suppliers. It used to be Toyota's electrical parts department. Until now, Denso is still a subsidiary of Toyota. It has many products, such as automotive air conditioning equipment, electronic control units, fuel management systems, spark plugs, filters, etc., with extremely stable quality, which is an important boost to the development and growth of Toyota. There are also Toyota Textile, Toyota Gosei, Checked, Aichi Steel, etc. It is normal for people to look down on Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, which mainly produces inconspicuous parts such as nut plates. Mr. Fusher, the condition I gave to GM and Ford is to let Nanshan Auto Parts Factory become their supplier and let our nut plates be installed on their cars. Can Toyota do this? Fusher's tone was not very good, and Chao Yang also responded unceremoniously. If you talk well, we can still cooperate. It's not impossible to take out the Camry and Corolla of later generations and use them. But with your attitude, I should at least let you sit back and wait for a while. The conditions offered by Chaoyang for the first cooperation were not exaggerated. After Ford and GM's new pickup trucks were launched, it was normal to raise the requirements after tasting the sweetness. At that time, everyone had to weigh carefully whether to continue cooperation or refuse. So when Fukichi Atsuo left Nanshan Auto Parts Factory in China with a gloomy face, Mays and Edward quickly gave a positive answer. After all, the nut plate is too inconspicuous. And it is not an important safety component. If Nanshan Auto Parts Factory produces safety parts such as airbags, ABS or brake discs, tires, then GM and Ford would definitely not dare to nod easily. Unlike now, even without a formal on-site audit, the general direction has been determined. The subsequent process is more like a formality. Director, pinch me to see if I am dreaming. Xing Tingting looked at the designated notice in front of her and felt it was too magical. Although Ford and GM each took out an order for a nut plate to show their sincerity and asked Nanshan to start preparing molds, materials and other materials, this has completely overturned Xing Tingting's cognition. Doing business, can you still get orders like this? Which domestic auto parts project does not measure the cycle in years? It is normal to spend 1 or 2 years from the beginning to getting orders and mass production of parts. It is not impossible to spend 4 or 5 years or even 6 or 7 years. But what about now? Only a few days after contact, the order has been received. Although most orders need to wait until the relevant processes are completed before they come, Xing Tingting feels that the nut plate is already in the bag except for the wheel bolts. The most important thing is that if the mold is made and the parts meet the requirements, they can start exporting immediately. This time is basically only 2 months. Anyone in the future who says that he spent 2 months to enter the supplier system of Ford and GM and started mass production and supply of parts is definitely a liar who does not know the business. Your face will become a bun if you keep pinching it. Okay, get busy. You don't have to worry about ordering too much equipment now, right? Chaoyang was also very happy in his heart, but as the factory director, he definitely needed to show his performance a little more stable. Of course, the most important thing is that there is still a long way to go to achieve Chaoyang's grand plan, so he can keep it stable. Director, if you come to cooperate like this a few more times, my purchasing and sales department can be renamed the purchasing and order department in the future. Zhang Fugue also smiled beside him. Although the order was won by Chaoyang himself, the purchasing and sales department is definitely the biggest beneficiary department. When visiting other OEMs to introduce themselves to the manufacturers in the future, directly say that you are a global supplier of General Motors, Ford, and Volkswagen, or a supplier of Yangcheng Honda, then the difficulty of entry can definitely be reduced by 1 level. After all, as a brand new supplier, customers don't know much about you. At this time, your mass production performance is often the strongest evidence of the factory's strength. At this pace, this year's production and sales will at least double, or even quadruple. We must not only consider continuing to invest in new equipment, but also consider recruiting personnel. Dai Hanbiao, director of the production management department, is also worried that he will be a drag at that time, which will be embarrassing. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is taking off at this time. If it falls behind at this time, the previous efforts will be wasted. Buy the equipment that needs to be purchased immediately, recruit the people that need to be recruited, and everyone should be bolder. A large wave of orders are on the way. Although the current mass-produced products are mainly nut plates, which look inconspicuous. But as long as the scale is increased, both the turnover and the profit will not be bad. Even those PRG equipment are like money printing machines. Soon, the entire Nanshan Auto Parts Factory can feel a vibrant atmosphere. However, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is happy, but some people are not happy. It's just a nut plate. Is it so difficult? You have also visited the production line of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, and you have seen the appearance of the mold and the equipment model used. Why don't you have the confidence to make it? In the Chuncheng stamping factory, Dong Chun's face was very ugly. The joint venture negotiations between Chuncheng Automobile Group and Toyota Motor have entered a critical period. At this time, the group leader gave him the task, but he did not do it well. Although Fukichi Atsuo did not vent his anger on him, Dong Chun himself was very unhappy. In his opinion, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory does not cooperate with Toyota, which means it does not give Chuncheng stamping face, and does not give face to Mr. Dong. Is it necessary for Chuncheng stamping to continue using such a supplier? If we don't give him a taste of his own medicine, will Nanshan have to impede on Chuncheng stamping in the future? So as soon as he returned to Chuncheng, he convened the ministers of various departments to discuss copying the production of nut plates from Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Mr. Dong, although we have also introduced PRG equipment, the current molds are all purchased from outside, and we have only produced a few simple stamping parts. For parts like nut plates, we often crack when we produce them using TDM technology, not to mention PRG production. Lou Darui, the director of the technical department, did not want to show up at this time, but everyone was looking at him, so he had to bite the bullet and explain there. If you can't innovate when asked to, can't you copy homework? Dong Chun is the general manager of the group stationed in Chuncheng Stamping, and he has only a vague understanding of stamping technology. In his opinion, Chuncheng Stamping is already the most powerful stamping factory in the entire Northeast region. If a small Nanshan auto parts factory can do it, there is no reason why Chuncheng Stamping can't do it. It didn't work before because everyone didn't know it could be done this way. Now that we know, there is no reason why it can't be done. Boss Don, in fact, if we really use PRG molds to make it, our technical department is not completely unconfident, but we need more pictures of the mold structure before we can make further judgments. It would be best to have the other parties' mold design drawings. As long as there is one part, the others will be easy to handle. In the crisis, Lou Darui turned his mind and found a solution for himself. However, this time his wishful thinking is probably going to fall through. Lou, this matter is handed over to you. Your purchasing and sales department is most familiar with Chuncheng Stamping and has more dealings with it. I don't care what method you use, you must get what the technical department wants back. In the future, the nut plates of Shanghai Volkswagen and Chuncheng Volkswagen will be made by our Chuncheng Stamping, and Nanshan Auto Parts Factory can cool off. Dong Chun waved his hand and directly assigned a task to Lou. No matter how reluctant the latter was, he had no choice but to nod first. The managers of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory worked normal shifts, from 8:30 in the morning to 17:30 in the afternoon. One day off. The workers on site work in 2 shifts and 3 shifts according to production needs. When it was late at night, except for a few stamping machines that were still processing parts, most places were dark. On Saturday night, it was even quieter, and no one was working. At this time, a dark shadow secretly climbed over the wall and entered Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. There were no dogs and no cameras throughout the factory area. The security environment in those days was obviously not comparable to that of later generations. The area where Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is located is considered a suburb, and the security is even worse. Several security guards are all in their 50s and have not been replaced for many years. The dark shadow entered Nanshan Auto Parts Factory very smoothly without alarming anyone. Soon, he moved a computer host to the corner of the wall, and a figure appeared on the wall again. The security guard at the gate was dozing off and didn't notice this scene at all. After that, they moved several more computers in the same way, and the process was also very smooth. What was even more daring was that one of the shadows stayed in the factory area directly, and waited until dawn to take several photos of the rolls of rubber rings on several sets of molds on the equipment before preparing to leave. However, this time their luck almost ran out. He Qingchuan, who had finally given himself a night off, came back to work overtime. The king of rolls did not roll up others, but instead rolled up the thief. As soon as He Qingchuan found someone secretly taking pictures next to the mold, he immediately knew that something was wrong. "What are you doing?" With his voice, the other party immediately fled quickly. With He Qingchuan's bamboo-like figure, naturally he could not catch up with him. However, in this way, the thief broke into the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, and this matter was finally exposed. "Master, something happened. It was a rare day off a week." Chao Yang was eating with his mother when his pager rang. He Qingchuan reported the news that the factory had been robbed in a very serious tone. "Someone sneaked into the factory to take photos?" Chao Yang frowned, thinking that this matter was not simple. "Did anyone lose anything?" "Just checked preliminarily, the computer mainframes of the technical department are missing. It's just that our technical are all the computers in the technical department lost?" The penetration rate of computers in China is still very low, but Chao Yang has equipped each department with several. Now that only the computers in the technical department are lost, the situation is a bit interesting. "Yes, that's the situation at present. Have you called the police?" Previously, when his aunt, who was the Minister of Finance, ran away with the money, Chao Yang could have symbolically called the police and not investigated further. This time he must investigate further. "I have called the police, but it is probably useless. Although several computers are worth tens of thousands, this kind of theft case is often difficult to detect. There are so many motorcycle gangs at the train station that they can't handle it, let alone small thieves." He Qingchuan obviously didn't think that the computers lost in the factory could be found. He studied in Yangcheng for several years and had a relatively good understanding of the security environment in Yangcheng at this time. Of course, because this was obviously not an ordinary thief, He Qingchuan would call Chao Yang directly. Otherwise, he would just wait for Chao Yang to return to the office tomorrow and report slowly. What do you think these thieves want to do? It's hard to draw a conclusion right now, but it doesn't look like an ordinary thief. He Qingchuan pondered for a moment. Our factory's production has been in full swing in the past few months, and some information has also spread through the mouths of workers, which probably attracted the attention of someone with ulterior motives. Do you mean that someone has taken advantage of Nanshan? No. I feel that someone has set their sights on our nut plates. Combining the incident of secretly photographing the mold, He Qingchuan confidently gave his own guess. What's on the computer in the technical department? It must be the product information produced by the factory. What's so good about taking photos of the mold? Who wants this thing? After a little deduction, He Qingchuan had a preliminary conclusion in his mind. Nut plate? Chao Yang pondered for a moment. Who do you think is the most suspicious? It's hard to say. Just look at which factory will use the PRG process to make nut plates in the next few months, and you will basically know who is the black hand behind the scenes. Then let someone pay attention to it, look at Yangcheng, Modu and Chuncheng, and see which stamping factory has been making PRG molds recently. Master, even if we find out, it will be hard to stop them. If they take our order, the situation is more troublesome. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has just recovered, and now it encounters this problem. He Qingchuan is a little anxious. Don't worry. Even if they eat up the computer of the technical department, they can't produce nut plates, at least not in the next 1 or 2 years. Chao Yang's confident words made He Qingchuan feel a little relieved. It would be best if others can't produce it. But he still has doubts in his heart. Master, aren't there a few new process design drawings of nut plates in the computer of the technical department? After the stamping factory outside gets this information, can it copy it? At present, the molds produced in the factory are all processed by the workers under my personal command. What should be paid attention to and what have special processing requirements are not in the computer. You have also studied PRG mold design for a while. Do you think that if you are given the information on the computer of the technical department, you can let the workers produce a PRG mold that meets the mass production requirements? Obviously, Chao Yang felt that it was useless for the other party to get the information. At least not in the short term. As for the future, the nut plate is only the first product of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, and his trump card has not yet been released. Even if others really make a PRG mold for the nut plate, he can then start a price war with them. If you want to steal my business, then I would rather die with you than let you pick peaches. If it is a general PRG mold for reinforcement plates, there should be no problem. But for the nut plate, I don't have any confidence yet. The structure of this mold is too complicated, and there are too many processes. Although He Qingchuan has made rapid progress, he is still a senior student after all. Maybe in a few years his mold design level will be able to catch up with or even surpass Chao Yang, but it is definitely not now. That's it. I would like to see who wants to become a stumbling block in the progress of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. By then, I will make this stumbling block regret today's behavior. Chao Yang is not a person with a good temper. Although he rarely gets angry with ordinary workers, he will not be polite at all when the ministers do something wrong. Now that someone has extended his claws to the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, he must resolutely cut it off. The Chuncheng stamping die workshop is bustling with activity. The first thing Lu Darui, the technical director, does every day is to come to the workshop to confirm the processing progress. Normally, a medium to large stamping die takes about 3 months to complete. Milling the forming surface, grinding the machine to improve the accuracy and other processes are time-consuming, and there is no shortcut. However, in order to improve the progress, Lu Darui directly arranged 3 shifts to work day and night, and properly realized the disguised 007. In this way, the outline of the die has been revealed in more than half a month. Mr. Dong, according to this progress, we can assemble and test stamping next week. By then, the jetted door hinge reinforcement nut plate can be switched to our own production, and other nut plate dies will be completed one after another to achieve our Chuncheng speed. Lu Darui was in high spirits at this time. Previously, the nut plate made by TDM mold not only often cracked, but also had a high cost, which made him very embarrassed. Now that they have unexpectedly obtained PRG's mold technology, as long as they digest and absorb it, they can not only solve the production problem of nut plates, but also expand it horizontally to other stamping parts. By then, which stamping parts factory in the whole Chuncheng can be their opponent? In terms of relationship, they are a subsidiary of Chuncheng Automobile Group. In terms of cost, the processing fee of PRG process is only a fraction of TDM. By then, They can get all kinds of stamping parts orders from Chuncheng Volkswagen and Chuncheng Automobile Group. Stop all the mold processing of auto parts, complete the mold of nut plates first, and strive to replace all the nut plates of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory next month. After Dong Chun came back from Yancheng, he had a deep resentment towards Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. If he didn't teach them a lesson, he would never be able to calm down. Of course, the most important thing is to use PRG process to make nut plates, which is a good thing for Dong Chun to kill two birds with one stone. Not only did he avenge the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, but he could also make political achievements. He has already reported to the Chuncheng Automobile Group and plans to make a report on the new technology achievements of the Chuncheng stamping plant next month, so that the brother companies and group leaders in the group can see the new technology achievements of the Chuncheng stamping plant. Extraordinary. Who knows, maybe he can be transferred back to the group and rise step by step. If the production of other molds is stopped, it may affect the trial production schedule of parts of other models? Lu Darui reminded him cautiously. How long can it affect? The trial production delivery schedule of those models already has a margin, and it will take no less than 10 days. Remember, produce all the molds for the nut plates used on all models of Spring City Volkswagen and Magic City Volkswagen. This is the most important task in the factory in the near future, no one else. After Dong Chun said this, Lu Darui naturally did not dare to object. However, he secretly complained in his heart. The information he received only contained some design data and mold structure diagrams of the nut plates. This means that some of the content needs to be digested and absorbed before they can be designed. Originally, he wanted to produce a set of molds first, and then slowly produce others. Now Dong Chun wants him to free up all the production capacity of the mold workshop for the nut plate mold in one go. His pressure suddenly increased. Boss Dong, the technical department will definitely go all out and resolutely complete the task. There is no good end to going against the leader. Lu Darui was able to get to the position of the director of the technical department, naturally not just by relying on superb technology. Soon, the people in the technical department of Chuncheng Stamping started working overtime every day. 6 sets of PRG molds started working at the same time, and more than 1 million yuan was invested in one go. This does not include the internal processing fee. With this effort, the first set of Jetta model door hinge reinforcement nut plates was finally assembled. Originally, Lu Darui wanted to debug it in a low-key manner to see if there was anything else that needed to be improved. After all, for stamping dies, continuous debugging after assembly is itself a very important job. However, in order to show his importance and to make the next PRG Mold Technology Achievement Exhibition look decent, Dong Chun had to arrange a ceremony to celebrate the completion of the assembly and commissioning of the first set of PRG molds designed and produced by Chuncheng Stamping. As the only stamping plant under the Chuncheng Automobile Group, Chuncheng Stamping has more than 1,000 employees. Although not everyone attended the ceremony, it was still very grand. Even Dong Chun local leaders and reporters from Chuncheng TV and some newspapers were invited to attend the meeting. At this ceremony, Dong Chun personally went on stage and gave an enthusiastic speech for an hour. While thanking the local leaders and the group for their support and affirming the efforts of the employees, Dong Chun constantly emphasized how he could grasp the direction of industry development, set up a research group for PRG molds, and led everyone to catch up with the progress day and night. In short, Chuncheng Stamping can produce PRG molds, which is the result of his efforts. As for how Chuncheng Stamping, which had never produced PRG molds or even studied PRG molds more than a month ago, achieved a technological breakthrough so quickly, this issue was deliberately downplayed by Dong Chun. Anyway, except for those people in the company's technical department, others did not understand the specific situation at all. Is it wrong to say that you have set up a research group for PRG molds? No. There is indeed such a group in the technical department during this period. Is it wrong to say that you can grasp the direction of industry development? No. PRG technology is definitely one of the future development directions of the stamping industry. In the production of small and medium-sized parts, PRG molds have unparalleled cost and efficiency advantages. At present, almost all domestic stamping plants are still using the TDM process. Isn't it far-sighted to lead Chuncheng Stamping Plant to break through the PRG process? Lu Darui listened to Dong Chun on the stage praising the PRG mold next to him, and felt a little worried. The mold can definitely be used, he is confident about this. But whether it can produce qualified parts without trial molds and small batch production verification, he is not sure. Unfortunately, it is useless to say anything now. Soon, Dong Chun and several other leaders symbolically pressed the start button of the stamping machine. The PRG mold produced by Chuncheng stamping plants skipped the trial mold and went directly to the small batch trial stage. Bang! 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 The crisp sounds, like beautiful music, made Dong Chun smile a little more. Taking this opportunity, he introduced it to the leaders of Chuncheng Automobile Group. However, when the first part was produced and Dong Chun picked it up, his face changed. "Boss Dong, why is this part cracked?" Just as Dong Chun's face kept changing and he was thinking about how to deal with this situation, the leader of Chuncheng Automobile Group next to him spoke. At this moment, Dong Chun regretted that he did not arrange a trial production in advance. He thought that he did not need to cheat, and said that it was the first trial production, and it was the first time. Give everyone explosive good news at once. Of course, he dared to do this because the drawing data was completely copied from Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. So he took it for granted that there was no problem. Unexpectedly, something went wrong. For stamping parts, cracking is actually the most common missing parts. Especially in places with high drawing depth, once the mold structure is poor or the stamping speed is too fast, it is easy to crack. Leader, this is the first time our PRG mold has produced parts. There are still some equipment parameters that need to be adjusted. The cracking problem can be solved quickly. At this time, it is definitely not possible to admit that there is a problem with the mold produced by the factory. Otherwise, how can the PRG Mold Technology Achievement Exhibition be held later? Dear leaders, it is normal for some parts to crack during debugging. We can solve this problem by repairing the mold in a few days. It's my fault. I was too confident before and didn't try it first. But precisely because we are confident in the PRG mold technology, these cracking problems can be solved quickly. At the critical moment, Lu Darui stood up to take the blame for Dong Chun. A big part of the reason why he was able to become the director of the technical department was that he was good at scheming. Sure enough, Dong Chun looked at his expression with a little more appreciation. PRG mold technology is an internationally advanced mold technology, especially in the automotive industry. Few domestic manufacturers are using it. It is normal to encounter some problems at the beginning. You don't need to be too nervous. I don't know whether it was to comfort Dong Chun or not to make the scene so ugly. The group leader who asked the question just now took the initiative to hand Dong Chun a ladder so that he could step down. Other reporters nearby would only take some photos of the equipment and molds, and would not specifically look at the nut plate part. So this little episode was quickly stabilized. In order to avoid the ceremony being too embarrassing, the stamping machine was still producing, and one cracked nut plate after another was processed. Fearing that something might go wrong if he continued, Dong Chun hastily announced the end of the ceremony. Even the speeches by the workers' representatives that were originally scheduled were cancelled. Then Dong Chun started to see the guests off with a big smile on his face. After the last guest left Chuncheng stamping, his face changed immediately. Lu Darui, what's wrong with you? Don't you know how to copy homework? If you don't have confidence, why didn't you tell me in advance? Why didn't you do a trial production in advance? At this moment, Dong Chun completely forgot that he had insisted on principles in the first place, and wanted to leave everyone speechless and let everyone see the great feat of success in the first stamping. Who knew that the performance would collapse? Boss Dong, I will take someone to check and see how to adjust the mold. There is no problem with the current shape of the parts, but there was a crack when stretching the boss. As long as the right method is found, the mold repair should be able to solve it. Although Lu Darui was not confident, what could he do at this time? Anyway, it is not that there has been no cracking of parts in the TDM molds made in the past. Give you 3 days, even if all the technical department members live in the mold workshop, you must repair this set of PRG molds. Thinking that the PRG Mold Technology Achievement Exhibition that he was going to arrange next might be affected, Dong Chun was in a bad mood. So after giving such an instruction, Lu Darui hurried to get busy. As a result, the people in the Chuncheng Stamping Technology Department and the Mold Center became even busier. Minister Lu, should we cancel the switching report from Chuncheng Volkswagen first and make an appointment later? Seeing that the situation had changed, Lu felt it necessary to discuss future actions with Lu Darui. Originally, in order to complete the switchover procedures from outsourcing to in-house production of nut plates as quickly as possible, Lu had already made an appointment with the people from the purchasing department and the quality department of Chuncheng Stamping to report. Now it was awkward. I couldn't say during the report that the nut plates produced by my company were cracked, right? It must be cancelled first, otherwise how can I report it? Lu Darui was very impatient. He answered in annoyance. The PRG mold of the nut plate has a very complex structure, and they have not understood it thoroughly. In the past 2 days, they have been reprocessing the inserts in several molding processes of the PRG mold based on the past TDM mold repair experience. He has no idea about the effect. It's not impossible to cancel it. I can just find an excuse. But the other party will definitely ask when the report will be submitted. How should I answer? Lee's question stumped Lou Daroui. If you want to know the answer, then stay and work overtime with us tonight. Then we can see if the cracking problem can be solved after the mold repair. Lou Daroui, who couldn't give an accurate answer, directly dragged Lou into the water. If it was a normal time, Lou would definitely not do it. But this time was different. He really wanted to know when the technical department could get this set of PRG molds. This is not only related to this part, but also to other PRG molds being processed by the mold center. Will there be problems? Can they solve problems that may arise in the future? If it really can't be done, then the tuition fee will be a bit expensive. According to Murphy's Law, if something bad can happen, no matter how small the possibility is, it will always happen and cause the greatest possible loss. Sure enough, at about 11 o'clock that night, under the personal supervision of Lou Daroui, the mold modification was finally completed, and then debugging began immediately. And the result? Why is it cracking again? It shouldn't be. For those stretching processes, we have readjusted the stretching depth of each station, which should be able to solve the cracking problem. Lou Daroui stared at the parts that had just come out with a pale face. A crack with a width of nearly 1 mm and a length of 5 or 6 mm appeared very clearly on the nut plate. Minister Lou, please fix it quickly. Tomorrow, President Dong will definitely be furious. Lee's face was also very ugly. Although he did not need to take responsibility for the technical department's failure to solve this problem, he needed to consider how to explain it to Spring City Volkswagen and Magic City Volkswagen. If I had known earlier, I would not have told them that the nut plate would be made from outside to inside. Now I can only drag it out. When people are unlucky, drinking cold water will cause toothache. Obviously, Lou Daroui is unlucky now. In the following week, the technical department adopted several plans to repair the mold, but the results were not optimistic. There was even one time when the mold was repaired, the cracking became more serious. Lou Daroui, can you give me an answer? Can the technical department do it? Dong Chun obviously lost his patience completely. He gave the technical department a deadline of 3 days. As a result, 3 days after 3 days, 10 days have passed, and it has not been done yet. Several other sets of nut plate molds in the workshop are almost finished. Boss Dong, this PRG mold is our first time to come into contact with it. Although there are ready-made data for reference, there are still some details in the actual mold processing process that we are not very clear about. I even suspect that the data in these drawings may be wrong. At this point, Lou Daroui's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory deliberately set a trap for us? Are you crazy? Nanshan Auto Parts Factory knew that we would send people to steal their computers? How could they set a trap for us? Dong Chun was furious when he heard this. Why did he promote such a brainless person to be the director? Boss Dong, we have a total of 6 sets of PRG molds in production, and they are basically about to be completed. If there is only a problem with this set, the situation is still within control. Otherwise, we should wait for another day or two to see the situation of other molds? Although Lou was also very unhappy that the technical department was dragging its feet, he did not dare to add fuel to the fire now, so he quickly interrupted and proposed a new idea. Yes, what director said makes sense. President Dong, how about we take a look at other molds tomorrow? If we work overtime tonight, at least 2 other molds can be assembled. Lou Daroui looked at Lou with gratitude, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Next time a new technician comes to the store, he will definitely invite him to experience it together. 3 days, I'll give you 3 days. If it still doesn't work, then you, the director of the technical department, should resign. Dong Chun said a harsh word and left, leaving Lou Daroui standing there with a bitter face. What are you looking at? What do you think? Why don't you get to work? Don't you want to work anymore? Feeling aggrieved, Lou Daroui noticed that the other employees of the technical department were still standing nearby, and he immediately flew into a rage. However, if getting angry could solve the problem, Chuncheng Stamping would have long been the #1 stamping factory in China. 3 days later, Dong Chun looked at the cracked nut plates in front of him with an extremely ugly expression. None of the 6 sets of molds could produce nut plates that met the quality requirements. You said that it is difficult to strengthen the nut plates for door hinges, and it is easy to crack, so why can't you even fix the nut plates for seat fixes? Lou Daroui, this set of molds is almost broken by you, and the problem has not been solved. Tell me the truth, can the technical department handle it? At this time, Dong Chun was not angry anymore. He had to start thinking about how to end it. After all, it has been more than 10 days since the last ceremony. It seems that even after another 10 days, there may not be a good result. Then he naturally has to consider new plans. Mr. Dong, Lu Darui was a little panicked. Did he really have to resign? This is a state-owned enterprise. Why should he resign? Tell me the truth, I'm not angry. The more Dong Chun said this, the more panicked Lu Darui became. The technical department can't handle it, right? Seeing Lu Darui standing there without saying anything, Dong Chun had the answer in his mind. Why could Nanshan Auto Parts Factory handle it, but his subordinates couldn't? The key is that he has already handed the answer to the technical department, and they still can't do it? He was so angry. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory doesn't give him face. His subordinates don't give him face. How could it become like this? President Dong, this PRG mold. We know too little about it. But don't worry, with those materials, and another year or so of research, there will definitely be progress. Lu Darui looked at Dong Chun very nervously. He really had no confidence. But he didn't dare to tell the truth completely. He could only paint a pie in the sky first. President Dong, any research and development of new technology requires some price. The current process of the technical department is also a process of paying tuition fees, which is actually nothing. Lo rarely helped Lu Darui. If this matter has no conclusion, he, the director of the purchasing and sales department, will be very uncomfortable. How should he explain it to the customer? It is better to give up the fantasy and talk about it later. Just consider it as paying tuition? Your tuition is extremely expensive. Looking at the 6 sets of PRG molds on site, Dong Chun's heart was bleeding. Originally, this year's financial statements should have looked good, but now they are greatly reduced. However, he had no better way, so he could only force the technical department to study it more carefully and modify it into a qualified mold as soon as possible. At the same time, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory finally received some news. Are you saying that Li Jianfeng told you that Chunqing Stamping contacted them some time ago to make a proposal to convert the nut plate from external to internal? When Qiao Yang heard what Zhang Fugui said, he immediately thought of the previous theft case. Although the actual losses of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory were limited, and the case has not been closed after the police were called. But in this kind of thing, there must be a colleague behind the scenes. Originally, he just had some doubts about Chunqing Stamping, but he had no evidence, and it was not easy to say anything directly. Now it's different. Yes, but the strange thing is that Chunqing Stamping contacted them again during this period and said that the proposal would not be pushed for the time being. Did they say the reason? The actual reason is unclear. The other party told Li Jianfeng that after the internal production, the production capacity of the stamping machine was insufficient, and they were worried about affecting the supply. Zhang Fugui curled his lips, obviously realizing something. Based on the current production of Chunqing Volkswagen and Mata Volkswagen, you said that all the nut plates were switched at once, and there might be some minor problems with Chunqing Stamping's production capacity, but if only 1 or 2 are switched, there would be no production capacity issues. Director, what do you mean? What you mean is what I mean. Qiao Yang didn't expect that Dong Chun was so narrow-minded. He just didn't give face to Toyota, but he jumped out to deal with him so actively. Fortunately, the PRG mold is not so easy to make, and he has other cards in his hand. Otherwise, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will be on the verge of bankruptcy again. It would be fine if I didn't know about this grudge, but now that I know it, how can I not take revenge? Revenge must be taken, and business must be done. It only took Qiao Yang a few days to determine the plan to retaliate against Chunqing Stamping, and then he personally took Zhang Fugui to Chuncheon. As the base camp of China's automobile industry, Chunqing Automobile Group is the first automobile factory in China. It has now developed into a large automobile group that can produce various vehicles such as commercial vehicles, passenger vehicles, and special vehicles. Naturally, it also has a number of parts companies that belong to it. The 4 major processes of automobiles are stamping, welding, painting, and assembly. There are a large number of stamping parts that need to be made on each car. Except for the 4 doors and 2 covers, which are large parts produced by the car companies themselves, other stamping parts are purchased from outside. In this way, whether it is Chunqing Automobile Group or Chunqing Volkswagen, it is impossible for Chunqing Stamping Factory to be the only supplier of stamping parts. Now, Qiao Yang and Zhang Fugui are in the conference room of Chunqing Sihuan Factory, chatting happily with Zhou Binxiang, the director of the purchasing and sales department of the other party. Mr. Qiao, can your PRG molds really be sold to the outside world? Zhou Binxiang knew the advantages of the PRG process, but the domestic procurement channels for PRG molds were very limited, and basically they had to be imported from Japan, Germany, and other places. In this way, the cost is not as cheap as using the TDM process. After all, after a part uses the PRG process, the processing fee may drop from 5 yuan to 1 yuan, but the mold sharing cost may increase from 2 yuan to 10 yuan. It's not cost effective. The wages of Chinese workers are very low these days, and the disadvantage of low production efficiency of the TDM process is not very obvious. If it is placed in 2023, if an automobile parts stamping plant still generally uses the TDM process, it will be closed down. Our Nanshan Auto Parts factory is not only a parts company, but also a mold factory. Our mold center now has an annual production capacity of more than 100 sets, and it can be further expanded in the future. It is impossible for Chongqing Volkswagen to supply us with the medium and large stamping parts produced by your company. Long-distance transportation, quality and cost are also big issues. In this case, if we only make a little money from the molds, it will be a win-win situation for Nanshan Factory and Sihuan Factory. Chao Yang didn't take it there. Instead of using diplomatic terms to fool Zhou Bunxiang, they communicated with him in a very practical way. Sure enough, after listening to Chao Yang's explanation, Zhou Bunxiang immediately stopped worrying about this issue. Any automobile group has some affiliated companies of its own. Some parts will only be produced by affiliated companies even if others make them cheaper. As far as I know, your PRG molds are currently only used on nut plates, and you have no production experience for large high-strength skeleton parts such as A pillars and B pillars. Zhou Bunxiang began to find fault, but Chao Yan was not nervous at all. You are right. We have not produced these parts before. However, the structure of the PRG mold is not the same as that of the TDM. In terms of technical difficulty, the design difficulty of the PRG mold for the inconspicuous nut plate is much higher than that of the A pillar and the B pillar. Dozens of processes are concentrated in a set of molds, which can meet the requirements of deep drawing and thread tapping at the same time, which is not required for other skeleton parts. In theory, this is true, but large stamping parts also have their own difficulties. In particular, some skeleton parts use high-strength steel plates. When designing the mold, it is necessary to consider the rebound of the steel plate and the compensation of tolerances. This is not necessary for the nut plate. Zhou Bunxiang was also a technical person in those days. In addition, he also needed to purchase some molds from outside in recent years, so he was naturally very familiar with the stamping process. Your concerns are very reasonable. My simple explanation here is not very convincing. However, our Nanshan Auto Parts factory can promise that if the molds we make cannot produce parts that meet the requirements of the drawings, then we will not charge a penny for the mold fee. Chao Yang made a promise very domineeringly. This made Zhou Bunxiang feel relieved. However, he was a little curious and asked, I heard that you are now the second-tier supplier of Chongqing stamping plant. If you want to promote your PRG molds, aren't they the best customers? Although Chongqing stamping plant and Chongqing fourth ring plant are both subsidiaries of the same automobile group, the competition between them is also quite fierce. The relationship between them is a bit like the relationship between China Mobile and China Unicom in the early 21st century. Chongqing Stamping was researching PRG molds some time ago. Has Minister Zhou heard about it? Of course. Their president Dong also invited the group leaders to attend the ceremony, but it is said that it went wrong. Zhou Bunxiang couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Fortunately, they messed up, otherwise their Sihuan factory would be under great pressure. PRG mold technology is a relatively familiar but actually unfamiliar technology for most domestic manufacturers. Chongqing stamping plants suddenly entered this field, so it is not surprising that it messed up. Speaking of which, it is really a coincidence. More than a month ago, a bizarre theft occurred in our Nanshan Auto Parts factory. Someone entered the factory and stole the computer of the technical department, and secretly took pictures of the PRG molds at the production site. These PRG molds are used to produce nut plates for models such as Jetta and S6, and these nut plates are supplied by us to Chongqing Stamping, and then sold to Chongqing Volkswagen. As soon as Chao Yang finished speaking, Zhou Bunxiang was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately showed excitement on his face and asked, Director Chao, do you mean that Chongqing Stamping has arranged people to steal your PRG technology, and then plans to produce nut plates by itself to kick you out? Zhou Bunxiang felt that he had caught a small braid of his opponent. Although it is not known what the use of this small braid is, it is definitely a handle. Minister Zhou, I didn't say that. I just shared some information with you. As for who is stealing the PRG mold technology of Nanshan Auto Parts factory, we have never known it. After reporting to the police, there has been no result until now. Although Chao Yang said this, everyone actually understood the meaning. I understand. Director Chao, I agree with this matter in principle. It happens that there is a batch of stamping parts using high-strength steel on Jeddah. It is currently undergoing a review of localization. Chuncheng Stamping Factory and we both want to take it down. As long as your quotation is not too exaggerated and you can promise quality, we will definitely have a pleasant cooperation in the end. Although it was the first time for everyone to meet, they were all in the same circle, so Zhou Benxiang did not beat around the bush. Of course, the most important thing was that Nanshan Factory and Sihuan Factory had a common enemy. Minister Zhou, are you interested in grabbing some of the parts that Chuncheng Stamping is currently producing in the future? Grabbing orders from competitors is the most fulfilling thing for salespeople in various companies. Zhou Benxiang is naturally very interested in this. Director Chao, if you have any ideas, speak them out boldly. As long as they are feasible, our Sihuan Factory will definitely fully support them. When Chuncheng Stamping Factory and Sihuan Factory compete for quotations, the material costs should not be much different. The main difference is the processing fee and mold fee. Seeing that Zhou Benxiang was very interested, Chao Yang immediately smiled and began to introduce, our PRG mold cost can be lower than their TDM mold, and the processing fee is also much lower. As long as the main manufacturers such as Shanghai Volkswagen have new parts to be contracted, Sihuan Factory will try to give us all the molds to produce, and try to use PRG technology. The price is definitely lower than theirs. Chao Yang is not blindly doing things that lose money or are not in line with the development direction of the factory just to retaliate against Chuncheng Stamping. For the automotive parts industry, molds are very inconspicuous, but they are very important things. The mold center of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is one of the key points of Chao Yang's development, but simply relying on the parts produced by itself is not enough to make the mold center grow and develop. At this time, it is natural to rush out to grab the market. The processing fee of the PRG process is naturally low. Now that the mold fee is also low, it is normally a good thing. But our current stamping machines are basically suitable for TDM process. If we want to use the PRG process, we need to purchase all new equipment, which may not be realistic. Zhou Benxiang really wants to grab the order from Chuncheng Stamping, but if the cost is very high, it can't be implemented at all. It is naturally best to be able to use a special PRG stamping machine, but it is not impossible to use the current stamping equipment. You only need to add a coil loader and simply modify the equipment to realize the PRG process. It's just that in this way, the improvement in production efficiency will be discounted. Even so, the processing fee will still be much lower than TDM. A large stamping assembly can easily have a dozen components. If each component has an advantage of a few dollars, Chuncheng Stamping Factory will not be able to beat you in the end. When Chao Yang said this, Zhou Benxiang was immediately tempted. This is going to work. Let me first provide you with a batch of drawings of existing parts, you can quote a mold price, and then we can also calculate the cost after adopting the new process. As long as the cost of equipment transformation is much lower than the area of cost reduction, this can be done. Zhou Benxiang's words opened up a new situation of cooperation between Nanshan Auto Parts Factory and Chuncheng Sihuan Factory. The man has feelings and the concubine has intentions. Soon, combined with the new quotation, Chuncheng Sihuan Factory formulated a plan for equipment transformation. They even decided to take a part with a relatively large quantity as a transformation model for the TDM process to PRG process, and started directly. In this way, facing the new parts contracted by OEMs such as Chuncheng Volkswagen, Zhou Benxiang became confident. All the parts that Chuncheng Sihuan Factory wants to get orders for are absolutely the lowest price. This change soon brought huge pressure to Chuncheng Stamping Factory. Minister, you know your own quotation level best. We just collected quotations from various companies last week, and now you ask which parts can be proposed to you. How should I answer? As a buyer of Chuncheng Volkswagen, Su Liang has a good relationship with Lu, the director of the purchasing and sales department of Chuncheng Stamping Plant. But this time, Su Liang's attitude towards La has obviously changed a little. Do you know that when we made an internal report, I was scolded for a long time because of your quotation? When we issued the contract, we also said that the quotation of the new model has a goal of reducing the price by 20% compared with the previous generation of models, but what about you? The price quoted has not only not dropped, but has increased. Do you think that these parts are made by you now, and you will definitely make them in the future? Su Liang scolded Lu. Xu Gong, I'm very sorry to have criticized you. However, the specifications of the parts of this new model have increased a lot compared to the previous generation. We have basically maintained the price of the previous generation, with only a slight increase. In fact, we have made great efforts. Take the A-pillar as an example. The tensile strength of the steel plate used before was 340 MPa, but now it is 590 MPa, and the material cost has increased by one section. At the same time, after the material strength is improved, the tonnage of the equipment, the price has also risen accordingly, and the difficulty of mold processing has also increased. These are the reasons for the cost increase. Although Lu felt a little wronged, he still explained it seriously. But Su Liang didn't listen to his explanation at this time. The new model needs to improve safety performance and meet the latest collision regulations. The material strength continues to increase. That is inevitable. Now the 590 parts are only a small part. In the future, they will be used on a large scale, and even some parts will use 790 or 980 MPa ultra-high-strength steel plates. If Chuncheng stamping plant can't keep up with the pace, you can't blame us for not supporting you. As soon as Su Liang said this, Lu immediately became nervous. In the past, when there were parts contracts, he came to Su Liang, and the other party didn't have this attitude. The situation this time is obviously different. According to his understanding of Su Liang, the result of this contract seems to be very unfavorable to Chuncheng stamping plant. Su Gong, don't we have any price advantage this time? Can you tell me the target price so that we can go back and review it? Obviously, Lu wanted Su Liang to reveal the quotations of other manufacturers so that he could go back and review the prices in a targeted manner. He had done this kind of thing before. However, this time, he was going to be disappointed. Minister, not to mention that it is inappropriate to tell you the target price itself. If I really want to say it, our target price is 20% lower than the previous generation. Su Liang had a cold face and did not give Lu face. Mr. Su, I understand what you said. But Chuncheng stamping plant is a company of the group after all. If we don't get an order for a part, we can't explain to the group. By then, the group may think that you don't support the development of the group's subsidiaries. Li's words obviously had a hidden meaning. He was using Chuncheng Automobile Group to pressure Su Liang. After all, although Chuncheng Volkswagen is a joint venture company, the Chinese leaders are all sent by Chuncheng Automobile Group. Ordinary employees like Su Liang have to listen to the words of the Chinese leaders first. Minister, who said we don't support the group's subsidiaries? Su Liang sneered and asked Lu unexpectedly. This confused Lu. The reason why Chuncheng Volkswagen is responsible for the procurement of parts is that it must support the parts companies under the Chuncheng Automobile Group to the greatest extent to get the parts orders. This is not a topic related to fair competition or something. There is no completely fair thing in the world. However, this kind of support must also be based on the premise of complying with the process. And Su Liang can also make Chuncheng stamping speechless in accordance with the process. Su Gong, I'm sorry, I'm a little dizzy. You mean we still have some orders for this project, right? Lu thought Su Liang had given in to him. However, soon, his face turned ugly. I'm sorry, although it's a bit inappropriate to tell you this now, the quotation of Chuncheng stamping is really not competitive at all. We Volkswagen will not give parts to such manufacturers. Impossible. Su Gong, our quotations are all reported at normal levels. It is impossible that there is no competitiveness at all. Lu thought quickly in his mind. He hadn't offended Su Liang recently, right? Why was the other party so disrespectful? The company is not his, there is no reason to be so difficult with Chuncheng stamping. Just because you are not making progress doesn't mean others are standing still. The quotation for any part from the Chuncheng Sihuan factory is much lower than yours. They have come to report the plan to the German manager. This time, the project will be handed over to him. After all, the Chuncheng stamping factory is a subsidiary of the group, and Su Liang did not want to offend them completely. So he quickly told the other party the reason. I know the situation of the Sihuan factory very well. Their QCD level is about the same as ours. It is impossible for every part to be much lower. Su Gong, I think they must have reported something wrong. Inexplicably, Lu felt relieved. As long as Chuncheng Volkswagen is not targeting its own factory, it will be easy to deal with. We originally thought so, but I'm sorry to tell you that there is no problem with the quotation from the Sihuan factory. Their prices are not only lower than yours, but even lower than the original equipment manufacturers in Germany. We have no reason not to use them. Su Liang's words once again made Li's mood sink to the bottom. After a long silence, he asked tentatively, Su Gong, does Sihuan factory have any special cost reduction measures? You are all subsidiaries of the group, and some information will spread quickly. In the quotation of Sihuan factory this time, 80% of the parts use the PRG process, and only some parts with particularly complex shapes use the TDM process. In this regard, you can't compare with them. There is no need to be a bad guy and let them fight each other. Su Liang also slowly adjusted his mentality. Anyway, as a referee, he will not lose. PRG process? Lu raised his eyebrows. During this period, the three letters PRG have almost become a taboo in Chuncheng Stamping Factory. No one dared to discuss it easily. In the mold workshop, the 6 sets of PRG molds are about to be scrapped. When did Sihuan Factory master this technology? Xu Gong, forgive me for being blunt, although the PRG process has high production efficiency and low processing fees, the mold structure is complex and the cost is high. Sihuan Factory has never used the PRG process to produce parts before, and they cannot have the level of making PRG molds. Your competitors know you best. As the two companies that have been fighting for many years, Chuncheng Stamping Factory and Chuncheng Sihuan Factory have a deep understanding of each other. Even among the senior management, there will be a situation where leaders rotate positions with each other. Sihuan Factory can't do it by itself, but their molds can be purchased from outside. Purchase from outside? Who to buy from? There is no PRG mold in China that is good enough. We can't import it from Germany, right? Le snorted coldly, and his heart was no longer so flustered. Because he felt that the low-price plan of Sihuan Factory was not feasible at all. Are you sure that there is really no factory in China that makes good PRG molds? Why is this different from the information I heard? Su Liang said something with a hint of meaning. This made Lu immediately think of a manufacturer, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Su Liang was more familiar with this factory. It just so happened that the PRG mold technology of this factory was leading in China and even in the world. At least in terms of the PRG mold technology of nut plates, this is the case. Thinking of this, Li's heart was a little panicked, and he asked, Xu Gong, the PRG molds of the 4th Ring Road factory were not purchased from the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, right? Su Liang was definitely unwilling to do such a thing as leaking the secrets of Sihuan Factory. As for Lu and the others guessing it, it had nothing to do with him. Director, I didn't say that. Okay, I have a report to make later, so I have to leave first. Su Liang showed an inexplicable smile on his face, which made Lu a little panicked. However, what made him even more panicked was the attitude of his own boss. What? You didn't get any orders for parts? Dong Chun stared at Lu with a gloomy expression. Chuncheng Volkswagen is their largest customer. If the order for the new model is lost, life will be difficult in a few years. How can we report to the group when making medium and long-term plans at the end of the year? President Dong, it's the Sihuan factory that's making trouble. They have gone crazy to grab orders. Should we complain to the group and ask them to stop messing around? At this time, Lin naturally wanted to put the blame on his opponent. What else should he do? Say that he is incompetent? Or should you say that Mr. Dong should not offend the Southern Auto Parts Factory and make them team up with the Sihuan factory to deal with him? His emotional intelligence is not that low. As for Dongchun's later knowledge that the PRG mold of the Sihuan factory came from the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, it has nothing to do with him. It shouldn't be. Although the Sihuan factory competes with us, we still have a certain tacit understanding. Simply reducing their own profits to grab orders, it will be difficult for them to report when they report to the group. After all, the group will not only look at turnover, but also attach great importance to profit margins. Dong Chun, an old hand, is very familiar with the morality of the group's brother companies. Obviously, he felt something was wrong with this matter. So without waiting for Lu to say anything, he directly called the general manager of the Sihuan factory. However, after he finished the call, he could no longer conceal the anger on his face. How unreasonable. It's really outrageous. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is determined to make things difficult for us. We are his customers. He doesn't sell the molds to us but sells them to Sihuan Factory. What does this mean? What do they want to do? Bang! At this moment, Dongchun was like an angry lion, and Lu was so scared that he wanted to lower his head to the ground. Li's salary is not low. In his opinion, being scolded by the boss on a daily basis is also part of the job. So Dongchun scolded there for more than 10 minutes, and he did not say a word. It was not until the other party was tired of scolding and he felt that the content of the questioning was completely unreliable that he responded with a sentence. Mr. Dong, if we didn't purchase nut plates from Nanshan Auto Parts Factory before, they couldn't enter the Volkswagen system. But now that they have hooked up with Sihuan Factory, this trick is useless. If we really fight to lose both sides and give up the nut plate business, Sihuan Factory will definitely be very happy to take it over in the end. Then the situation will be even worse for us. If anger can solve problems, then there will be world peace. No matter how angry Dongchun was, there was no way to change the outcome. Originally, he was thinking about whether he could continue to use nut plates to control Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, but it turned out to be completely unfeasible. This made him feel very depressed. A small private workshop like this, can we really do nothing about them? Boss Don, if they were also in Chuncheon, then with our relationship, we would naturally have a way to trip them up, but if they were in Yangchang, we would be out of reach. Besides, I heard that they have already started exporting nut plates to Volkswagen headquarters, and their dependence on us is decreasing. Lu didn't want the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory to and on his head, but the relationship between the two sides is indeed changing. Party A and Party B, it's not that you are Party A, and all the rights to speak are in your hands. Look at Bosch, Continental, ZF, when these auto parts giants communicate with the OEMs, do they really act like Party B? Then what should we do? They are now cooperating with the Sihuan factory, which is very disadvantageous to us. Slowly calming down, Dong Chun felt that he couldn't go on like this. Mr. Dong, I really hate Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Their working style is completely different from other private enterprises. But frankly speaking, their mold technology, especially PRG mold technology, should be the best in China. This time, the parts cost of Sihuan factory is much lower than ours because they use PRG technology on a large scale. We all know the mold level of Sihuan factory. Those PRG molds are very good. They must have been purchased from Nanshan. I think as long as the other party chooses to cooperate with Sihuan factory instead of our old customer, I'm afraid. Le thought of Dong Chun asking him to arrange people to steal Nanshan's PRG technology, and he was a little panicked. Although this matter has been over for a while, it is obviously not over yet. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid they may know that the previous computer theft has something to do with us. Lo bit the bullet and said his guess. Without any evidence, even if they suspect, what can they do? Dong Chun was very stubborn. He arranged people to steal Nanshan's technology, and this kind of thing cannot be admitted in any case. What's more, the other party has no evidence now, at most it is just suspicion. Even if there is evidence, he can't admit it. Boss Dong, it's all my fault. I came up with such a bad idea at the beginning and destroyed the relationship with them. How about I apologize to them and then buy PRG molds from them in the future? We are all businessmen, I don't think they will always go against us. It's not good for them. At worst, we can just relax the selling price of the PRG molds appropriately and give them some indirect compensation. Subordinates are meant to take the blame. Lu still has this awareness. Although it was Lu who arranged for others to steal Nanshan's technology in the first place, combined with Dong Chun's ideas. But he certainly can't say that now. The best solution is to take the blame, apologize, and continue to cooperate with each other. Dong Chun can actually realize this. It's just that he can't save face. However, now that Lo has taken the blame, things will be easier. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. You can apologize, but you can't directly admit that we arranged it. Dong Chun's tone softened when he said this. He thought about the situation that Chuncheon Stamping would face if he didn't give in and continue to fight. That was a result he couldn't bear. Compared with his own future, the anger in his heart was nothing. Of course, if he could find an opportunity in the future, he would definitely clean up the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. After this instruction, Lu quickly took action. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory did not completely close the door to cooperation. After all, Chuncheon Stamping is Nanshan's largest customer in China. Minister Zhang, there were some misunderstandings between you and me before. I sincerely apologize to you for some inappropriate behavior of Chuncheon Stamping. In order to show sincerity, we don't want the 5 points of annual business price reduction this year. If the cooperation between the two parties goes smoothly in the future, I can also directly apply internally to promote the annual business price reduction of 0 next year. In the meeting room of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, Li's attitude was very low. For the automotive parts industry, the annual business price reduction of about 3% to 5% of the main engine factory every year is an inevitable topic for every factory. Of course, this does not mean that every factory will eventually reduce 3% to 5%. For strong suppliers like Bosch and Continental, it is normal for them to give you a symbolic price reduction of 1%, or even not a penny. But private enterprises like Nanshan Auto Parts Factory normally have to achieve their goals. Otherwise, they will replace you. Now that Chuncheon Stamping has exempted Nanshan from the annual price reduction this year, it can be considered very sincere. This apology is not just verbal, but a real concession of benefits. Minister, from what you said, I should go to Chuncheon to visit you. Chuncheon Stamping is Nanshan's largest customer. At the beginning, our Nanshan was able to come back from the brink of bankruptcy thanks to the support of Chuncheon Stamping. As for the annual price reduction, it's not that we don't want to cooperate. It's really that the previous price was already very low. Thank you so much for allowing us not to reduce the price. Zhang Fugui didn't give Lu a face. On the contrary, he was still talking to him with a smile on his face. This was also the plan he took after discussing with Chao Yang before the meeting. Everyone is doing business, and Chuncheng Automobile Group is the leader of the domestic automobile industry. There is no need for him to offend the other party to death. Although Chuncheng Stamping cannot represent Chuncheng Automobile Group, if they want to ruin your business, they still have ways. Nanshan got the actual benefits, and those in the know also knew that Chuncheng Stamping had given up. It can be said that both the face and the substance have been obtained. It's time to quit while you're ahead. After sending Lu away, Zhang Fugui immediately went to find Chao Yang. Although he had just followed Chao Yang's instructions very well and had a good chat with Chuncheng Stamping, it did not mean that he could fully understand some of the cooperation. Director, Chuncheng Stamping has a criminal record. Those who came to our factory to steal computers must have something to do with them. If we take the initiative to sell the PRG mold to them in the future, we will have to arrange employees to go to their site to assist in debugging, which will inevitably leak our technology. Zhang Fugui felt that his concerns were completely justified. Although the design of the PRG mold is more difficult, if people want to learn, they will definitely be able to learn it in a few years. Besides, when some employees go to the other factory for debugging, it is normal for a few to be poached, right? The loss of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory at that time must be huge. It's not as exaggerated as you say. I have also seriously considered this matter. Whether it is Spring City Volkswagen or Magic City Volkswagen, we can't make their large stamping parts. In this case, the mold technology of these parts is something we can trade. If most of Volkswagen's stamping molds are produced by us in the future, the suppliers of other OEMs will definitely consider actively looking for us to buy molds. Although selling molds is a one-stop business, it is also considerable if a little bit accumulates into a lot. Of course, what I care most about is not how much money I make from selling molds, but that selling molds can make our mold center grow and develop. Selling molds can make us have a clear understanding of the situation of various stamping equipment, which is also very beneficial for us to enter the equipment processing industry in the future. Chao Yang knew that Zhang Fugui was thinking about the factory, so he patiently explained to him. Director, are we going to enter the equipment processing industry in the future? Zhang Fugui immediately grasped the key point of Chao Yang's words. In the past year, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has changed so much that he felt that he was about to lose the pace. Now they suddenly want to make their own equipment, which is also. In the production of auto parts, equipment is a very critical thing. Take the Chuncheng Stamping Factory as an example. The materials are purchased from outside, the equipment is purchased from outside, and the molds will also be purchased from outside in the future. Then they can only make a little extra money. This production model is definitely not the direction of Nanshan. Besides, we will make more complex parts in the future, and many equipment will need to be customized. People will charge whatever price they say. Even some high-end equipment, they won't sell it even if you pay for it. We must avoid this situation to the greatest extent. Now is a very good entry point. Chuncheng Stamping and Chuncheng Sihuan Factory will purchase a large number of our PRG molds in the future, and they are temporarily responding by transforming existing equipment. But sooner or later they will need to replace them with special PRG stamping machines, which is a very good opportunity for us. Start with PRG stamping machines, produce a batch for our factory, and sell a batch to Chuncheng Stamping and Sihuan Factory. Then we don't have to worry about other stamping factories not buying equipment from us. Equipment manufacturing is a relatively inconspicuous industry. However, as a former senior engineer in the automotive industry, Chao Yang is very clear about the importance of equipment. In particular, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is destined to enter the field of complex electronic components and batteries in the future, and the requirements for equipment are even higher. Whether it is to reduce costs, reduce equipment procurement cycles, or reduce the risk of being stuck, Chao Yang is determined to make equipment. The most important thing is that there are now 2 big fat sheep, actively delivering them to his mouth. By then, they will buy low-priced and high-quality PRG equipment, and Nanshan will also successfully open up the market. This is a win-win situation. Well, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory won twice again. What you said makes sense, but equipment production is a very professional field. We have no advantages at all in entering this field. If you are worried about the equipment, you can consider choosing a few strategic partners and signing relevant cooperation agreements. We want to eat pork, but it doesn't mean we have to raise pigs ourselves. Zhang Fugui obviously still does not approve of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory's easy design of equipment production. Uncle, this equipment manufacturing is actually very profitable and it can train the level of technical personnel. If Nanshan Auto Parts Factory wants to gain a firm foothold in the automotive industry, it must have its own core technology. It is definitely not enough to rely solely on molds. As for your concerns, I actually have a solution. I already have a design plan for a 600-ton PRG press, or even an 800-ton PRG press. I just need to implement it. After Chao Yang said this, Zhang Fugui didn't know what to say. If Chao Yang had talked to him like this at this time last year, Zhang Fugui would definitely not believe it. But now, never mind, let's give it a try. Anyway, the factory is developing well and can make a lot of money every month, and we can afford to lose money. Director, although we have bought PRG presses from Schuler and Huitian, it may not be so easy to imitate them directly. Even if we imitate them, it will definitely involve infringement and we won't be able to sell them to the outside world. In Zhang Fugui's opinion, Chao Yang's so-called design plan must have been plagiarized from Schuler or Huitian. This is not unacceptable, but it will be difficult to make money by relying on it. We, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, never plagiarize others, we can only be plagiarized by others. These new stamping machines, although they have borrowed some technical solutions from Schuler and Ida, are more advanced than the ones they are selling to us now. Whether it is in terms of production efficiency, production cost, or precision control, it will only be better. Chao Yang's confident look gave Zhang Fugui some confidence. When the nut plate technology was exchanged, it involved a series of technologies from materials to equipment and molds. Do we still have to worry about lagging behind in technology if we bring PRG equipment that will be produced in 20 or 30 years in advance to the present? The company's business is very busy now. If we want to set up an equipment center, we may have to recruit more people. Zhang Fugui no longer hesitated about whether to enter the equipment manufacturing industry, but began to remind Chao Yang of some precautions. If we are short of people, just recruit. If it is difficult to recruit undergraduates, junior college graduates are also fine, and technical schools are not impossible to consider. Some jobs do not require undergraduates to do. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory now not only supplies nut plates to Volkswagen and Volkswagen in China, but also exports them to Volkswagen headquarters. Even last month, the first batch of nut plates for General Motors and Ford have been exported. Although there was only one part at the beginning, you can't resist the large quantity. So now Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is really not short of money. A nut plate is only a few dollars, not worth mentioning. But a car has about 30 or even more, so the value goes up. Why did Chao Yang not choose to ask for money when he talked about cooperation with Ford and GM before, but asked for the opportunity to cooperate with nut plates and wheel nuts? It was mainly for long-term development. Now it is only May 2000, and the monthly turnover of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has reached 20 million. This data is absolutely excellent in the private auto parts industry. The key is that by next month, with the further increase in export business of GM, Ford and Volkswagen, this number will grow explosively. This is where Chao Yang's confidence lies. Soon, he personally formed a preparatory team for the equipment center and asked He Qingxuan, a young apprentice who has not yet officially graduated, to be his assistant. Master, these drawings are too detailed, it's like. He Qingxuan is now a well-known workaholic. In his words, sleeping is a waste. He basically works 16 hours a day in 24 hours. He is talented and willing to work hard, and Chao Yang is willing to teach him. In this way, it is natural to describe his rapid progress. In the technical department, his mold technology has caught up with Kai Rong, and he is even the best in the technical department in some aspects. To do a good job in mold design, it is necessary to know the parameters and mechanisms of the stamping machine. The rigidity, guidance, unloading mechanism, positioning method, gap size, etc. of the mold are all related to the equipment. Otherwise, if you don't know how to set the mold height and whether the size of the mold matches the size of the machine, the mold you make will be useless. What is it? Chao Yang glanced at He Qingxuan and continued to operate Ketia skillfully. A printer dedicated to printing drawings next to him kept outputting various drawings. No, nothing. He Qingxuan looked embarrassed. I just feel. I feel this. How can we have the drawings of these equipment? Did we steal them from somewhere? Chao Yang directly said what He Qingxuan hadn't finished. After all, after the computer theft in the technical department some time ago, the topic of leaks became a hot topic in Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. The factory also did a special one for everyone. Confidentiality training, and even expensive closed-circuit televisions were installed in some places in the factory. Master, that's not what I meant. Drawings like this can't be stolen at all. I just think you are so amazing. Not only can you design molds, but you can also design stamping machines. He Qingchuan's IQ is finally online. Okay, just do research and development in the factory honestly, and don't think too much about other things. Chao Yang didn't bother to think about what He Qingchuan was thinking. Anyway, the source of these drawings is unclear, but there is no need to worry about whether they infringe or not. By the way, Master, I know a few seniors who also work in factories in Yangchang. Their level is quite good. I saw them when I was in school. Now our equipment center is in need of manpower. Can we recruit them too? He Qingchuan felt the pressure on his shoulders and naturally hoped that some people could help him. As for whether this would cause Chao Yang to suspect that he was forming cliques, he was not worried at all. No problem, recruit them if you think they are suitable. Chao Yang agreed to He Qingchuan's request without any hesitation. Since we have to recruit people anyway, it is not a bad thing to find someone who is relatively familiar. If these recruited people can also introduce some people with better skills, it is possible to consider giving them some rewards. Many large factories in later generations have recruitment bonuses, which shows that this approach is still meaningful. After all, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is not a large state-owned enterprise, and a lot of people want to get in through connections. However, just as he started to work on the equipment with a group of employees, a small storm was heading towards Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Xiao Mo, the bureau just held a meeting. In the next period of time, we must focus on supervising the legality and compliance of export tax rebates. The Municipal Bureau has received several reports that some trading companies in our district falsely reported export amounts and defrauded export tax rebates. For many trading companies and factories, they can make the price of exported goods lower than that of domestic sales because of export tax rebates. To put it bluntly, the export tax rebate is the tax authority returning the value-added tax and consumption tax paid by various domestic production and circulation links in accordance with tax laws to the exporting enterprises. This can effectively improve the cost of this product, the export competitiveness of Chinese enterprises. It is a common practice internationally. China's economy is now export-oriented, and there are naturally various regulations on export tax rebates. In order to encourage exports, some procedures are even set up to be more convenient. However, where there is profit, there are naturally people who want to take advantage of loopholes. Illegally obtain export declarations with customs inspection stamps by falsely reporting exports or other deceptive means. Collude with illegal businessmen at home and abroad in foreign trade companies to illegally adjust foreign exchange. Various illegal cases occur from time to time. Therefore, every once in a while, we have to focus on cracking down on them. Director Me, I was just about to report to you even if you hadn't said it. In the past 2 months, the situation of tax fraud and export tax rebates by some factories in our district has become increasingly serious, and it has reached the point where we have to crack down on it. I have specifically studied the tax rebate data of some manufacturers and found several that were amiss. After confirmation, they all proved that my research was correct. In the past few days, I have studied and found particularly abnormal data from a factory. This factory succeeded in defrauding a tax rebate of more than 100,000 yuan the first time, and dared to defraud hundreds of thousands the second time, and even dared to defraud millions at a time later. Such signs must be suppressed forcefully, otherwise it will be a mess. As the head of the Tax Source Management Section, Mo Xiaoman usually focuses on the review of export tax rebates. If someone in the jurisdiction falsely reports export tax rebates, the first thing that will be affected is her future. So she hates such situations. Oh, what a coincidence! Is there anyone so bold? Defrauding millions of export tax rebates at a time, this was considered a relatively large case in 2000. Yes, so I think we should focus on investigating and cracking down on this as a typical example, and use the force of thunder to launch a surprise attack on the other party, so as to serve as a warning to others. As a woman, Mo Xiaoman was able to become the head of the Tax Source Management Section at a young age. In addition to graduating from a prestigious university and having a wealthy family, her personal ability is also very strong. No problem, I will personally contact the Customs and the Public Security Department to organize a joint operation. Just after receiving the mission, his subordinates gave him the opportunity to make meritorious service. Naturally, Director Me would not be soft-hearted. It is urgent to crack down on illegal crimes. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is not a well-known enterprise in Guangzhou. Especially in the past few years, it was on the verge of bankruptcy. It was more like one of the countless small workshops. However, since Chao Dashan chose the site in Fan City, which was still under the administration of Guangzhou, the land price was cheap and the factory occupied a large area. In the past few months, some people have been recruited one after another, and the number of employees has exceeded 300. This morning, everyone came to the factory to work as usual. Chao Yang took He Qingxuan, Kai Rong, and others to the equipment center and began to arrange the next step of advancement. Director, it's bad. There are many law enforcement officers in our factory. At this time, Zhang Tingting rushed in rashly, scaring everyone. There are so many law enforcement officers? Chao Yang was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that an employee had committed a crime? Several departments have jointly enforced the law, saying that we are suspected of tax evasion, false export tax rebates, etc. Now employees are not allowed to leave the factory, and all the information of the finance department has been sealed. Just as Zhang Tingting was explaining, Chao Yang really saw people in uniform entering the equipment center. Yes. It seems that there is really something going on this time. Otherwise, there would not be such a big move. However, Chao Yang is not too worried because he has done nothing wrong. Everyone put down the work at hand and cooperate with each other's work. After Chao Yang finished speaking, he followed Zhang Tingting and went directly to the finance department. If you want to investigate tax issues, the finance department must be the top priority. So after arriving here, Chao Yang immediately met the person in charge. Chief MO, is there any misunderstanding? Our Nanshan Auto Parts factory has always abided by the law and never evaded taxes. After a brief conversation, Chao Yang knew that the leader of the team was the section chief opposite named Mo Xiaoman. The personnel of other departments basically cooperated with her to enforce the law. Director Chao, whether there is any violation of law or discipline is not up to you or me, the evidence is the final word. We will not wrongly accuse a good person, nor will we let a bad person go. Please cooperate with us in the next work. Please move all the financial data, customs declarations, and product shipment records of your company in the past year. The relevant personnel have nothing to do with it. Before approval, no manipulation of past data is allowed. Mo Xiaoman's face was cold, and she didn't intend to give any face. Obviously, she had already determined in her heart that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory had falsely reported export tax rebates, and the amount involved was relatively large. If she hadn't discovered it in time, it would have been a big bomb in the future. Director, there is absolutely no falsification in our financial data. They are wrongly accusing people. Zhang Tingting was a little anxious. She was now supervising the finance department. She was inexplicably involved in such a matter. She must be very dissatisfied. Director, we had some conflicts with Chunqing Stamping Factory some time ago. Although we finally reconciled, but Zhang Fuguwei stood behind Chao Yang, looking at the busy uniformed personnel, and a bold guess emerged in his heart. No, it shouldn't be. Chunqing Stamping can't reach that far, and it's not good for them to do this. If they really have the ability to do this, there is no need to come and apologize. Although things are a bit weird, Chao Yang didn't pull it into conspiracy theories. If you want to investigate, then I'll let you investigate. It's not a bad thing to find out clearly. Who knows, maybe he can take this opportunity to get in touch with these departments. I've been working in the factory for so many years, and I've never encountered such a thing. I've even rarely heard of any factory encountering such a big scene. Director, I think something is wrong. Zhang Fuguwei always felt that when the factory encountered such a thing without any problems, someone must be causing trouble. His idea also represents the ideas of many factory owners. Xiao Zhang, notify everyone to cooperate with their full cooperation and don't think too much. Today they are investigating the issue of tax evasion, so Chao Yang is really not worried. If they were investigating fire protection or environmental protection or something like that, then he would be worried. So now he is very patient and has a good attitude. It won't do if it's not good. Director Chao, your most recent export tax rebate declaration shows that more than 2 million parts were exported to the United States, and a tax rebate amount of more than 1 million was applied for. Do you know this information? After checking for a whole morning, Chao Yang was invited to the conference room by Mo Xiaoman. I know. Is there anything wrong with this data? Chao Yang's confused look made Mo Xiaoman very unhappy. She wondered how the acting skills of young people nowadays were so high. 2 million parts. More than 2 million parts were exported in 1 month. You still ask me if I have any problems? As for the current situation in China, it is not that there is no export of auto parts, but it is very rare. According to our understanding, only a few parts such as aluminum wheels and glass have this situation. But they are not in their own jurisdiction. Chief MO, I think you may not know much about our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, or someone outside may deliberately slander our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. At this time, Chao Yang probably had an idea in his mind. Our factory is now a global supplier of Volkswagen, General Motors, and Ford. The nut plates we produce are not only supplied to Shanghai Volkswagen and Spring City Volkswagen, but also exported to Germany and the United States. The nut plates in the Santana you just took are now produced by our factory. We even have an agreement with General Motors to supply more than $20 million of parts to General Motors in the next year. According to our forecast, by the end of this year, our monthly export amount will reach more than 15 million renminbi. Chao Yang's confident expression made Mo Xiaoman a little confused. Did she really make a mistake, or did the other party cover it up too well? Export 50 million parts a month? That's right. I expect to reach this number by December this year at the latest. If the situation is ideal, it can be reached around October this year. After Chao Yang finished speaking, Mo Xiaoman and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. So far, they have not found any problems. Otherwise, they would not have invited Chao Yang to the conference room for questioning like now. Director Chao, can we go to the site to confirm those nut plates you mentioned and see whether the daily production and shipment quantities match the financial registration data? Although what Chao Yang said seemed to be correct, Mo Xiaoman still wanted to make the best confirmation. Around 2000, the on-site management of domestic auto parts companies and other manufacturing companies was generally average. Especially in terms of cleanliness and tidiness, people did not pay enough attention to it. But as soon as Mo Xiaoman and her friends entered the workshop, they felt something different. The pedestrian passage and forklift passage were clearly divided on the floor. The most important thing is that it looks very clean. There are many equipments on site, but it does not look messy at all. The billboards everywhere allow people to see the specific management requirements and content. The mental outlook of the employees seems to be very good, and there is no slacking at all. Mo Xiaoman suddenly thought of the scene when she visited a Japanese parts manufacturer before, which seemed to be a bit similar. Director Chao, your on-site management is pretty good. Rarely, Mo Xiaoman's face was no longer serious. She is a reasonable person. At least she thinks so. At present, the on-site management of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is worthy of the appearance of a large export enterprise. Although it's not bad, there are still many areas to be improved. Chao Yang was not being modest on purpose. He felt that the on-site management of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory really needed to be further improved. Both the current employee quality and the original on-site planning were not particularly ideal. However, he felt that he was telling the truth, but Mo Xiaoman thought it was just a courtesy. So Mo Xiaoman didn't say anything more and went directly to the production site of the nut plate. The 600-ton PRG was stamping at a speed of 22 times a minute. 2 nut plates were constantly sent out from the mold. The production efficiency of PRG was relatively high, and it used a 1:2 mold layout solution, so the number of parts that could be produced was naturally large. Mo Xiaoman didn't even use a calculator to quickly calculate the daily production capacity of this equipment. You don't know until you calculate it, and you'll be shocked when you calculate it. One piece of equipment can produce 50,000 or 60,000 nut plates a day? Wouldn't that be more than 1 million a month? Of course, this is calculated based on 3 shifts and high load. Even if it's only 2 shifts, there are still 1 million a month. So, they export more than 210,000 nut plates. Doesn't seem so exaggerated? Inexplicably, Mo Xiaoman felt a little guilty. Would she wrongly accuse someone? Is there really such a strong factory in her jurisdiction? Why have I never heard of it before? Director Chao, the stamping speed of your stamping machine seems to be much faster than that of other factories, and the length of this mold is also exaggerated. After changing her mind, Mo Xiaoman spoke in a much better tone. Although there is still some related information such as the shipping plan that has not been confirmed, combined with the production capacity of this production and Chao Yang's confident performance, Mo Xiaoman actually has the answer. In this way, she has more time to get to know Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. General factories currently use TDM technology to produce parts. Our nut plate is a breakthrough that uses PRG technology, which greatly improves production efficiency. And this mold is also the core technology of our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. At present, it is the only one in China. The reason why Volkswagen and Volkswagen headquarters use our nut plates is because of low cost and good quality. Similarly, one of the important reasons why our humble factory can become a global supplier of Ford and General Motors is that the nut plates we produce have the best QCD. Although Mo Xiaoman and her friends came with a fierce momentum and looked like they were coming with bad intentions, But so far, they have been doing their job impartially and have not deliberately made things difficult for Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. So Chao Yang's attitude has always been pretty good. Of course, he dared not be bad. Otherwise, if they come back and give you a hard time, it would be really uncomfortable. The best QCD? This is the first time Mo Xiaoman has heard a domestic company brag like this. It seems that this Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is quite interesting. That's right. As for the nutplate, I can confidently say that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is the best supplier for QCD. With Chao Yang's words, the atmosphere between the two groups obviously improved a lot. Especially after further confirming the factory's daily production, shipments, customs declarations and other related information, the matter basically became clear. Originally, I wanted to use it as a negative example and as the focus of this round of cleanup and rectification. Thinking of this, they have become a positive case in a blink of an eye. Generally, private enterprises cannot withstand financial scrutiny. More or less, actively or passively, intentionally or unintentionally, there will always be some problems. But there are no obvious problems with the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Some of the problems found can also be seen as minor human errors, which are harmless. The most critical thing is that Mo Xiaoman found that the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory actually has only one account. They even pay the high corporate income tax honestly. It is really surprising. If the monthly export amount really exceeds 50 million by the end of the year at this pace, the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will become a major taxpayer in the jurisdiction next year. Thinking of this, Mo Xiaoman felt embarrassed for his recklessness. Director Chao, I'm sorry to bother you today. We also found that your company's situation in the past few months was quite abnormal after data analysis, so we jointly conducted such an inspection. Now it seems that it's not that the data is problematic, but that the development of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has exceeded everyone's imagination. We are most willing to see a vibrant factory like yours in our jurisdiction. If you have any tax questions in the future, you can contact me directly. Although the misunderstanding was finally resolved, Mo Xiaoman also knew that her behavior must have caused some confusion to the other party. She is a person who is one and two. If she did something wrong, she did it wrong, and she apologized to Chao Yang very frankly. This is very rare in this era. Chief Mo, you are polite. In fact, it's all our fault that we only focused on studying technology and considering how to improve production efficiency. We didn't communicate with you in time, otherwise there would not be such a misunderstanding. Don't worry, our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will fully cooperate with your bureau's business and strive to be a model taxpayer. Chao Yang never thought of evading taxes. If he couldn't do this after being reborn, it would be too shameful. He was going to become a global auto parts giant, and it was not worth it to leave a stain for a little money at the beginning. If it was exposed in the future, the price would be much higher. After sending off the unexpected visitor without any danger, Chao Yang continued to compete with He Qingxuan with the stamping equipment. In the past few days, another major event happened in Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Director, our wheel bolts have been successfully trial produced. From the tensile strength, yield strength, and dimensional accuracy measured so far, there are no problems. The corrosion resistance cycle test of SST and CCT will start today, and the relevant spec tests such as wear resistance, oil resistance, and weather resistance are also being carried out as planned. Kai Rong is going crazy during this period. On the one hand, the emergence of a freak like He Qingxuan under his command indirectly brought him a lot of pressure. On the other hand, the factory began to enter the new field of wheel bolts, and he also had a lot to learn. Seeing that all the equipment was installed in place and the wheel bolts began trial production, his pressure did not decrease at all. How long will it take to complete? Chao Yang is very confident in the technology given by the system, so he is not worried at all that the wheel bolts will not meet the requirements of the drawings and spec. For him, testing is just a process. Currently, the SST test takes 960 hours, or 40 days, which is the longest time spent on single product testing. In addition, some customers may require a full vehicle test, and this schedule is more uncontrollable. In Kai Rong's view, the progress of the wheel bolt project of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has been very fast. In less than a year, the product has been produced. And the products of Ford and General Motors are being promoted together. However, Chao Yang is obviously still not satisfied with this speed. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory only produces 2 products now. Even if he already has points to exchange for new products, he does not have enough funds to invest in a new production line again. After all, the nut plate makes money, but it is not as fast as the equipment investment. In addition, the training and recruitment of personnel also takes time, so even if Chao Yang's current points can be exchanged for some new technologies, there is no action for the time being. He has to wait until the wheel nuts enter mass production before he can officially start a new project. Of course, this is the case now. When the scale is up, and there is no shortage of personnel and funds, you can start several projects at the same time. That's when Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will start to make money. According to what you said, when can we supply wheel nuts to GM and Ford? Director, even if they don't require a vehicle durability test, it will take at least 3 months before we can start mass production and supply. Kai Rong combined the test schedule with the schedule of the subsequent OEM internal review and gave a relatively ideal answer. However, Chao Yang was not satisfied with this answer. Our wheel nut production line is ready for mass production, but we have to wait for the other party's approval. This is too slow. We will directly promote the single product test while contacting the global purchasing centers of General Motors and Ford Motor Company and send our parts to them for simultaneous confirmation. At the same time, we should also promote the change process to shorten the time as much as possible. Especially for General Motors, we have signed an agreement and they need to purchase $20 million of parts from us. If the amount of the agreement is not reached, they will directly make up the money for us. So General Motors Purchasing Center should also be more active in promoting these proposals. For the specific content, you can ask the purchasing and sales department to work together. Chao Yang's instruction put Kai Rong under great pressure. This is not a normal way. Generally, if a supplier has new parts to switch in mass production, it must start the change process after the single product test and the whole vehicle test are completed. But now it is being promoted simultaneously. Do you really think Ford and General Motors are your own? Kai Rong only dared to complain in his heart, and he still pushed forward obediently in action. By the way, call Dai Hanbiao over, I'll ask him to start preparing for the production of wheel nuts. Chao Yang added before Kai Rong could say anything. This time, Kai Rong couldn't help it. Director, isn't it a bit too early to prepare for production now? Let's not talk about whether all the tests are okay. Even if there is no problem, we normally have to wait for customer approval before we start production. Kai Rong felt that his director was a bit too hasty. This was totally against the procedures. There are tens of thousands of parts on a car, and every change to a part is very cautious. Otherwise, it would have gone wrong long ago. There are so many problems. We will order materials, prepare for production, and then export and transport them to America after GM and Ford approve them. It will take at least 2 months. Time is running out. We can't afford to waste these 2 months. We will start preparing for mass production now. We will produce a batch of parts first, and then ship them directly to America. When our parts arrive, the procedures in the middle will be almost completed, and we can start supplying them. Chao Yang's words shocked Kai Rong. Can it be operated like this? He has been working in technology for more than 10 years and has never heard of such a plan. He dared not even think about it. If there is any problem in the middle and some modifications need to be made to the product or production conditions, then all the parts produced in advance will be scrapped. Normally, the possibility of some problems requiring modification is almost 100%. This means that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will scrap a large number of wheel nuts. Even if the wheel nuts are localized and the cost is much lower than that of the original manufacturer, it cannot withstand such a hassle. Director, I think it's too risky to start mass production now. By then, we may lose all the money we earned from producing nut plates, or even not enough. We just got out of the brink of bankruptcy last year, and we will be back then. Kai Rong still has feelings for Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Naturally, he doesn't want Chao Yang to mess around there and ruin his job. Normally, the risk of doing this is very high. But I have confidence in these wheel nuts. Besides, haven't you already confirmed some basic physical and chemical properties of the finished products, and there are no problems? Chao Yang knew that his operation was a bit aggressive, so he was very patient when talking to Kai Rong. Haste makes waste, Director, at least we should wait until our SST test is done before making a judgment, so that it will be safer, right? Kai Rong wanted to try harder. But Chao Yang didn't listen, just do what I say, and if there is a problem, just treat it as paying tuition. Kai Rong, this tuition may be a bit expensive. Could it be that Mr. Chao of our company is going to follow the same path as Mr. Dong of Chuncheng Stamping? When the various departments of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory were a little depressed and were producing wheel nuts without knowing whether there were any customers, a group of people far away in Shanghai were also in a depressed mood. Boss, when the group came to investigate the project of increasing the localization rate this time, they found that this nut plate had been produced domestically, then exported to the United States, and then exported to us again. This is a problem we have never encountered before. The group's investigators specifically pointed it out for more than half an hour. At present, they require us to figure out the situation, formulate countermeasures, and report to the group leaders within 3 days. Yu Xing reported the bad news to the deputy director of the department, Hui Liang, a little nervously. As an employee of the Import and Export Department of the Purchasing Department of General Motors in Shanghai, his usual work is relatively easy. He only needs to give the relevant information of the imported parts to the customs and go through some customs clearance procedures. Basically, he does not need to report to the department director once a year. Unexpectedly, this report is bad news. It is the kind of bad news that has never been heard of and can't be imagined. It was produced in China, then exported to the headquarters of General Motors of America. After the other party added a large management fee, it was exported to us again? Are you sure this is the case with the nut plate? Hui Liang was also confused. How could this happen? Since its establishment in 1997, Shanghai General Motors has been making every effort to promote the localization of parts. Although the nut plate is an inconspicuous part and its value is not particularly high. However, in the context of making every effort to promote localization, Shanghai General Motors has created a situation where domestic parts are exported and then imported back. No wonder the group leaders are so angry. To put it in a broader sense, the purchasing department of Shanghai General Motors is going against the major policies. Hui Liang felt the pressure immediately. Then he was depressed. He had never thought of doing this. This nut plate was sold by General Motors of America to Shanghai General Motors, and it was not a business done by Huiliang's trading company registered abroad. He didn't get a penny of benefit, but he got a lot of trouble. Mister, we have confirmed again and again that the country of origin of these nut plates is indeed China. In order to avoid misunderstandings in information communication, I also specifically sent a letter to the counterparts at General Motors in the United States. After sending the email, the result of their reply was consistent with the situation we investigated. Yu Xing was also very depressed and reported there. He was just the person in charge of the customs declaration of imported parts. What did this matter have to do with him? Why did he have to clean up the mess himself now? Print out the information and tell me the situation from beginning to end. I still don't fully understand it. Hui Liang felt that his mind was getting more and more confused. This matter could be big or small. If it is not handled well, it may become a negative example of the group. At that time, it will affect his own future. Yu Xing, who was well prepared, immediately handed a stack of information to Hui Liang, and then explained it carefully page by page. So, this nut plate was actually produced by an American supplier and then exported to us by General Motors of America? Yes, the parts that arrived in the past few months were still in this situation. It was only this month that the change began. This Nanshan Auto Parts factory doesn't seem to be our supplier, right? As the deputy director of the purchasing department, Hui Liang is familiar with the main suppliers. He also has some impression of some smaller suppliers. However, Nanshan Auto Parts factory is very unfamiliar to him. I have confirmed that the Nanshan Auto Parts factory is a parts company in Yangcheng, and it is not a supplier in our system. But it is said that they supply OEMs such as Shanghai Volkswagen and Spring City Volkswagen. Before the report, Yu Xing obviously did some preparation work. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he didn't know anything. How did they become a supplier of General Motors? Except for CITIC Dicastal and Fuyao Glass, this is the first time I heard of a domestic parts company exporting parts to General Motors. China's auto industry, especially in passenger car parts, is too weak. It basically has no fighting power in the international market. It was not until more than 20 years later that there was a slight change. In the New Energy and New Energy 3 electric parts, there have been some breakthroughs. We are still learning about this situation, but from the information confirmed so far, they are the nut plate supplier of General Motors of America, which is in line with the facts. Yu Xing felt that he had to find a way to contact the Nanshan Auto Parts factory, and even just go there. Otherwise, there will be many questions in the future, and I guess I won't be able to answer them. Since the other party is a supplier of American General Motors, it must also want to become a supplier of our Shanghai General Motors. Go and check and see who in the purchasing department has contacted Nanshan Auto Parts factory before. Huiliang's speculation is obviously very reasonable. Soon, it was confirmed that Nanshan Auto Parts factory had visited the staff of the parts purchasing department last year. But the Nanshan Auto Parts factory didn't have anything special to brag about at the time. In this way, it is naturally impossible to enter the supply system of Shanghai General Motors so smoothly. But no one expected that things would turn out like this. Yu Xing, hand over the work on hand, and start rotating to the parts purchasing department tomorrow. During this period, don't do anything else, just figure out the nut plate issue. Report the background and process to the group leaders, and then immediately import the Nanshan Auto Parts factory into our supply system as quickly as possible. This nut plate can no longer be imported from America. Hui Liang made a decision quickly. If no one knew that Shanghai General Motors bought the nut plates produced in China from America, then forget it. Now that it has become a big deal, it is natural to stop such behavior immediately. Otherwise, someone might accuse Hui Liang of the crime of losing state-owned assets during the next audit. After all, the price of the nut plates purchased directly from Nanshan Auto Parts factory by Shanghai General Motors must be cheaper than the imported ones. Various tariffs, freight, and the management fees of American General Motors, which are the biggest part, Hui Liang didn't believe that the cost would not double. Boss, how about we organize the technical department to go to Nanshan Auto Parts factory to inspect and see if they can meet our audit requirements? Yu Xing felt that the procedures should be followed. Otherwise, this project has been singled out as a priority. If something unexpected happens later, he will be in trouble. Of course we have to inspect, but we can't inspect whether Nanshan meets our requirements. GM headquarters is using it. Can we really conclude that GM in Shanghai can't use it? Magic City General's actions were very fast. There was no other way, they had to be fast. The problem had already been exposed, and if it continued, the purchasing department would really be held accountable. Director, Magic City General's attitude this time was a bit strange. Could it be that you went to find their group leaders? In the Nanshan Auto Parts factory, Xing Tingting reported to Chao Yang about the arrangement for Magic City General to come over for the QSB. Full name is Quality Systems Basic, audit tomorrow. As one of the important management of Nanshan Auto Parts factory, Zhang Tingting naturally wanted to find out whether her factory had any special relationship with Magic City Automobile Group. This would also help her judge some things in the future. After all, the way of doing things is definitely different when there is a relationship and when there is no relationship. Find their group leaders? Who should I find? I know them, they have to know me. Chao Yang put down the information in his hand, and his doubts were no less than Zhang Tingting's. As a well-known domestic joint venture automobile company, Magic City General was naturally a potential customer that Nanshan Auto Parts factory wanted to enter. But he and Zhang Fugue had been rejected by them before. Unexpectedly, this time the other party took the initiative to contact me. It's really strange. This matter is really a bit sudden. Normally, we should contact their purchasing department first. After both parties have a certain intention of cooperation, we will quote a price first to let them understand our cost situation. Their purchasing department will consider importing us only if they think it is appropriate. It is normal for this process to take several months or even years. But now, the Purchasing Department and Quality Management Department of Shanghai General Motors came together and directly carried out the QSB audit. I took a look at the forms and related information sent by the other party in advance, and they are basically the same as the forms used by the people from American General Motors when they came to inspect before. This is completely the rhythm of importing us into the supplier system. Pie in the sky. This is a happy thing. But if you don't understand why the pie fell on your head, it must be worrying. Never mind, that's a lot. After meeting their people tomorrow, I should be able to find out by sounding out the details. There's no point in getting tangled up now. Chao Yan knew very well that he had no connection with the Magic City Automobile Group. Now that Magic City General Motors would take the initiative to find him, there must be some circumstances that he didn't know about. Then we'll just follow the normal reception process? Anyway, tomorrow wouldn't be a bad thing, so Zhang Tingting was in a good mood. However, the people at Magic City General Motors were not in such a mood. Mr. Yu, this audit came so suddenly. I heard that your director directly communicated with our director and decided it. What's the background of this Nanshan Auto Parts factory? On the way to the Nanshan Auto Parts factory, Yuan Jiwei and Yu Xing from the Quality Management Department of Magic City General were sitting next to each other. Naturally, they would discuss some of the situations of the objects of this inspection. In the supply chain of every enterprise, there are more or less related households. Even the well-known Ford Motor and General Motors are the same. Let's talk about an example that everyone is not so familiar with. 2,000 years ago, Ford Motor's largest tire supplier was Firestone Tire, which was also the largest tire manufacturer in the United States. The grandfather of Bill Ford, the current CEO of Ford Motor, was the famous Henry Ford, and his grandfather was Harvey Firestone, the founder of Firestone Tire. This is a kind of related household. The other is that there are other interests between each other. For example, this company is owned by a relative of someone, and the company may have introduced it to a certain company and had a good relationship with the general manager of the company, and then the certain company became a supplier. These situations are all possible. Obviously, in Yuan Jiwei's eyes, this Nanshan Auto Parts factory must also be a related household. If no one had said hello to a private enterprise, it would be impossible for the Quality Management Department and Purchasing Department of Shanghai General Motors to come and implement the import program in such a short time. What is the background of Nanshan Auto Parts factory? I haven't heard of it. Did you hear something? Yu Xing didn't understand why Yuan Jiwei asked this question. So far, he hadn't heard of any Nanshan Auto Parts factory. There were rumors of any relationship. As for which leader gave a direct hint, there was no such thing. I just heard about the name of Nanshan Auto Parts factory yesterday. What can I know? Aren't you people in procurement the most well-informed? Don't worry. I'm very tight-lipped and won't tell anyone. After I figure out the situation of Nanshan Auto Parts factory, I can grasp the degree of this audit. Otherwise, there will be too many questions raised at that time, and people will have difficulty matching them. If they think I'm deliberately making things difficult for them, who knows when the leader will suddenly talk to me? Yuan Jiwei said half-jokingly. Obviously, he should have encountered such a thing, or someone else has encountered it. It's not that I won't tell you. But I really don't know what background Nanshan Auto Parts factory has. So far, I don't know much more about Nanshan Auto Parts factory than you do. Yu Xing probably realized why Yuan Jiwei asked him this at this time. But he was also a little depressed. He knew why the action was so sudden this time. But this is a family scandal of the procurement department, and it is not suitable to tell the people in the quality management department. Otherwise, within a few days, everyone in the company will know that the people in the purchasing department were fooled by General Motors. The parts were obviously produced in China, but they were sold to General Motors in Shanghai at a higher price after being transported across the Pacific Ocean. The so-called tight-lipped words are obviously not to be trusted. Really? Yuan Jiwei looked at Yu Xing half doubtfully, as if he wanted to see if the other party was lying. Why would I lie to you? I really don't know. Yu Xing gave a positive answer again. However, this made Yuan Jiwei believe that Nanshan Auto Parts factory must be a monster with a background. It's just that the background is too powerful, so that even Yu Xing, an ordinary employee in the purchasing department, is not clear about the situation, or dare not say it. It seems that I have to pay attention to the next audit. I can't not point out a problem, otherwise I will appear to be very incompetent. But I can't ask some questions that are difficult to answer or difficult to respond to, otherwise I may be tricked. With an idea in mind, Yuan Jiwei didn't bother about this problem anymore. The normal process for introducing new suppliers to Shanghai GM should be that the purchasing department first conducts preliminary inspections, selects the manufacturer with the best QCD from a series of similar manufacturers, and then proposes it within the company. If the direction is agreed, the Quality Management Department and other personnel will be invited to the site to conduct QSB review and other matters. After passing, a series of related work such as contract signing and supplier code application will be promoted. However, this time, the most important first and second tasks were directly merged together. This method, strictly speaking, is a bit against the process. Of course, when they finally produce the report, Yu Xing will make a potential supplier inspection report related to the purchasing department, and Yuan Jiwei will produce a QSB review report. As long as Yu Xing advances his report time by a few months, everything will be fine. At least when facing the reviewers arranged by the two shareholders, Shanghai Auto Group or American General, it is completely in line with the process. With this plan, this inspection is more of a formality. In this way, Zhang Fugue and other people who are responsible for the specific reception work will have much less pressure. If the customer does not find fault, everyone will go through the process as they should, eat and drink as they should, and things will be easy. However, the right attitude must be shown. When Yu Xing and his group arrived at the Nanshan Auto Parts factory, they first hung a banner at the gate that read "Warmly welcome the experts from Shanghai General Motors to come for an inspection." Then Chaoyang brought Zhang Fugue, Xing Tingting, Kai Rong, Dai Hanbiao, and others to the door to greet them in person. The heads of the relevant departments involved in this review all attended the first meeting. After greeting and exchanging business cards, Zhang Fugue began to explain the introduction of Nanshan Auto Parts factory to everyone. Our Nanshan Auto Parts factory is the world's leading supplier of nut plates. We used the PRG process to produce nut plates, which has changed the history of nut plates being produced by the TDM process. Our latest research and production of wheel nuts has begun mass production and is undergoing a series of tests. Although Zhang Fugue had sent the manufacturer's introduction information to Yu Xing before, everyone was still quite surprised. When did domestic private parts manufacturers dare to say that there is the technology level leading the world? If they were not going to visit the site and review the contents immediately, Yuxing and Yuan Jiwei would definitely jump out to question it. Director Chow, colleagues from Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, let me briefly explain this. With Yuan Jiwei introducing the arrangements for this review that both parties felt was a bit weird officially began. Although it was a process, it had to be done properly. Did your Nanshan Auto Parts Factory design this PRG mold or did you purchase it? Sure enough, when everyone arrived at the site, the first thing they were curious about was the abnormally long PRG molds. It's not that they had never seen PRG molds before, but this was the first time they had seen such a long one. Engineer Yu, this mold, from design to processing and debugging, was all completed by us. Don't look at our director Chow, he is very young, but his mold design technology is the best in our factory. All these molds were designed and made by him personally. Kai Rong stood up to answer in a timely manner and flattered his boss. Anyway, he was telling the truth and didn't feel embarrassed at all. Your innovation of using the PRG process to make nut plates is really surprising. Basically, there is no need to worry about quality issues. The problems that other stamping manufacturers have to face, such as missing processes, repeated processing of the same process, incorrect processes, etc., are completely eliminated in theory. Yuan Jiwei, who was standing by, was also quite surprised by today's review. Originally, it was thought that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, a well-connected customer, needed to give themselves some slack in order to pass the review, but now it seems that they don't need to give any slack at all. Even Nanshan's on-site management is better than most of the manufacturers he has visited before. Mr. Yuan, you are absolutely right. The PRG process has huge advantages in the processing of nut plates. Not only can it guarantee quality and meet production capacity, but it can also provide lower costs. The atmosphere of the review was very good, and no one was under too much pressure. So for 3 consecutive days, the review experts from Shanghai General Motors did not raise any sharp questions. Of course, we should go out for food and drinks in the evening, which is naturally indispensable. Zhang Fuguei is still very good at entertaining people. During the communication, Zhang Fuguei had a certain understanding of the situation this time. He didn't expect that General Motors of America would assist him. It was really surprising. But there could be more such surprises. No one would dislike it. Minister Kai, during this audit, we found that your company still needs to improve in the control of non-conforming products. The leadership must establish, organize and maintain a system to control non-conforming products. Then in terms of foreign body control, each production site must establish a foreign body control procedure to specify the required inspection methods and frequencies to ensure that various processes and equipment meet their unique functions. Third, in terms of supply chain management, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory needs to implement QSB procedures throughout the supply chain to ensure the healthy development of the supply chain. Finally, in terms of change management, a controlled inventory preparation process needs to be implemented. When it was time to summarize on the afternoon of the third day, Yuan Jiwei raised a question that seemed quite important, but was relatively easy to modify or correspond to. Yuxing had no intention of making things difficult for him. He was even discussing with Zhang Fuguei how to promote mass production and supply faster in the future. Zhang Fuguei was a little uncomfortable with this progress. Is this really GM in Shanghai? When did they become so easy to talk to? Isn't it said that GM's Global Unified QSB review has very strict requirements, and many domestic suppliers cannot pass this level? How come the review hasn't even officially ended, and they are already discussing the preparation for supply? Engineer Yuan, don't worry. I will immediately arrange personnel to carry out special rectification of the problems pointed out in this review, and strive to give a rectification plan within today and report the rectification results within a week. Others gave him face, so Chao Yang naturally had to stand up and express his position. Face is given to each other. Although this time it was because GM America assisted him, the people from GM in Shanghai came here a little passively. However, if Nanshan Auto Parts Factory wants to make more parts in GM in Shanghai in the future, it must take this opportunity to build good relations with the relevant departments. Otherwise, they may not have the ability to help you, but they definitely have the ability to ruin your things. The domestic production of Shanghai GM is not particularly large, and it is nothing compared to GM Global. But Nanshan Auto Parts Factory did not neglect it at all. They said they would give a rectification report within a week, and it was completed in 3 days. The other party was also very helpful. After confirming the rectification information of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, the result of passing the QSB review came out. What made Chao Yang and Zhang Fuguo even happier was that all other procedures and processes were completed in the next week. It took less than a month from the beginning of contact to the formal passing of the supplier access review and the smooth receipt of orders to start supplying. To be frank, this definitely broke the record of the speed of introducing new suppliers to Shanghai GM. Even any domestic auto factory should not be able to find a faster record than this in terms of introducing new suppliers. Of course, whether there will be faster ones in the future, Chao Yang does not know. He is very satisfied with the current results. Director, the first batch of 8000 orders for door hinge reinforcement nut plates for GL8 models will be delivered from tomorrow. If I hadn't confirmed it with the other party again and again, I wouldn't have believed it was true. Zhang Fuguo came to Chao Yang's office with a subpoena in his hand, very happy. The job of the director of the purchasing and sales department seems to be a bit simple and amazing. He has almost not used his specialties of eating, drinking, and having fun, but the order has been obtained. Look at the time, go to Shanghai in the next few days to thank them. No matter which department the staff are from, get along well with them. Don't take it lightly just because things went smoothly this time. Chao Yang was not very proud. It was purely a coincidence that he was able to successfully enter the supply system of General Motors in Shanghai. It may not be so easy to find other domestic OEMs in the future. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory must accelerate its development and quickly expand the number of customers and product types, which is a problem that must be considered. The easiest thing to do now is to expand the customers of nut plates and wheel nuts. At the same time, Chao Yang also began to consider which field to enter next. We have even made some preliminary preparations to avoid wasting too much time. I will go buy the ticket later. However, there is one thing I have to tell you. Although we are about to deliver mass production to Shanghai GM, after the first batch of parts are shipped, there will be no more parts shipped in the next month. Zhang Fuguo said this, and Chao Yang was immediately stunned. What's the situation? Just delivered 8000 GL8 model nut plates, and there is no need to ship anymore? One car uses 8-door hinge nut reinforcement plates, and 8000 are enough for 1000 cars. Shanghai GM sales are not that bad, right? Director, you don't have to worry. This is purely because they have inventory of imported parts before, and they have to use up these stocks first. Zhang Fuguo saw Chao Yang's expression and knew that he might have misunderstood something. So he quickly explained. I see. This is also normal. If there is no inventory of imported parts, it will definitely not work. But why don't they wait until the inventory of imported parts is used up before ordering from us? It was so rushed that I thought something big had happened. Although Chao Yang knew the background of Shanghai GM's import of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, he was still a little surprised by the hasty action. It is obvious that they are under some pressure. Otherwise, how could these OEMs have such a good attitude? Our parts are exported to American General, and American General then sells the parts to Shanghai GM. It is equivalent to the parts going for a wasted trip on the way, completing 2 exports and 2 imports. The cost here must be very scary. I asked Yu Xing from the purchasing department privately, and it costs them 12 yuan to import a nut plate. If this situation gets out, the purchasing department of Shanghai GM will definitely be under a lot of pressure. Zhang Fuguo's statement was basically close to the actual situation. Chao Yang also thought it made sense. Just as Nanshan Auto Parts Factory was enjoying the joy of quickly entering the supplier system of Shanghai General Motors, the news that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory was introduced at the fastest speed in history also spread among some Shanghai General Motors. Even some suppliers knew about it. However, most of them just as a topic of conversation after dinner. After all, the nut plates made by Nanshan Auto Parts Factory have no competitive relationship with them. However, for Chuncheng stamping, it is very sour. You mean that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has started to supply to Mada General? Dong Chun looked at Lu in disbelief. Is it so funny? He has worked so hard for so long and has not entered the supplier system of Mada General, but now Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has entered in such a short time. This doesn't make sense. If it were traditional stamping parts, Mada General would use the affiliated companies of Madu Automobile Group, and he could understand it. But Chuncheng Stamping also tried to promote the nut plate part to Mada General, but it didn't succeed. Why is the inconspicuous Nanshan Auto Parts Factory ahead of him? Could it be that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is not an ordinary private enterprise, but a monster with a background? Dong Chun couldn't help but have such an idea in his mind. Otherwise, he really couldn't figure out why it turned out like this. I specifically confirmed it, and even called Nanshan Auto Parts Factory directly to ask, and they have indeed started to supply GL8. Lu felt his face burning. Backed by Chuncheng Automobile Group, the eldest son of China's automobile industry, his job as the director of the purchasing and sales department is not as good as that of a private enterprise. Even if Dong Chun didn't say anything, he was a little embarrassed. It's weird. We are now cooperating with Nanshan Auto Parts Factory on more and more projects. You must find out the story behind it. Otherwise, when we have a conflict with Nanshan again one day, I don't know how to respond. Dong Chun now loves and hates Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. What he loves is that the other party is willing to sell PRG molds to him, and even willing to help assist in equipment transformation. Needless to say, he hates it. He was slapped in the face at the beginning. I'll visit Shanghai GM next week to see if I can find out the details behind it. The Nanshan Auto Parts Factory entered Shanghai GM so quickly, there must be some information spreading inside Shanghai GM. Even if Dong Chun didn't ask, Lu was ready to figure this out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep well in the future. Hui Liang can finally breathe a sigh of relief recently. The nut plates supplied by Nanshan Auto Parts Factory have been put into use on GL8. Some other nut plates are also being prepared for switching. The problems pointed out during the previous group audit have finally been perfectly solved. However, after this happened once, he naturally didn't want to encounter it again. So he asked the people in the import and export department to take inventory to see if there are any similar parts. Mr., the situation at Nanshan Auto Parts Factory was an accident. Normally we would never encounter such a situation. From the current inventory and confirmation, there is no other part with this situation. Hearing this report, Hui Liang felt more at ease. This pit has been completely buried. By the way, call Yuxing over and I'll ask him a few more questions. After listening to the report from the import and export department, Hui Liang thought of something else. Soon, Yuxing came over. The last time you went to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory for inspection, do they make other parts besides nut plates? Especially the parts we are still importing? Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is one of the few domestic suppliers that has already supplied GM America. If the problem he is worried about reappears, it is most likely to be caused by Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Other aluminum wheels of CITIC Dicastal and glass of Fuyao are already used by Shanghai GM. Mister, you know what, Nanshan introduced their will bolt production line to us at that time, saying that it has entered mass production. Yuxing answered Huiliang's question almost without thinking. After all, the on-site management of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory left a deep impression on him. This is one of the few private enterprises that can compete with the production sites of international auto parts giants. Wheel bolts? They also make wheel bolts? Huiliang's heart clicked and felt a little bad. This is really like what Murphy's Law says, what you fear will come true. Yes, I was very curious at the time. If they were going to make bolts and nuts, why did they start with such a difficult challenge, wheel bolts? At that time, Director Chow of Nanshan said very proudly that their bolt and nut technology was world-class and that they should just do the most technically difficult parts. Yuxing couldn't help curling his lips when he said this. Obviously, he thought Chow Yang was bragging. You are just a private enterprise in China, how can you brag that your technology is world-class? If that's the case, why don't you have a single customer? Have they put their wheel bolts into mass production? Who are they supplying them to? Hui Liang simply ignored Yuxing's nonsense and kept asking questions that he was concerned about. It's said that they are in mass production, but many experiments are still being done. They said that those wheel bolts are from Ford and General Motors, and as long as they pass the technical verification, they can be exported for use. Yuxing didn't realize what Hui Liang was focusing on. He thought the other party was just trying to get to know him. General Motors? Exporting to General Motors of America? Hui Liang didn't care whether Nanshan Auto Parts Factory would supply wheel bolts to Ford. However, if they continued to export parts to GM, he would have to care. Don't let the export of nut plates be converted to domestic sales again. Mister, wheel bolts are safety-grade S parts. Let's not talk about whether Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has the ability to produce such parts. Even if they really produce parts that meet the drawings and technical requirements, the series of confirmations in the middle are very time-consuming. And in this process, the parameters and processing technology of the parts are often constantly adjusted. After several rounds of tossing, it is unlikely to be successfully mass-produced without a year or two. Now their director Chow is bragging about wheel bolts so loudly, and he will definitely be slapped in the face. Yuxing thought he had a good understanding of the automotive industry. He had never seen Nanshan Auto Parts Factory work that way. The parts had not yet received technical approval, but they went directly into mass production. It was simply a mess. Yuxing, you should immediately check with Nanshan to see how far their cooperation with GM on the wheel bolts has progressed. Are they already doing relevant tests, or have they finished preparing for mass production? Or something else? Hui Liang didn't want to hearing Yuxing's complaints, he just wanted to find out the situation. Soon, Yuxing called Zhang Fugui in front of him and figured out the problem. Mister, their single product test is almost completed, and the relevant samples have been sent to America. The R&D center at GM headquarters is doing some confirmation. Then, Yuxing's tangled look made Hui Liang's heart click again. Just say it if you have anything to say. Mister, then I heard Zhang Fugui say something rather weird. He said that the wheel bolts produced by Nanshan Auto Parts Factory have now been exported to America, and the goods are being transported on the ship. Yuxing told him what he had just learned, and Hui Liang couldn't help frowning and said, "Didn't they say that the single product test has not been completed, so how can they start exporting?" Mister, I also find it strange, but that's how they did it. Yuxing spread his hands and felt that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory was becoming more and more unreliable. Are the people at GM headquarters out of their minds? They actually chose such a supplier to cooperate with. It would be fine if it was just the nut plate. After all, the nut plate produced using the PRG process has obvious advantages in QCD. But what about wheel bolts? Almost all wheel bolts of domestic joint venture automobile enterprises are still imported. As a result, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory said that their wheel bolts will be exported to General Motors and Ford Motor Company of America. It is impossible to believe it. Well, you go and investigate the situation of the wheel bolts of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Then you arrange for me to go to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory as soon as possible to communicate with them. Every failure is a learning experience. Hui Liang had a hunch that if he did nothing, the pits encountered on the nut plate would probably be encountered again on the wheel bolts. If such a topic is raised again during the next group audit, he will really be laid off. Mister, are you going to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory? Yuxing thought he had heard it wrong, and couldn't help but confirm it. Why? No? Hui Liang glanced at him, and Yuxing immediately dared not say any more nonsense. A higher-ranking official can crush a person. What's more, there is more than one level difference between them. As the deputy director of the purchasing department of Shanghai GM, Hui Liang has a huge influence on suppliers. As a joint venture, he seems to be half a level lower than the purchasing director sent by General Motors, but in fact they are on the same level. It can be said that he is the top leader of the Chinese side in the purchasing field of Shanghai GM. I dare not say that he controls the life and death of suppliers, but he can definitely make the suppliers in the system live a life worse than death. Unless you don't play with Shanghai GM anymore. So when Zhang Fugui heard that Yuxing contacted him and said that Hui Liang was coming, he was still very surprised and took it very seriously. Did the other party say why Mr. suddenly came to visit our company? Did they say any theme, or did they need us to prepare in advance? After receiving the contact, Zhang Fugui immediately went to Chao Yang to report. However, Chao Yang was also a little surprised after hearing it. What's wrong with the people of Shanghai GM? They are always doing things strangely recently. Yuxing didn't say anything specific, and it even sounded like he was a little unhappy. Director, did you know Hui Liang before? Zhang Fugui always felt that the matter of Shanghai GM might have something to do with Chao Yang. After all, his nephew has given him many surprises. Giving him another surprise doesn't seem to be a big deal. I told you that I didn't know any of the people from Shanghai GM before. Do you believe it? Chao Yang looked at Zhang Fugui speechlessly. Why does no one believe the truth? Do you think it's normal for everyone to say that he is familiar with so-and-so from Shanghai GM? Never mind. It shouldn't be a bad thing this time. We are now a global supplier of Ford, General Motors, and Volkswagen. In China, we also supply Chongqing Volkswagen, Shanghai Volkswagen, Shanghai GM, and Yangcheng Honda. Later, I can confidently go to other OEMs to look for cooperation opportunities. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Anyway, the other party will come the day after tomorrow, and he will naturally understand the background of the matter by then. Hui Liang is a top student of Shanghai Jiaotong University. He is already the deputy director of purchasing of Shanghai GM before he is 40 years old. He is considered young and promising. Chao Yang thought he would be a middle-aged man with a big belly. After all, he is in purchasing. I didn't expect when they met each other formally, they found that Hui Liang was actually a handsome and elegant man. I just don't know if his handsomeness has anything to do with his ability to get to his current position so smoothly. Mister, thank you for coming to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory to guide our work in your busy schedule. You are welcome to give us more valuable suggestions. After the greetings, Chao Yang naturally had to stand up and say a few words. I am also here to learn. As far as I know, there are only 3 manufacturers in China that are supplying GM worldwide, and one of them is you. I believe that the people from the American General Purchasing Center chose Nanshan Auto Parts Factory for their reasons. I also heard about your situation from Yu Xing before. He praised your on-site management and PRG mold technology. He also said that you are working on wheel bolts? After a few greetings, Hui Liang immediately brought the topic to the place he was interested in. This smooth switch did not make people feel a bit abnormal. That's true. Our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has accumulated a lot of technology over the years. Although we have only more than 350 employees now, there are nearly 100 people engaged in road and technology. In the next few years, we will continue to recruit R&D technicians to enter more parts. We also hope to have the opportunity to supply more parts to Shanghai GM in the future. Although Chao Yang didn't know the purpose of Hui Liang asking about wheel bolts, it didn't affect him to take this opportunity to promote and praise his own factory. R&D technicians account for 30%, which is really rare in domestic factories. It seems that Director Chao is a talent who pursues independent innovation and technological breakthroughs. No wonder the bolt plates you produce can be recognized by so many car companies. It's really hard to find fault with QCD. While listening to Zhang Fugui's intermittent introduction of the situation of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, Hui Liang talked with Chao Yang from time to time. Especially when he encountered something that interested him, he would interrupt immediately and ask some questions. Slowly, Chao Yang also felt that the other parties seemed to be very interested in wheel bolts. Director Chao, I heard that your wheel bolts are now it has been exported to America. GM headquarters has not completed the technical approval work, and you just sent the parts over like this. If we need to make some improvements to the parts at that time, won't all these parts be scrapped? Finally, Hui Liang began to ask some questions that he was very concerned about. Mister, I will not hide it from you. We are very confident in the wheel bolts we produce. The technical approval work of GM headquarters is more about going through the process. According to my guess, starting next month, our wheel bolts will begin to be tried on a certain model of GM in America. After Chao Yang said this, Hui Liang couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, he came today. Otherwise, if Nanshan Auto Parts Factory sold the wheel bolts to GM in America, and the other party sold them back to Shanghai GM, things would be embarrassing. After all, a similar thing has happened once. If it happens again with a different part, Yu Xing, please contact the people in the technical department later to see if we can also confirm whether the wheel bolts of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory can meet the requirements. If there is no problem, then we can also realize the localization of wheel bolts and make a contribution to the improvement of the localization rate. Hui Liang's sudden order made Chao Yang and Zhang Fugui stunned. This surprise came a little suddenly. How come Shanghai General Motors seems to be actively using its own wheel bolts? This situation was something that no one dared to think about before. Even up to now, Zhang Fugui has not recommended wheel bolts to any domestic OEM. Now it seems that he will get the order directly. As for the confirmation mentioned by Hui Liang, Zhang Fugui and Chao Yang were not worried at all. Mister, thank you for your support for Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Don't worry, the wheel bolts we produce will never be worse than imported parts in terms of strength, fatigue resistance, and corrosion resistance. We will organize the completed test reports later and share them with you. After being stunned for a moment, Chao Yang immediately calmed down and communicated with Hui Liang with a smile. It's a pie in the sky. Hui Liang was still foresight. After inspecting the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, the project of localizing wheel bolts of Shanghai GM was officially launched internally. Zhang Fugui also personally sent a batch of samples for testing. Before the single product test was completed, new news came back from America. GM headquarters approved the wheel bolts of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory and prepared to officially try them out in one of the models. If there are no problems, they will be expanded to other models after 3 months of mass production. Although GM will not change all wheel bolts to be supplied by Nanshan Auto Parts Factory in a short period of time. But with the promotion of time, Chao Yang is fully confident that he can occupy more than half of the market share. That's enough. You must know that GM is now the leader in the automotive industry, with annual sales of more than 8 million. Even if only 4 million vehicles use Nanshan's wheel bolts, 20 per car, that's more than 80 million. As a relatively high-value bolt on the car, even if the price of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is more favorable, it has reached more than 2 yuan. This is directly a business of nearly 200 million. In addition to the orders from Ford, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory can achieve an annual output value of more than 1 billion yuan just from nut plates and wheel bolts. In 2000, a parts company with an annual output value of more than 1 billion yuan was definitely a large company in China. Mister, we have stopped ordering KD parts in advance, and the previous nut plate incident will definitely not happen again. But fortunately, you have foresight and made arrangements in advance, otherwise what happened to the nut plate, it will happen again on the wheel bolts. Then we are embarrassed. Shanghai General Motors is very concerned about the progress of the wheel bolts of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, and naturally knew that General Motors of America was going to use the bolts from Nanshan at the first time. Yu Xing, who escaped the disaster, couldn't help but secretly rejoice. This Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is really weird. When they launch any new products in the future, remember to pay attention to see if they have contacted General Motors of America. I have a hunch that the nut plate and wheel bolts are just the beginning, and Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will not only make these parts. Hui Liang now recalled the scene when he visited Nanshan that day. What he saw and heard was completely different from visiting other factories. In particular, some of Chao Yang's ideas gave Hui Liang a big shock. I will go to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory every few months in the future, and at the same time, I will also learn about their relationship with General Motors of America. They can supply General Motors and Ford of America at the same time, and they can also export parts to Volkswagen of Germany. This matter is definitely not that simple. There must be some reasons we don't know about. Yu Xing's guess is obviously not without reason. The supplier access of each international manufacturer is very strict, and you can't get in just because you want to. The fact that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory was able to enter the supply system of several major auto giants in just 1 year is definitely very impressive. Well, you have to pay attention to Nanshan. Now the authorities are also focusing on supporting domestic. If the auto parts companies in China are really so competitive and have advantages in QCD, we can also expand our cooperation with them. At a certain level, it is not just about the business itself. Hui Liang obviously smelled a hint of something else from it. When the people of Shanghai General Motors were discussing Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, many other OEMs in China were also paying attention to Nanshan Auto Parts. After all, the circle of the automotive industry is actually very small. Some news was passed around and soon spread throughout the circle. Taking advantage of this trend, Zhang Fugui naturally became a frequent flyer, either visiting Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile, or meeting with the purchasers of Nandu Fiat, or running to Chuncheng Automobile Group and Shifeng Automobile Group. Anyway, as long as there is an OEM that needs nut plates or wheel bolts, Zhang Fugui doesn't want to miss it. There is technology, reputation, and cost advantage. This wave of recommendations is naturally very effective. Especially in joint ventures, these two types of parts were previously imported. Now there are domestic suppliers with QCD advantages, and everyone is naturally very active. Especially with the supply performance of several international giants such as GM, Ford, and Volkswagen, the purchases of other OEMs have invisibly looked up to Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. After all, peers know each other best. Being able to enter the supply system of excellent peers, everyone subconsciously feels that this factory can also meet the requirements of their own company. As a boss, Chao Yang does more pioneering and innovative work. Once a part enters a mature and stable state, he basically doesn't care about it. This is the case with nut plates, and the same is true for wheel bolts. Although the breakthrough of wheel bolts has not been as big as that of nut plates, it is also on the right track. At this time, Chao Yang naturally began to consider the next move. Nut plates and wheel bolts are actually not big parts. It can be said that these are not the businesses involved by international parts giants. So far, although Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has gained some reputation in the industry, it has not attracted any international giant to deal with it. Uncle, which part do you think we should make if we want to develop new parts? It was a rare Sunday today, and Chao Yang took his mother Zhang Xiuli and uncle Zhang Fugui out for dinner. Although it was a family dinner, it was inevitable to talk about work. Zhang Xiuli was used to it. Most of the time, she was there quietly eating slowly, listening to her brother and son chatting there. Yang, are you going to make new parts again? Zhang Fugui was stunned. He had never thought about this question at all. In his opinion, nut plates, stampings, and bolts and nuts are enough. Why does Chao Yang seem to want to make whatever parts have a future? Didn't I tell you before that I want to run Nanshan Auto Parts Factory into the world's largest auto parts company? How can we realize this dream with only the current parts? Chao Yang picked up a piece of steamed tiger grouper and said while eating, "Hey, who hasn't boasted a few times and painted a few cakes?" Zhang Fugui obviously doesn't think that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory can become the world's largest auto parts company. Storytelling is not like this. Uncle, I am a little different from others. That is, the boasts I have made will gradually come true, the cakes I have painted will become reality. Germany can produce international parts giants such as Bosch, Continental, and ZF. Japan can have so-called big companies such as Denso, Aisin, and Hitachi. America has Lear and BorgWarner, and even Korea has parts giants such as Hyundai Mobis. Why can't we have them in China? Chao Yang said, a little unhappy. China's auto parts companies are now indisputable. In fact, not only are the auto parts companies not doing well, but the current domestic brands are also not doing well. It seems that when Chao Yang traveled through time, domestic brands had already risen in an all-round way. Whether it is BYD or Changan, or Geely or Chery, they are all very strong. Huaxia may have some big auto parts giants in the future, but I don't think it will be Nanshan. Zhang Fuguo was worried that Chao Yang would be too ambitious and ruin the current good situation of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. So what he said was not pleasant to hear. Honest words are unpleasant to the ear. He felt that he didn't need to be polite to Chao Yang since he was not in the company now. Yang, what your uncle said is not unreasonable. I think Nanshan is pretty good now, and there is no need to rush to try other parts. Zhang Xiuli, who rarely speaks, also interrupted at this time. Her feet are inconvenient to move, and she rarely goes to the factory. But it doesn't mean that she knows nothing about the situation in the factory. Mom, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Whether it's the nut plate or the wheel bolt, I want to make these things because I'm sure I can succeed. Now I have to consider other parts for the same reason. Chao Yang couldn't tell his mother that he was a systematic person. But this also made Chao Yang realize that he needed to find a good excuse for some things. Now it's not particularly exaggerated to take out the technology of nut plates and wheel bolts. Even if you take out the technology of one or two more parts, it's barely acceptable. But if you enter new fields again and again, and do well in each field, it will be strange. For example, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory suddenly wants to make ABS or airbags. How to explain the source of technology? No employee in Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has experience in this area, and it can't stand up to further investigation. It seems necessary to recruit a group of RD personnel and arrange people to study the fields that you plan to enter. Even if it's just for show, it's better to have an excuse. Yang, do you really want to try to make new parts again? Zhang Fuguo was silent for a moment, and then looked at Chao Yang seriously. After all, Chao Yang had not made a wrong decision so far, so he had no reason to oppose it blindly. That's natural, and it will not only enter one field, but there will be more new fields in the future. Chao Yang simply gave Zhang Fuguo some advice first, so that he would not feel strange in the future. The nut plates and bolts we are making now are all metal parts. If you want to enter a new field, it is best to use metal parts. Then choose components that are not too many and not too complicated, so that we have a higher chance of success. Of course, it is best not to choose important safety parts, otherwise it will be very difficult to enter the main engine factory. Zhang Fuguo made several suggestions very seriously. Chao Yang naturally understood that what he said made sense, but he would not listen to him completely. Bearings and gears. What do you think of these two fields, uncle? Bolts and nuts, bearings and gears are all considered standard parts or quasi-standard parts. These parts are the basic components of auto parts. For example, bearings, whether you want to make gearboxes or motors in the future, you can't do without bearings. As for gears, the same is true. The equipment center of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory now has a demand for bearings and gears. At that time, they can be used not only on auto parts, but also on equipment. That's why Chao Yang considered choosing these two parts. These two fields may seem insignificant, but it may not be easy to do well. Zhang Fuguo couldn't help but feel worried after hearing this. What you fear will come true. These two types of parts, especially bearings, are now basically in the hands of international giants. NTN, checked, NSK in Japan, SKF, INA in Europe, Timken in America. These bearing giants basically contracted more than 90% of the world's automotive bearing market, especially in key parts. Basically all the bearings are produced by them. For example, gearbox bearings. For example, wheel hub bearings. For example, engine crankshaft bearings. It is too difficult to find the shadow of domestic bearing manufacturers in these bearings. Whether it is Shanghai Volkswagen or Spring City Volkswagen, which entered the Chinese market a long time ago, or Shanghai General Motors, Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile and Nandu Fiat, the bearings in these parts are all produced by international giants in China or imported from foreign countries. Chao Yang is ready to move the cheese of these international giants. 10 years of typing blindly, no thought, no forget. 10 million failures, no place to talk about desolation. Even if publishing books does not make money, dust on the face, hair like frost. I had a dream last night and suddenly I became a god, with a small appearance, but I was very arrogant. When I woke up, I could only shed thousands of tears. I know that I will be heartbroken every year. I recommend it to you and hope you will read it. If Nanshan Auto Parts Factory wants to truly grow and develop, it naturally cannot make parts that other domestic manufacturers can easily make. Otherwise, we are not a subsidiary of a certain automobile group, we do not have the reputation of an international giant, and we do not have a special background. How can we compete with them? Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will take the route of relying on technology to get orders in the future. Although Zhang Fugui was not very optimistic, Chao Yang's attitude was very firm. Bearings and gears are difficult, but as long as they are produced, there will always be a chance for others to see how powerful Nanshan is. Yang, it is naturally the most comfortable to get orders by relying on technology. But that is the privilege of Bosch, ZF, and Denso. I am afraid it will not be so easy for us in Nanshan to take this path. Zhang Fugui knows the domestic automobile industry too well. It is not that there are no orders that rely on technology, but they are all international giants. Domestic manufacturers, even the more successful CITIC Dicastal, Wanxiang and Fuyao Glass, also rely on bidding to grab orders. It's just that as long as the cost is low, they have the hope of getting orders. Because everyone recognizes their RD capabilities and quality control capabilities. As for other domestic manufacturers, even if you have cost advantages after bidding, in many cases it's useless. If someone says your technical solution can't meet the requirements, or thinks your quality is not good enough, you're out. Let others do the easy things, and we in Nanshan specialize in the difficult things. For example, for stamped parts, we make nut plates, and let other car body stamping parts be made by other manufacturers. We can sell difficult molds and equipment to make money. For example, bolts and nuts, we don't make those with low thresholds. If we have to make them, we will make wheel bolts, and nuts for engine installation, and bolts and nuts on the chassis. The same goes for bearings and gears. Ordinary bearings are already made by Wanxiang Group in China, and they are relatively successful. Then we will make wheel hub bearings, gearbox bearings, engine crankshaft mounting bearings, and other difficult ones that are monopolized by international giants. The same is true for gears. We focus on the accessories in gearboxes and differentials. Listening to Chao Yang talking, Zhang Fugui couldn't help but interrupt and said, "How can difficult parts be made so easily? For example, wheel hub bearings, NTN occupies the first place in the world, and it is very competitive in terms of quality and cost. Wanxiang Group has tried so hard for so many years but still hasn't entered the market. When can we in Nanshan?" If Chao Yang's performance in the past year hadn't been amazing, Zhang Fugui would have cursed. Who doesn't know that parts with high difficulty have high profits? The key is that you have to be able to make them. Uncle, don't worry. Our wheel hub bearings will sooner or later become as good as NTN. Next, order the production equipment for bearings and gears first, and recruit personnel to conduct relevant technical research. There will always be a breakthrough day. Besides, it's better to spend money on purchasing equipment than to waste it in Macau, right? After Chao Yang said this, Zhang Fugui didn't know what to say. He didn't agree to make gears and bearings, but Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is making a lot of money now. If he didn't spend the money, he was really worried that Chao Yang would take it and gamble. No matter how big the family business is, it will be ruined one day. Forget it, if you feel like trying, then try it. At worst, I can sell the equipment to others, and the depreciation cost will be regarded as tuition. After Zhang Fugui finished speaking, he didn't want to talk to Chao Yang about work anymore. Uncle, you have been in contact with so many OEMs during this period. Is there anyone that is more promising? Zhang Fugui didn't want to talk about work, but Chao Yang kept talking. He had no choice but to analyze it seriously. From the current situation, Nandu Fiat and Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile are very interested in our nut plates, and we have also reported our quotations. In addition, Great Wall Motors and Changan Automobile are somewhat interested in our wheel bolts. There are still some in contact, but the progress is not so obvious. Zhang Fugui, who has become an aerialist, has naturally achieved some results. However, without Chao Yang's golden finger, his speed of getting orders is obviously not as exaggerated as before. See if there is any breakthrough at Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile. I will visit them with you next week. Aren't you going to Fiat? I think they seem to be very interested too. Zhang Fugui didn't quite understand why Chao Yang took a fancy to Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile. In his opinion, Fiat, which is also from Europe, is also very likely to become a customer of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën's Fukang and Volkswagen's Jetta and Santana are the most popular models in the current automobile market. Basically, every driving school uses one of these three models as a training car. Our products have been installed on Jeddah and Santana, and we must also get Fukang. As for Fiat, the Romans have a rather special idea, and I am not very optimistic about it. Although Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën automobile has fallen into disrepair in later generations, and even relied on the C6 to reduce the price by 120,000 yuan in one go to let everyone know that there is such a joint venture in China. But before 2017, Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën automobile still had a strong presence. After all, they entered the Chinese market early enough, and their Peugeot and Citroën brands have a certain market. As for Fiat, Chaoyang was very impressed. It was one of the few companies that broke the record in China. A brand that was produced twice. First, it established Nandu Fiat in a joint venture with Nanjing Automobile, and then it went bankrupt. It ripped off some customers who bought their cars. It was hard to find an SP part. Then, it established a joint venture with Yangqing Automobile Group to form Yangqing Fiat, and then it went bankrupt again after a few years of glory. Chaoyang is not very interested in such a customer. By then, all the money earned in the early stage will be lost in one go. Of course, if Nandu Fiat wants to use parts from Nanshan Auto Parts Factory now, Chaoyang will not refuse. It's just that there are some things to pay attention to in the future. As for Great Wall and Changan Automobile, they are high-quality customers in the long run. But at this stage, their cost requirements are too high, and Nanshan Auto Parts Factory may not be able to hold on. So Chaoyang doesn't want to be so active for the time being. When the other party takes the initiative, things will be much easier. Let's go to Shenlong first. I feel like they may include us in their supply system at any time. You visiting in person will show your sincerity. Zhang Fugue was quite confident in Chaoyang's vision. Besides, we can't expect the boss to visit every customer in person, right? Do it as soon as he said it. The next day, Zhang Fugue made an appointment with the buyer of Shenlong Automobile, and then flew there with Chaoyang on Tuesday. The high-speed rail has not been opened these days, and the fastest way to get from Yangcheng to Qingcheng is still to take a plane. However, they came so excitedly, but the other party poured a basin of cold water on them. Director Chao, Minister Zhang, we have some understanding of the situation of your company's nut plates and wheel bolts. After testing the samples you brought last time, we didn't think there was any problem. But, to tell you the truth, although we are still importing these nut plates and wheel bolts, the parts companies under the group are already reviewing localization. Zhang Fugue saw the person in charge of the purchasing department of Shenlong Automobile. Han Hao, who was in charge of the liaison, came to the meeting with their manager Chen Lei today, thinking that there would be some good news. Unexpectedly, after just a brief exchange of pleasantries, the other party directly came up with such a thing. Although he had been prepared in his heart, those domestic automobile groups all have their own parts companies. As long as their subordinate companies can make parts, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will not be able to them. However, nut plates and wheel bolts are still imported. Originally, he thought there was a great hope. Mr. Han, Shifeng Die Stamping Technology Co., Limited mainly produces medium and large stamping parts. They should not look down on small parts such as nut plates that are difficult to process, right? Although Han Hao did not say much, Chaoyang had a certain understanding of the parts companies under Shifeng Automobile. So he immediately guessed who his competitor this time was. Nut plates are indeed small parts for Shifeng die stamping, but no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. And wheel bolts are not small parts for Shifeng Fastener Factory. Han Hao was not surprised at all that Chaoyang could directly say that Shifeng die stamping came out. After all, there are only a few parts companies in Shifeng Automobile Group that can be shown off. As the largest stamping parts supplier of Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile, it is normal that everyone has heard of the name of Shifeng Die & Die. Mr. Han, whether it is nut plates or wheel bolts, we in Nanshan have great advantages in QCD. We are a professional manufacturer of such parts. Although I know that Shifeng Die & Die and Shifeng Fasteners are also very strong, these businesses are not their main businesses after all. Do you think you can spare some time to come to our site for an inspection? Chaoyang did not argue with Han Hao directly, as there was no point in arguing. It is better to take a step back and invite the other party to inspect the site first, and then express it as you should, and the possibility of success will be greater. Although Han Hao had not been dealing with Nanshan Auto Parts Factory for a long time, he spoke very directly, perhaps because of his personality or because he felt that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory was easy to control. Director Chao, you may not understand the key to the problem. It's not that our Shenlong automobile cannot use your factory's nut plates and wheel nuts. We can even consider using some of your other bolts and nuts. But the way of using them also requires you to understand our difficulties. Shifeng Die and Shifeng Fasteners are manufacturers of stamping parts and fasteners in our existing supply system, and they are also brother units of our group. So if you want to supply us, you can only be a second-tier supplier. At this point, Chao Yang naturally understood everything. It seems that whether it is Chuncheng Automobile Group or Shifeng Automobile Group, the style is similar. When Nanshan Auto Parts Factory supplied nut plates to Chuncheng Volkswagen, it was through Chuncheng Stamping Factory that it supplied to Jetta and other models as a second-tier supplier. Now if Nanshan Auto Parts Factory wants to supply Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile, it also needs to make money through Shifeng Die and Punch or Shifeng Fasteners. As for whether the cost will be higher, the other party does not care so much. On the one hand, the current car prices are expensive, and the price tolerance of parts is relatively high. On the other hand, Shifeng Die and Punch and Shifeng Fasteners are wholly owned subsidiaries of Shifeng Automobile, while Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile is a joint venture. A nut plate is priced 2 yuan higher, and the 2 yuan added goes into Shifeng Automobile's pocket. As for Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile, which bears the consequences, since only half of the shares belong to Shifeng Automobile, it is equivalent to only bearing the cost increase of 1 yuan. From their point of view, this kind of business is obviously possible. The ball is now at Chao Yang's feet. Han Hao and his manager Chen Lei stared at Chao Yang, wanting to see how he would make a decision. After all, for them, expanding the business for the group's parts factory is also one of their work tasks. In fact, the cost of nut plates estimated by Shifeng Die Stamping is more expensive than imported ones, and the expected defect rate will be very high, so domestic production has never been achieved. Although Shifeng Fastener Factory also produces wheels for some of the group's vehicles' nuts, but the samples they provided for Fukang models failed the test several times in a row. Otherwise, how could there be any Nanshan Auto Parts Factory? Of course, they will definitely not tell Chao Yang and Zhang Fugui this information now. Otherwise, it will be difficult to control the other party. The process of contact between the OEM and the supplier is originally a game process. Manager Chen, Engineer Han, I want to confirm that in the future, as long as Shifeng Group has parts similar to parts companies, if we want to make them, we can only cooperate with them? Chao Yang did not answer Han Hao's question immediately. Instead, he found some other questions to delay time, so that he could better think about the pros and cons. Except for a small number of manufacturers who are willing to actively choose to be second-tier suppliers, most manufacturers hope to become first-tier suppliers. Chao Yang is no exception. You can understand it this way. Our strategy is not aimed at Nanshan, but at other parts manufacturers. Even if those national giants, such as Faurecia, MAL, Visteon, etc., want to enter Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën, we will also have similar requirements. Of course, if your technology is strong enough, you can also consider establishing a joint venture with the group's parts companies. In this way, we are all one family. Han Hao said it very clearly, and it was very sincere. At least he didn't beat around the bush and let you guess. Manager Chen, Engineer Han, as long as there is an opportunity to supply parts for our Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën, whether it is first level or second level, we are willing. However, because it also involves cooperation with Shifeng Die and Shifeng Fasteners, I can't give you a direct reply now. As soon as Chao Yang said this, Zhang Fugui breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that his nephew would be young and arrogant and think, why should I be a small part of your group's parts companies? That would be embarrassing. If the nut plates and wheel nuts are not included for this reason, then it will be difficult to cooperate with Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën in the future. Now, although it is not a direct agreement, it is almost the same as an agreement. As long as Shifeng Die and Shifeng Fastener Factory are not too difficult to deal with. If the conditions are not too bad, this business can be done. No problem, I will give you the contact information of the director of the purchasing department of Shifeng Die and Shifeng Fasteners later. I believe you will have a pleasant cooperation. Han Hao was quite satisfied with the result. Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile has achieved the localization of nut plates and wheel nuts, which is one of his KPIs this year. At the same time, it has also helped the group companies to attract orders, which is also an achievement. It would be best if everyone can understand each other. Director Chao, I believe this plan is a win-win-win plan, the best plan. Chen Lei, who had not spoken much, also smiled and spoke at this time. It is indeed a win-win-win plan. Manager Chen and Engineer Han have worked hard to help us promote this project. In addition, I would like to ask, are the current wheel hub bearings and gearboxes of Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile imported or domestically produced? We agreed to enter the bearing and gear industry at the weekend, and naturally we should take this opportunity to learn more information. The wheel hub bearings are currently imported, and the gearboxes are partly imported and partly made in China. Why? Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is also planning to make wheel hub bearings and gearbox components? Chen Lei looked at Chao Yang with some curiosity. Before coming to the meeting, he had specifically read the introduction materials of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. There was no news about this. We have been studying bearing technology before, and we are ready to challenge it next. Maybe I will have to trouble manager Chen and engineer Han again at that time. Chao Yang did not say that he would work on gearboxes in the future. No one would believe him if he said so. However, as for bearings, you can mention it first. Anyway, there are many bearings inside the gearbox, and answering it this way will not make the previous question seem inexplicable. As for bearings, we already use some of the products of Shifeng Bearing Factory. If your wheel hub bearings can really reach the level of nut plates and wheel bolts in the future, they can also enter our system through Shifeng Bearing Factory. When Chen Lei said this, he obviously did not take it too seriously. Wheel hub bearings look simple, but they are not simple to produce. He did not think that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory could make them. The trip of Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën automobile was generally smooth. After all, there is gain only when there is sacrifice. At present, domestic automobile enterprises are generally joint ventures, and the influence of independent brands is still relatively weak. The most important thing is that the independent brands at this stage are also difficult to deal with in terms of payment terms, cost requirements, and other conditions. Therefore, the main customers of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory in the next few years are destined to be international automobile giants and their joint ventures in China. These joint ventures are backed by enterprises such as Chongqing Automobile Group, Shifeng Automobile Group, Modu Automobile Group, Daidu Automobile Group, and Yongcheng Automobile Group. They all have their own parts companies to a greater or lesser extent. This cake must be given priority to their own parts companies. Only when they can't eat it, it may be possible for others to take their turn. For example, spark plugs, oil pumps, bearings, fuel injectors, ABS, airbags and other parts. Basically no one of the subsidiaries of these groups can handle it. Only at this time can it be possible to enter directly as a first-tier supplier. Of course, some simpler parts that others don't like can also enter as first-tier suppliers. This situation will last at least a few years. With the explosive growth of China's automobile production, the supply system will undergo a major change. Director, in the next week, people from Shifeng Die and Shifeng Fasteners will come to do an inspection. If everything goes well, we can start supplying goods from next month. After visiting Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile, Chao Yang and Zhang Fugui immediately went to visit the two traders. The other party had obviously received the news a long time ago, so there were no major twists and turns in this meeting. However, Chao Yang was still a little unhappy with the condescending attitude of the other party's purchasing. Zhang Fugui was basically in charge of the following matters. The methods and approaches for the review should be different from those for GM and Volkswagen before. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. To some extent, the other party is our competitor. Therefore, some considerations for the mold design of the nut plate and the core parameters of the heat treatment of the wheel nuts cannot be told to the other party. As soon as Chao Yang said this, the ministers who attended the meeting naturally understood what he meant. Director, don't worry, we will hold a briefing in the technical department to emphasize these things to everyone. Kai Rong was naturally afraid that the core technology of the factory would be leaked through the mouths of the technical department staff, which would be troublesome. Now it can still supply Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile as a second-tier supplier. If Shifeng Die and Shifeng Fastener Factory succeed in stealing the skills, it will not only lose orders from Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile, but also orders from the entire Shifeng Group's affiliated companies. Even the orders of Volkswagen and General Motors will be affected. After all, domestic factories may not be good at technology research and development, but they are definitely good at price wars. Everyone should pay attention to what the director said, but when communicating with the other party, you should also pay attention to the methods and means. After all, they are customers and party it, don't make the relationship too stiff. Zhang Fugui was afraid that Kai Rong would go too far, and he, the minister in charge of sales, would have a hard time. In this regard, Chao Yang did not say anything. Murphy's Law tells us that if something is likely to go wrong, no matter how small the possibility is, it will always happen. Not long after the people from Shifeng Die Punch came to inspect, He Qingchuan came to Chao Yang in a very troubled mood. Master, you should be careful about the people from Shifeng Die Punch, they have bad intentions. Although the sales of Dongfeng Peugeot Citroën Automobile are okay, compared with the global sales of GM and Volkswagen, it is completely not enough. If the PRG mold technology of the nut plate is leaked in order to supply them with parts, our losses will be huge. Obviously, there must be a reason why He Qingchuan said this. Chow Yangzi understood it as soon as he heard it. Why, did their people do anything excessive during the inspection? That's not the case. During the inspection, they were very well behaved and polite to everyone, which left a good impression on us all. After He Qingxuan said this, Chow Yang was a little confused. Then are they doing something behind the scenes? As a subsidiary of Shifeng Group, Shifeng Dai Punch also has administrative levels, and the level is not low. Many employees here are used to all kinds of intrigues, and Chow Yang had heard a lot of gossip in his previous life. So when He Qingxuan said that the other party was very honest during the inspection, he knew that they must have done something after the inspection. The director of their technical department has called me several times and persuaded me to work in their company. He also said that I can be directly appointed as the deputy director of the technical department, specializing in mold design. And the other party also promised to double the salary and benefits, and I can also get welfare housing in the future. Of course, no matter what conditions they offer, I will definitely not go, but I don't know if other employees will be tempted. He Qingxuan's words finally made Chow Yang a little worried. Poaching. The other party's move is really a bit cruel. With the social status of Shifeng Mold Punching, it must be higher than the current Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. It is a subsidiary of a central enterprise. If people are poached, it goes without saying that the technology will be leaked. We signed a non-compete agreement before, and those employees should still remember it? When teaching everyone PRG mold technology, Chow Yang specifically asked everyone to sign a non-compete agreement. In this era, this kind of thing is rarely seen in the automotive industry. An agreement is an agreement, and they must have ways to circumvent it. At most, the company they go to has nothing to do with stamping parts, but they are actually working at Shifeng Molding. What can we do? Besides, even if they really violate the agreement, when the time comes to sue, Shifeng Molding will stand up for them, and we will be in trouble. It must be said that He Qingxuan has grown very fast during this period. With enough efforts and enough talent, it is difficult not to stand out. What you said makes sense. This non-compete agreement is an agreement to prevent gentlemen but not villains. If it is someone they really care about, this trick will not be of much use. However, many employees should know what the future of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is, and this can be regarded as an opportunity to test people's hearts. Chow Yang also had to admit that his apprentice saw this matter more clearly than himself. It seems that it is difficult for him to be a good person. Someone is going to make trouble. Zheng Tingting recently took on a new task. She had great doubts about the reliability of this task. However, this was arranged by Chow Yang, and she had to carry it out seriously even if she had opinions. Fangko, you don't have to worry so much. The treatment given by Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is better than that of Shifeng Dai and Stamping, and the development prospects are also better. As the saying goes, good birds choose trees to roost in. You, the head of the mold department, can have a broader development platform. The mold center of our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory now not only produces molds for ourselves, but also for other stamping factories such as Chuncheng Stamping Factory and Chuncheng Fourth Ring Factory. Today's mold center has more and more equipment than Shifeng Dai and Stamping. In a coffee shop in Qingcheng, Zheng Tingting was chatting with Fang Wei, the head of the mold department of Shifeng Dai and Stamping. You poach my people, and I poach your people. Chow Yang is not afraid of this matter. Of course, his methods will not be so simple. Secretary Zhang, it's my honor that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has chosen me. But my family is here, and they are quite satisfied with my job. I need to think about it again if I want to switch to Yangcheng. Money can move people. The salary offered by Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is very competitive. Fang Wei is obviously a little tempted. After all, as a state-owned enterprise, in 2000, although the various treatments were better than those of private enterprises, they were not much better. It's not like in 2023, the treatment of state-owned enterprises and private enterprises is obviously different. Of course, I also know that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is a private enterprise after all, and its stability cannot be compared with that of state-owned enterprises. In fact, if you have concerns in this regard, I have another suggestion. Zheng Tingting had expected that the other party would have concerns in this regard, so she had prepared a plan in advance. What suggestion? Fang Wei asked with a little excitement. Hasn't Shifeng Mold Punching always been interested in our PRG mold technology? You can tell the company leaders that you are willing to infiltrate Nanshan Auto Parts Factory to learn PRG mold technology for the sake of the company, and then go back in 3 years. In this way, you will have a way out, and you don't have to worry about Shifeng Mold Punching making trouble for you. You can even use this as an excuse to bring a few of your direct subordinates here. When Zhang Tingting said this, Fang Wei's eyes lit up. Can it still be like this? Doesn't Nanshan Auto Parts Factory worry that I am really a spy lurking here? Or are they so confident that they can keep me in the future? Secretary Zhang, I will go back and communicate with our minister first, and then get back to you as soon as possible. Fang Wei was a little impatient to go back and test the leader's tone to see if the plan proposed by Zhang Tingting was feasible. If it is really feasible, then he can move freely, earn 3 more years of high salary, and learn advanced technology. Why not? Fang Ke, you may have to move a little faster. We are also talking to some other people about the same plan. Although the mold center is large, the management positions are relatively fixed. Zhang Tingting looked confident, which made Fang Wei even more anxious. But Zhang Tingting really lied to him. After Chao Yang thought of the response plan, he prepared to make moves on several customers such as Chuncheng Stamping and Chuncheng Sihuan Factory at the same time. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is in need of people now, and the demand for talents is very strong. If it is directly recruited on campus, not to mention that these proud children do not understand the situation, they think Nanshan is just an inconspicuous private workshop and are unwilling to come. Even if they come, they can't get started immediately in a short time. After all, not everyone is as talented as He Qingxuan. In this way, the mold designers of various stamping plants are the best source of employees for the mold center of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Originally, Chao Yang was still worried that doing so would offend a group of customers and was not ethical. But now that Shifeng Mold Punching has opened the door, it will be easier for him. You can't be allowed to poach people, but I can't be allowed to poach people. While Zhang Tingting was working hard to poach people in Qingcheng, there were also complementary things going on inside Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Shanhua, since Shifeng Mold Punching is willing to poach you with a high salary, the factory can agree to let you go. But you also know that we have signed a non-compete agreement before. If we pursue it, the amount of compensation will be very high. As long as you are willing to come back again in 3 years, the factory can temporarily not pursue the non-compete agreement. Of course, I can't say that to Shifeng Mold Punching. Kai Rong, director of the technical department, personally communicated with the employees who received contact from Shifeng Mold Punching. For those who might switch jobs, Kai Rong personally communicated with them one-on-one under Chao Yang's instructions. As for how Nanshan knew who received contact from Shifeng Mold Punching, rats have their own ways, and snakes have their own ways. Minister, I don't really have to go to Qingcheng, but the other party has painted a lot of promises for me. Dai Shanhua was a little conflicted. He naturally saw the future of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. But the conditions offered by Shifeng Mold and Punch were very tempting. I understand everything. The factory director also understands everyone very well, so he came here to communicate with you. Don't worry, as long as you come back in 3 years, the treatment you originally received at Shifeng Mold and Punch will only be higher, not lower. Of course, after you go to Shifeng Mold and Punch, you have to be more careful. If you hand over your skills to others, then you are a person of no value to Shifeng Mold Punch. Then why should they pay you so high a salary? Kai Rong patiently persuaded Dai Shanhua and kept instilling some things into him. Well, don't worry, even if I go there, I will not hand over my skills to anyone. Even if I am forced to take an apprentice, I will keep some skills. I promise that if I leave, Shifeng Mold Punch's PRG mold will immediately have a technical gap and will not be able to be designed. Dai Shanhua is not stupid. He is naturally aware of what Kai Rong reminded him of. It's good that you understand this principle. In short, we have no objection to this kind of thing that can increase employee income and will not have much impact on the company's development in the end. In the short term, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is really not worried about Shifeng Die Punching producing nut plates by itself. Although this part is small, it is not so easy to produce. As for a few years later, will Nanshan Auto Parts Factory still be as transparent as it is now? By then, let alone Shifeng Die Punching, even if the general OEM wants to poach people, it may not be able to do so. I saw a comment about SAIC, which is a bit interesting. 1. SAIC Audi, a 7L, Q6, etc., have poor market performance. 2. SAIC Volkswagen, once had champions in many market segments such as Passat, Levita, Santana, Tiguan, etc., but now, it is getting worse and worse. 3. SAIC Cadillac, the hottest time should be when ATS cut its price significantly. 2. 0T rear-wheel drive, more than 100,000, later renamed CT5, and then XT4, XT5, XT6, CT4, etc. were launched. It can only rely on cost-effectiveness to seize the market. Now BBA is difficult, and second-tier luxury brands like Cadillac are even more difficult. 4. SAIC Buick, once GL8 the leaders of MPV, LaCrosse and Regal, the two King Kongs in the sedan market, excel, and the top A-class sedans in sales. Now, GL8 has become the third place, and the others are far worse than before. 5. SAIC Chevrolet, Cruze, Malibu were popular for a few years along with Transformers, but now there are few people in the 4S stores. 6. SAIC GM Wuling, up to now, is the only brand that has been very strong, but what everyone remembers is Wuling, not SAIC. 7. Baojun, a new brand incubated by SAIC GM Wuling, was also popular for a few years, but now there are no popular models. 8. SAIC Rowi was only popular when the first generation RX-5 was launched, the internet car, and there was no movement after that. 9. SAIC MG has never been popular. 10. SAIC Jiji, the first car L7 failed, the second car LS7. 11. SAIC Fifan. 12. SAIC Maxus. So count them down. For a stamping plant, molds and equipment need regular maintenance. Only in this way can their lifespan be fully guaranteed. However, Zhang Fuguo encountered a headache these days. Minister, the other party insisted that after-sales parts are all at this price, and asked us whether we want them? If we don't order now, then the next batch of parts will come from Japan, and it will take more than a month. Su Mingxing reported to Zhang Fuguo about the purchase of maintenance parts for stamping equipment with great trepidation. The purchasing and sales department of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is divided into two sections. One is the purchasing section, and the other is naturally the sales section. Su Mingxing is the section chief of the purchasing section, and he is also a relative. They dare to ask for 1,000 yuan for a bolt, and it costs 2,000 yuan/day for labor to ask their experts to come and replace it? Zhang Fuguo looked at the price list handed over by Su Mingxing and was obviously disgusted. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is now also a factory that can make wool bolts, and there is also a rough estimate of the cost of the spare bolts used on the 600-ton PRG stamping machine. No more than 10 yuan per bolt. Even if some additional transportation costs are included, it will not exceed 50 yuan per bolt. Now the other party is offering 1,000 yuan per bolt. One device needs to use 12 bolts, which is 12,000 yuan. The most disgusting thing is that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has to pay 2,000 yuan per day for labor hours, accommodation fees at designated hotels, and air tickets. It's simply too much. Yes, Huitian Stamping said that if we replace the parts on the equipment without authorization, they will not provide warranty for any problems in the future. After Su Mingxing said this, Zhang Fuguo felt even more disgusted. It seems that Chaoyang has set up an equipment center in advance, which is really foresight. Although the stamping machine has not been completely made yet, the progress is gratifying. The replacement of those bolts does not have much technical content. Can they remotely command us to replace them ourselves? Considering that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will be able to make equipment by itself in the future, it will no longer be threatened by Huitian. So Zhang Fuguo is considering whether to compromise this time and do all the regular maintenance items. The parts that needed to be replaced were replaced according to their requirements. I have talked to them several times, but they disagreed. They still insisted on that point of view. If any part of the equipment is replaced without their permission, the warranty agreement will automatically become invalid. After Su Mingxing said this, Zhang Fuguo immediately asked, "Does the previous agreement really have such a clause?" Yes, that agreement is a fixed template given by the other party, and no modification is accepted at all. So at that time we also pinched our noses and signed it directly. The other party also said that this requirement was not a requirement of Huitian, but that the industry is like this. They even mentioned that the warranty agreement of Boeing aircraft has similar regulations. Even if a seat mounting nut on the aircraft is loose, it cannot be replaced without authorization, and it is not allowed to directly purchase bolts from the market to replace them. Instead, they must buy them from Boeing at a price of $1,000 each. Su Mingxing's words were not meant to speak to Huitian, but just to show that this content was not something he had not noticed before, but that the other party was unwilling to make any concessions. We now have 6 PRG equipment from Huitian. It is estimated that more than 100,000 will be gone if we sit down for a warranty project. This is simply robbing money. Zhang Fuguo was obviously very reluctant to pay the hundreds of thousands. Although Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is not short of hundreds of thousands now, one thing is one thing. At the beginning, Huitian's press equipment was much cheaper than Schuller's, and the delivery cycle was much shorter. I guess they have already thought about making it back slowly through after-sales maintenance. Su Mingxing speculated maliciously. If he didn't put all the blame on Huitian, it would be very difficult to get through this hurdle. Besides, he felt that what he said was not wrong. This matter is not big, but not small either. I'll go and discuss it with the factory director first. As the head of the purchasing and sales department, Zhang Fuguwei can, in principle, directly approve projects within 100,000. If the purchase of these spare parts and subsequent service fees are paid separately, each payment can basically be within 100,000. In this way, it can be handled within the purchasing department without the need to escalate to the company. Many companies will adopt the method of breaking down a large project into many small projects. This avoids the increase in the approval level and makes the project progress more flexible and faster. Of course, it also becomes more shady and more conducive to secret operations. Well, this matter will be revealed sooner or later, so it's better to report it to the factory director in advance. Su Mingxing was he was so lucky that he became depressed after hearing what Zhang Fuguwei said. His days as the head of the purchasing department were destined to be difficult during this period. The foxtail of the Japanese people has been exposed so soon? Unlike Zhang Fuguwei's expectation, Chao Yang did not get angry after listening to the report. We have also done some investigations. Whether it is stamping equipment or other equipment, some after-sales spare parts and services are relatively expensive. This is a common phenomenon. But these conditions of Huitian are really a bit too much and too greedy. Zhang Fuguwei's tone was full of indignation. When selling, facing the main engine factory, he, the second party, often has to suffer. Now when purchasing, he is considered the first party, right? He actually has to suffer the anger of the second party. What kind of life is this? Those so-called international equipment giants are actually unreliable. That's why I insist on setting up my own equipment center. The starting point is not to sell more equipment to make some money, but to not be strangled by others. Chao Yang's calm appearance made Zhang Fuguwei's mood slowly calm down. I'm afraid our own equipment won't be available so soon. What should we do now? There's no point in continuing to talk to them. They don't even want to have a good talk. Zhang Fuguwei directly threw out the current problem. We are not dogs. If Huitian feeds us a mouthful of, should we eat it? But if we refuse their request, it will delay the normal maintenance of our equipment. Huitian will not provide warranty in the future. If they don't provide warranty, we will repair it ourselves. If he wants to disgust us, then we will disgust him back. In front of the OEM, Chao Yang sometimes considers compromise. But in front of Huitian, Chao Yang obviously has other plans. There is still a serious stuck-neck phenomenon in high-end machine tools. Domestic high-end machine tools still rely heavily on imports, with the annual import scale of metal cutting machine tools being nearly $6 billion. At the same time, the localization rate of core components such as domestic high-end CNC systems, lead screw guides, etc. is less than 10%. However, developed Western countries have relatively strict control over high-end machine tools and high-end CNC systems. RB Fanuc's 5-axis linkage CNC system is not open to domestic companies. American Machine Tools will conduct regular inspections of users to understand the use of equipment. After RB machine tools are moved, their CNC systems may automatically lock. German CNC machine tools must be registered online before they can be used. The equipment industry, in general, has a high entry threshold. It is mainly reflected in production qualifications and compliance requirements, capital investment, professional talents, customer base and relationships, and project experience. For some equipment involving safety and hygiene, a production qualification can make you feel like you are in heaven. However, there are no production qualifications and compliance issues in the stamping equipment industry. Basically, you can do whatever you want. The trouble is that you need money, technology, and talents, and you need to be able to sell the equipment. A press machine costs millions or even tens of millions. If you don't have customers, it's useless to say anything. It will go bankrupt in minutes. Therefore, most of the domestic stamping equipment is concentrated on small tonnage presses, which have relatively low investment, a wide range of customers, and are relatively easy to survive. Of course, the situation of old brands such as Jera Machine Tool is better. However, they also make relatively traditional single stamping presses, not the PRG presses that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory wants to launch. Master, at this rate, we will be able to assemble the first prototype next month. However, up to now, more than 80% of the components have been purchased from outside. We hope to make the more core motors and crank connecting rod mechanisms in-house, but it will be too late this year. He Qingxuan has basically been staying at the equipment center during this period. As a workaholic, with Chao Yang providing the drawings, it is not a big problem to just implement the technical plan. Of course, during this period, the Human Resources and General Affairs Department has gradually recruited dozens of experienced employees from outside, which has also helped a lot. First solve the problem of whether there is one, and then consider improving the in-house manufacturing of parts. According to the current increase in the export volume of nut plates, we will need to add 3 or 4 more stamping machines next year, and all of these presses will be self-produced by the equipment center. Chao Yang is still very confident in the press technology provided by the system. Although the processing accuracy of some parts may not meet the requirements of the drawings, the overall performance should not be worse than the one sold by Schuler and Ida now. If we just customize various parts for assembly, we will definitely be able to make it in time. But the failure rate of our own equipment may be higher. Although He Qingchuan is not satisfied with the PRG compressor currently being developed, He Qingchuan is very confident in the machine technology. However, advanced technology does not mean that the equipment is very stable. Sometimes, the more advanced the technology, the more likely it is to fail. Won't the first press machine be assembled next month? Speed up, assemble this machine first, and then put it into actual production. Chao Yang's instruction made He Qingchuan feel a little strange. Master, our factory's current press production capacity is sufficient, so if we rush to invest in new self-produced equipment, stability will be a big problem at that time. Why not wait a while, slowly debug it a few times after assembling it, and put it into use after debugging is okay? He Qingchuan is devoted to equipment research, and he obviously doesn't have a special understanding of the situation facing Nanshan Auto Parts Factory now. Chao Yang naturally understands what he said. But one thing is one thing, sometimes you have to make a choice. Just like the iPhone launch conference held by Steve Jobs, is the prototype technology mature? Time waits for no one, and sometimes you can't wait until the technology is mature before launching it. The first batch of PRG molds we provided to Chunqing Stamping Plant and Chunqing Sihuan Plant have been put into use. After feeling the benefits of the PRG process, it will soon consider introducing specialized PRG stamping machines. In this case, if we don't act quickly enough, we will have no chance to get their press orders. Once the first batch uses the presses from Huitian or Schuler, the other party will likely give priority to continuing to purchase equipment from the same brand for the sake of convenient equipment maintenance or usage habits. Then we will miss the opportunity later. In addition, other stamping plants such as Shifeng Die and Punch will surely follow suit soon. We don't have much time. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has never sold a PRG press. Simply selling it with empty words will definitely fail. That's why Chao Yang hopes so much to have a press put into actual production. This is more effective than any advertisement. Other customers who have not cooperated may still have various concerns. But for Chunqing Stamping and Sihuan Plant, as long as Nanshan guarantees that it will assist in maintenance if there are any problems, there is still a possibility of successfully selling them. Even this possibility it was still very high. Master, I understand. Originally, the equipment center was working normal shifts. Starting tomorrow, I will directly divide the staff into 3 shifts so that there will be people working in every time period. However, we may need to recruit more people. After all, even if some people work 2 shifts at the same time, it is not enough. He Qingchuan planned to stay in the equipment center for the next period of time. He even thought about asking the Personnel and General Affairs Department to prepare a few camp beds and put them directly in the equipment center. No problem. Give them people, money, and materials. This time, the development of the PRG press is related to the future of the factory and whether it will be bullied now. There is a piece of news that you can tell everyone after dinner. Chao Yang mentioned to He Qingchuan that Ida disgusted him and immediately aroused his anger. The reputation of Japanese people is complicated. Now they come to discuss Nanshan Auto Parts Factory again, which is naturally easy to arouse everyone's hatred of the enemy. Master, don't worry. I can make this press appear in front of everyone in half a month at most, without waiting for a month. Most of the parts are in place, it's just a matter of assembly. As for the maintenance of other presses, I think once our own press is assembled successfully, we can directly let our equipment center take charge of this matter. In the future, there is no need to let people from Huitian and even the gate of our factory. We can even ask around to see who else in the industry is using Huitian's equipment, and we can directly grab their after-sales business. In He Qingchuan's heart, Chao Yang is not just a master and a boss. He is also his mentor and benefactor. Now Huitian wants to disgust and blackmail Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. How can he tolerate it? This is more unacceptable than insulting himself. Your suggestion is good. Huitian wants to make money from after-sales service. In the future, we will destroy their market. Let's see if they will regret it or we will regret it. This time, Chao Yang is ready to show his fangs and let the industry know that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is not so easy to bully. Mr. Liu, has the order from Nanshan Auto Parts Factory been sent? Kato Ichiro drank coffee with a comfortable look on his face, waiting for Nanshan Auto Parts Factory to give in. Since entering Ida, Kato has relied on selling equipment at a relatively low price and then making high profits through after sales. This trick has been used countless times by Kato. So far, it has been tried and tested, and there has been no failure. Even if some factories reacted more strongly at the beginning, as long as he asked someone to treat the other party to a meal or something, and then explained it with a sincere attitude, so that the other party could step down, the matter would be over. This time, he didn't think Nanshan Auto Parts Factory would be an exception. The maintenance of 600-ton PRG equipment is a big piece of fat meat. After all, the equipment industry is different from other industries. Business is often done one by one. Especially for large tonnage presses, not many can be sold in a year. Minister, they called me 2 days ago to discuss the price reduction, but I refused. According to the schedule, they must carry out routine maintenance this month, otherwise they will not implement the after-sales maintenance agreement, and we can refuse future warranty. So I think they can only hold on for a few more days, and then they will honestly send the order and pay the money. Lu Wenfei is not a newcomer in this industry, and he has a relatively accurate grasp of the mentality of each stamping factory. Most of the parts in the press of Ida are non-standard parts, which are not available on the market. Unless you are very familiar with the equipment, you just want to find someone to customize the parts, but you don't know what to customize. This is the biggest confidence of Kato and Lu Wenfei. Push him again. Don't be too polite with these companies, especially when placing an order for the first time. You must establish the rules. Otherwise, thinking about price reduction every time is simply a waste of our time. The longer Kato stays in China, the more he feels that he understands the people here. Some state-owned enterprises have ordered equipment from them. As long as they stick to the conditions and refuse to give up, they will eventually buy expensive after-sales services. The key is that they will often continue to come to them for the next purchase of equipment. Of course, Kato is also very clear about how to express it when it is necessary. There is no room for compromise on the price on the table. But under the table. Minister, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has developed very fast in the past year. If it keeps this growth rate, it is likely that it will need to order presses in the future. Should we make some concessions appropriately, otherwise he will not buy our equipment at that time? Lu Wenfei knew that Kato and his people would probably return to Japan after working in the Huaxia branch for a few years. In the end, it is employees like him who need to face customers all the time. So subjectively, he did not want to make the relationship with Nanshan Auto Parts Factory too stiff. If they don't buy our equipment, will they continue to buy Schuler's presses? Not to mention that the price of the press is much different. The key is that Schuler's after-sales conditions are not much better than ours. As long as the people in Nanshan Auto Parts Factory are not stupid, they will eventually choose us. Especially since they are now vigorously promoting PRG technology, no company in China can make related equipment. Kato is fearless, and there is obviously a reason. If Nanshan bought their 600-ton TDM press, the attitude would probably be different. After all, the higher end the product, the less room for choice. Whether it is a press machine, a machine tool, or a high-end product like a photolithography machine, the situation is similar. I see. I'll continue to urge them. No need to urge. Just scare them and say that another customer has also ordered this batch of spare parts. If they don't transfer the order and payment tomorrow, we can't guarantee delivery on time. Kato felt that some things had to be forced. Otherwise, the other party would always have illusions. However, this time, he was going to miscalculate. Minister. That afternoon, Lu Wenfei came to Kato Ichiro again. But this time, his face was not so good. What? What happened? Kato glanced and continued to play on the computer. He was looking for a better place to eat tonight. Recently, he met a new female student who took the initiative to find him to learn Japanese. He thought he could have a deep exchange tonight. Nanshan. What's wrong with Nanshan? Their reaction is a bit strange. Huh? Kato Ichiro glared at Lu Wenfei with a little dissatisfaction. This kid, when did he speak so poorly? How can he do sales? I called them today to urge them to place an order, and threaten them, but they didn't expect that their purchasing department chief Su Mingxing would directly say that they would not order parts. No more orders? Kato Ichiro sneered, then they don't consider the warranty issue? Have you emphasized this consequence to them? I did, but the other party didn't want to listen to me at all and hung up the phone directly. Lu Wenfei said a little depressed. When I called again, it kept prompting that the call was in progress. Humph. You just send them a formal official letter and tell them that they have violated the warranty contract and we will not be responsible for the future warranty. I want to see how long they can hold on. Although Kato Ichiro vaguely felt that the reaction of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory was a bit abnormal, but he was still very confident. After sending it, tell me about the schedule for the day after tomorrow. Chuncheng Stamping and Chuncheng Sihuan Factory are very interested in our 600-ton PRG equipment. We will try to finalize the order this time. No problem. I have been communicating with them about the parameters of the equipment and other situations these days. They should be about to make a decision. Seeing that Kato was no longer bothered about Nanshan's affairs, Lu Wenfei also breathed a sigh of relief. In Japanese-funded enterprises like IDA, the hierarchy between superiors and subordinates is very strict. It is normal to scold you for a disagreement. After all, their high salaries themselves include part of the content of being scolded. Several companies under the Chuncheng Group are supplying Chuncheng Volkswagen. They may have a special liking for German-made equipment. This time, we must be careful not to let Schuler the order away. Obviously, in the eyes of Ichiro Kato, Schuler is his biggest opponent. Especially this time, the situation is even more special. Don't worry, I have also inquired about the situation at Schuler. Their prices are 20% higher than ours, and they will not pass the internal evaluation of Chuncheng Stamping. After Lu Wenfei said this, Kato felt more relieved. With this batch of orders, he felt that his promotion was in sight. Automotive OEMs have very high requirements for the production stability of parts. The confirmation of various CP values and CPK values is closely related to these. For automotive parts suppliers, any changes in materials, component sources, equipment, production sites, etc., need to be reported in advance and implemented only after approval. These contents are emphasized in the change point management requirements of each OEM. As a supplier of nut plates, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory needs to replace stamping equipment to produce nut plates, and this matter naturally needs to be reported. However, since they are the second-tier suppliers of Chuncheng Volkswagen and Motor Volkswagen, their reporting object is Chuncheng Stamping Factory. After that, Chuncheng Stamping Factory will report to the OEM and obtain approval for the change. Lao, for such a simple process change application, we specially flew to Yancheng. Isn't it unnecessary? Anyway, those presses are all used to produce nut plates, and it doesn't matter which one we change. Lu Darui has opinions about Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. At the beginning, he was scolded a lot because of the nut plate mold. So he would not go to Nanshan on business trips if he could avoid it. But this time, it was Lu who brought up the hat of General Manager Dong Chun and forced him to go on a business trip with him. Director Lu, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has several presses that produce nut plates. If you need to change between these presses, I will naturally not let you make a special trip. Lu was so active in coming to the site to confirm this time, and there was obviously a reason. You know, before this business trip, Zhang Fugui and Kai Rong from Nanshan went to report to him once. What? Did they buy new equipment again? Lu Darui's words were a bit sour. The development of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory was too fast, so fast that they were a little uncomfortable. If we continue to buy presses from Huitian or Schuler, then we don't need to come here specially. Just confirm that there is no problem with their changed dimensional parameters. After Lu said this, Lu Darui was a little curious. Could it be that they purchased equipment from a third manufacturer? By then, wouldn't the equipment on site be all kinds of brands? This is very difficult to manage, aren't they afraid of problems? Lu Darui, as the technical director of Chuncheng Stamping, often needs to go to the second-tier suppliers with the purchase to do some audit work. The equipment of the international brand is obviously what they don't want to see. The management is difficult, that's their own problem. Anyway, the nut plate is produced using the PRG process. As long as the equipment is suitable, it won't have much impact if it is replaced. But this time, they directly used the equipment they produced themselves, and they kept selling it to us, trying to convince us to purchase their press. After Lu said this, Lu Darui understood why he had to drag himself to the scene this time. However, he was not optimistic about Nanshan's self-produced equipment at all. When it comes to PRG technology, Nanshan is one of the best in the country. I admit this. But the design and production of PRG presses in PRG molds are completely different. I have never seen any stamping plant produce its own presses in the industry. If they mess around like this, don't damage the mold at that time, it will affect our supply. Lu Darui's focus is not on Nanshan's self-produced presses at all. He is just worried about whether the molds supplied to his own company will be damaged. If this mold is broken, whether it is remade or modified, it will take time. If you are not careful, it will bring about supply issues. Especially during this period, Chuncheng Automobile Group and Toyota Motor have established a joint venture, and the entire Chuncheng Automobile Group is learning Toyota's lean management production model. In order to minimize costs, Chuncheng stamping plant did not make too many nut plates in stock. When the mold is broken, the inventory is used up, and Magic City Volkswagen and Chuncheng Volkswagen are shut down. Thinking of that scene, Lu Darui felt a lot of pressure. It shouldn't be that bad. After hearing what Lu Darui said, Lu also felt a little guilty, since Nanshan Auto Parts Factory dared to invite us to come for an on-site visit and inspection. It means that the level of the press they produce should be okay. At least from the equipment parameters they provided, the nut plate size parameters that have been changed are not inferior to those before the change. In this way, the two have been talking about Nanshan since they got on the plane. When they arrived at Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, they naturally didn't listen to any reports first, and went directly to the site to see the situation of the equipment. Punching 25 times a minute? I remember that the press from Huitian was punching 22 times a minute before. Lu Darui held a stopwatch in his hand and checked the production rhythm himself. For a stamping plant, under the condition of meeting the quality, it is definitely hoped that the stamping speed will be as fast as possible. But this is closely related to the conditions of the equipment, molds, and parts. The faster the stamping speed, the higher the requirements for the equipment and molds, and the parts are also required to be simpler. Nowadays, the parts and molds have not changed, but the stamping speed has increased. Although it has only increased by 3 times, it is also a very scary data. Director Lu, your memory is really great. It seems that you know the situation of every part. You are right. The production rhythm of our nut plate was indeed about 22 times a minute before. However, the press we developed ourselves has made some improvements to the crank connecting rod mechanism and the motor, which can improve the production rhythm while ensuring the quality of parts and the safety of equipment. Chiron smiled and introduced it to Lu Darui with confidence. To be honest, Chiron didn't believe that his own equipment center could produce a 600-ton PRG equipment, and all parameters were superior to the existing equipment of Huitian and Schuler. But facts speak louder than words. Did you really produce this equipment yourself? Lu circled the press several times, constantly comparing it with the press of Huitian next to it. During this period, since Chuncheng stamping plant was reviewing the introduction of special PRG stamping equipment, Lu also studied this kind of press carefully. It's not easy for ordinary people to fool him. Boss, this equipment was designed and assembled by our Nanshan Equipment Center. From the current confirmed situation, all parameters are superior to Huitian and Schuler. But our cost is only half of Schuler's, and it is about 30% cheaper than Huitian's press. The most important thing is that if you buy our press, you don't have to worry about any after-sales problems. At this time, it was naturally Zhang Fugui's turn to appear. As the director of the purchasing and sales department, he will not only need to consider the sales of spare parts, but also the sales of equipment. He will also have to take charge of it. Don't worry about any after-sales problems. What does that mean? Lu immediately grasped the point and chased Zhang Fugui to ask. As the director of the purchasing and sales department, Lu has obviously suffered a lot of losses and anger because of the after-sales maintenance of the stamping machine. However, almost all high-end stamping machines are imported now. You don't have much room for choice. Director, as long as you buy our stamping machine, you can get free warranty within 3 years. Repairs and maintenance within 10 years will only charge the cost price of the accessories. The accessories are clearly marked, and there is no deception. Zhang Fugui can understand Li's situation very well, so he got to the point of the problem. When domestic stamping factories buy equipment, they often worry about not the money to buy the equipment. After all, the price is there, and it is easy to calculate whether you can afford it. But the various expenses after buying the equipment are an unknown number. It's not just Huitian who charges 1,000 yuan for a bolt. Some are even more excessive, and there are thousands of yuan for replacing a bolt. Of course, people don't necessarily reflect it in the form of thousands of yuan in bolt prices. I've never heard of you making stamping equipment before. Now you're suddenly producing this kind of 600-ton PRG with very high technical requirements. Is the quality reliable? Lu was obviously tempted. During this period, Chuncheng Stamping was reviewing the introduction of PRG equipment. The most suitable one is obviously to use the 600-ton PRG press from Huitian or Schuler, just like the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. However, Chuncheng Stamping was very dissatisfied with the other party's equipment quotation and after-sales terms. Our equipment center now has hundreds of specialized technicians, and will expand to thousands in the future. This PRG press and PRG mold technology are the results of our Nanshan's years of research. As the saying goes, if you don't make a sound, you will be amazing when you do. Before the technology is mature, we naturally don't want to let the wind out, so as not to let Huitian and Schuler suppress us. Zhang Fugui said half-truthfully, making Lu a little unsure whether to believe it or not. Director Lu, is the quality of the parts produced by this new equipment different from the previous ones? Lu didn't know how to respond to Zhang Fugui's words, so he simply moved on. Topic. From the current situation, the quality has not changed. The mold is the same set of molds. As long as the parameters of the equipment match the molds, there will be no quality problems normally. Lu Darui had just read the inspection report of the parts and personally measured the individual parameters of several parts, which basically matched the report records. Even if there are differences, they are all within the tolerance range. In this way, he has more confidence in the press built by Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Director Lu, if we don't have confidence in the equipment we produce, we won't directly increase the production rhythm. It can be said bluntly that the 600-ton stamping machine produced by the equipment center of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is the best in the world. Unless Huitian and Schuler come up with their latest developed products, they will be able to compete with us. But the delivery cycle and price of those products are completely different. Zhang Fugui was full of confidence. Well, in fact, he was a little unsure in his heart, but Chao Yang said that, so he can only take it as such. If we order your equipment, how long will it take? Lu was a little tempted. Chuncheng Stamping needs to order 2 600-ton presses. According to Huitian's quotation, it will cost 6 million. Schuler's price is even more exaggerated, reaching 8 or 9 million. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is 30% cheaper than Huitian, and it can be obtained for just over 4 million. Although the saved 2 million will not fall into his pocket, it is entirely possible to be rated as advanced or even promoted based on this merit. So if there are no problems with equipment parameters, quality, delivery cycle, after-sales and other conditions, Lu intends to propose to the company to purchase Nanshan's press. It only takes 3 or 4 months from placing an order to completing the installation and commissioning of the equipment. As long as you place an order, our technicians will follow you to the site to prepare the pit. At that time, the parts of the equipment will be sent directly to your factory, and our technicians will install and debug there. We can not only help you install and debug the equipment, but also help you debug the mold to the best condition. Chuncheng Stamping Factory. The PRG mold is now produced in Nanshan. The matching of equipment and molds has reduced a lot of troubles for Chuncheng Stamping. Even if they buy equipment from other manufacturers in the future, their on-site personnel will not be used to it. Are there other manufacturers using your presses besides this sample? When Lu asked this, Zhang Fugui showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, but he quickly adjusted his expression and said, "We are currently communicating with customers such as Shifeng Mold and Chuncheng Sihuan Factory about equipment. Although there is only this one now, it will definitely be completely different next year. Now, there is no need to wait to order equipment, and you can immediately enter the production preparation. But if the orders from various customers come in too many at once, the delivery cycle may be affected. Boss, our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has always been committed to becoming the QCD best supplier, which includes not only parts but also equipment. If you have any concerns, just raise them boldly." Zhang Fugui was not afraid that Lu would make any excessive conditions to him, but he was afraid that the other party would not make any conditions. The people at Huitian Stamping are familiar with one of our vice presidents. We are currently inclined to purchase Huitian's equipment. But if the price and after-sales conditions of your press are better, we should also consider one. But the specific details need to be discussed further, and you will have to go through bidding in the end. Lu thought for a while, and went to a corner next to him with Zhang Fugui, and explained the situation directly. "Minister, I can understand that in your current bidding plan, one of the conditions is set in the direction of letting Huitian win the bid?" Since it was a private communication, Zhang Fugui naturally asked very directly, because he still had a big move to consider whether to release it next. "If you ask me this, I will definitely say no." Lu hesitated for a while, "But you are so smart, you know. Minister, what do you think of our Huitian press?" After hearing what Lu said, Zhang Fugui was not discouraged. He pointed to the Huitian press running next to him and asked a very strange question. "Chuncheng Press also has Huitian's presses. However, they are not 600-ton PRG presses, but several TDM presses." Lu knows the situation of Huitian's presses very well, but at least he knows the basic situation. Now Zhang Fugui is pointing at this 600-ton Huitian PRG press and asking him, he really doesn't know what the other party means. "Minister Zhang, you know much more about Huitian's presses than I do. Although the Japanese are annoying, their equipment is still pretty good. It's not appropriate to say nothing, as it makes him seem ignorant. So Lu frowned and glanced at Zhang Fugui, and answered a few words casually. You are right, Huitian's presses are indeed good. No wonder you want to buy their equipment. I think Minister is also very clear that our equipment has only been used for less than a year. If you buy Nanshan's 600-ton PRG press, then we can resell this Huitian press to you at the same price. When Zhang Fugui said this, Lu was stunned. What does it mean? Nanshan Auto Parts Factory just bought the press less than a year ago, and they want to transfer it to me at a low price? Stamping equipment is different from cars. It will not depreciate by 10% or 20% on the first day of purchase. Normally, the depreciation of equipment is calculated based on 10 years. That is to say, a 3 million yuan equipment depreciates 300,000 yuan per year, and these depreciation costs are amortized into the cost of the factory. But after 10 years, these equipment can still be used. In other words, if the Huitian press of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is to be transferred, it is normally worth about 2.7 million yuan. Even if the price is reduced, it will still cost 2.5 million yuan. Minister Zhang, when you say the same price, do you mean that this equipment of Huitian stamping is also the same as the press produced by Nanshan itself, and it is only sold for 2.1 million yuan? Don't think that 2.1 million yuan seems to be only 400,000 yuan less than 2.5 million yuan, and it doesn't seem to be much cheaper. Not to mention that 400,000 yuan is actually not a small amount at all. The key is that in the equipment market, no one will sell a 90% new press. If you buy a piece of equipment, prepare the pit, train personnel, and then sell it after using it for a year, it will definitely be a huge loss. That's why Lu was surprised by Zhang Fugui's incredible bundled sales plan. If that's the case, this deal is totally doable. For the factory, a stamping machine that has been used for less than a year is no different from a new one. We even have to thank the other party for helping to run it in. That's right. As long as Chuncheng Stamping spends 2.1 million to buy a 600-ton PRG press produced by us, this equipment from Huitian will be transferred to you at the same price. The disassembly, relocation, assembly and commissioning of the equipment will all be the responsibility of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. We guarantee that the equipment can be used normally and provide a 3-year free warranty. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory now needs an external manufacturer to take the lead and buy a Nanshan-produced press to use. Chuncheng Stamping Factory is undoubtedly a very suitable customer. Anyway, for Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, the press produced by itself will not be worse than that of Huitian. So this bundling plan seems to be a loss, but in fact there is no loss. Even reinvesting in a self-produced press can improve the production rhythm a little bit, and also increase the actual use of the self-produced press. This win-win plan, why not? Minister Zhang, I personally fully agree with your plan. After I go back tomorrow, I will also report to the general manager and contact you as soon as possible. Lu did not hesitate this time. It is clear that the plan is beneficial to Chuncheng Stamping. If he still hesitates, then his level is too low. I don't think the company will necessarily agree to this plan. But if Nanshan Auto Parts Factory transfers 2 Huitian presses, then there will probably be no problem. As soon as Lu Darui said this, Zhang Fugui's face immediately turned ugly. This Lu Darui has always been at odds with Nanshan. Minister Lu, if Chuncheng Stamping Factory feels that this plan is not sincere enough, I think Chuncheng Fourth Ring Factory and Shifeng Mold Punching should be interested. Blindly giving in will not solve the problem. The good old man Zhang Fugui also showed his strength today and directly confronted Lu Darui. So what if he is the client's father? Your father is not very capable, otherwise you wouldn't be able to handle a PRG mold for a nut plate. Boss Xiang, Boss Lu was just joking with you. Lu quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Don't worry, I will do my best to convince the company to accept this plan. Lu Darui had an opinion about the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Lu knew it very well. After all, in the mold workshop of Chuncheng Stamping, there are still 6 sets of PRG molds that have been completely scrapped after being modified n times. That is Lu Darui's shame. And Lu Darui obviously put this account on Nanshan Auto Parts. By the way, Zhang Fugui ignored Lu Darui and said to Lu again, we at Nanshan Auto Parts Factory do not have plans to mass-produce body skeleton parts ourselves, but we have the idea of finding a manufacturer to cooperate with. Currently, a manufacturer has been talking to us about this topic. As long as they become our partners, we can provide them with a full set of stamping molds and customize special presses to make them the strongest stamping manufacturer in China's QCD. Today's Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is really confident to talk about this plan. In the stamping mold industry, the technical difficulty of PRG molds is the highest. In this area, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory dares to say that it is the second in the country, and no one dares to say that they are the first. As long as the PRG mold is done well, it is very simple to continue to make TRF molds and TDM molds. In addition, with the presses that are now officially being produced, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory will definitely be the best partner for becoming the largest stamping parts manufacturer in China. Lu was naturally aware of this. So after listening, he immediately expressed his position and said, "Director Zhang, give me a few days, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory reply." After saying this, Lu directly found an excuse, came to the outside of the workshop, and started to report on the phone. His parents are both employees of Chuncheng Group, and they are definitely not willing to be just the director of the purchasing and sales department in this life. As long as Chuncheng Stamping can be taken to a higher level and operated again, it will be absolutely no problem for him to smoothly change from director to vice president. So this cooperation project is not only a business matter for him, but also a very important private matter. And on the day when Zhang Fugui told Lu about this, he also mentioned this matter to the people of Shifeng Mold Punching. Anyway, no matter who you tell, you will say that I am already discussing cooperation with a stamping factory. It depends on whether you are interested. As long as the potential benefits are attractive enough, there will always be people willing to take risks and try. Chuncheng Stamping didn't persist for a few days before it completely chose to cooperate with Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. From molds to presses, even the process analysis of parts was in cooperation with Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. This news, of course, could not be concealed. Especially when the news that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory moved a 600-ton PRG press from Huitian and directly prepared another pit in Chuncheng Stamping Factory to install the 600-ton press produced in Nanshan spread, it immediately caused shock to several manufacturers. Minister Zhou, didn't you say that the relationship between Chuncheng Stamping and Nanshan is not very good, and there are some conflicts between them? Why are they suddenly together? Not to mention the molds, now even the equipment is purchased directly from Nanshan. Won't this affect our future cooperation with Nanshan? Chuncheng Sihuan Factory was the first to get the news. As both are subsidiaries of Chuncheng Automobile Group, some of the employees of the two companies were once the other's people. Mr. Zhou, as soon as I heard about this, I immediately called Zhang Fugui from Nanshan. Although Chuncheng Stamping Factory is ahead, if we want to buy equipment, they are willing to sell it to us at the same price level. But I think it is a brand new press that has not been tested by time. I think it is not a bad thing to let Chuncheng Stamping Factory be a guinea pig. Zhou Bunxiang quickly gave his analysis. Since the cooperation between Sihuan Factory and Nanshan, Zhou Bunxiang has been very concerned about their movements. He even heard some rumors about Nanshan's equipment. It's just that he is a conservative person and doesn't want to rush to the front to try. One step ahead, one step ahead. We finally surpassed Chuncheng Stamping Factory. If we let them take the lead again, wouldn't it be a waste of time? For Zhou Zhigang, the development of Chuncheng Sihuan Factory is compared. As long as it is better than Chuncheng Stamping Factory, it means that it is developing well. Vice versa. The main machine tool and press manufacturers in the country are all in the northeast. There are no press manufacturers worth mentioning south of the Yangtze River. 00-ton press, but I think its stability is a big problem. Yesterday, the people from Huitian came to visit and specifically mentioned this point. Zhou Bunxiang has a good impression of Huitian. Now that Chuncheng Stamping has chosen Nanshan, he thinks Sihuan Factory should consider Huitian even more. At least for the first equipment, Huitian's should be more reliable. What you said is not unreasonable. But I heard that the price of Nanshan's press is much cheaper than Huitian's. If the performance is not too bad, it is naturally worth considering. Zhou Zhigang's personality is not particularly strong. Considering that those who can become directors in the company have some background behind them. Especially Zhou Bunxiang, the director of the purchasing and sales department. Who knows whether Zhou Bunxiang chose Huitian's equipment because of his own idea or the idea of the people behind him. Zhou Zhigang obviously does not intend to make things difficult for Zhou Bunxiang on this press purchase. Mr. Zhou, don't worry, we will pay close attention to the situation at Chuncheng Stamping Factory and communicate more with other press manufacturers in the industry. After Zhou Bunxiang said this, Zhou Zhigang was no longer entangled. However, they were no longer entangled, but in Huitian's office, Lu Wenfei was entangled. Minister, didn't you tell the people from the Chuncheng Sihuan factory yesterday that Nanshan's equipment is not stable and the mold may be damaged at any time? which will lead to untimely supply of parts and leave a very bad impression on the main engine factory. It is not worth buying? I think what you said makes a lot of sense. How can a factory like a small workshop make a qualified press? After returning from a business trip to Chuncheon yesterday, Kato Ichiro's temper has been very bad. Half of the people in the office have been scolded by him. Now only Lu Wunfei is tactless and goes up to him. There is no way, there is something he has to report to Kato Ichiro as soon as possible. Are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Do you believe what the customer said? I don't say that Nanshan is not good, do I have to praise their equipment to the sky? Don't you know how big the impact of this incident is? The Spring City 4th Ring Road factory has set such a bad example. The impact in the future will be profound, far away. You can't see such an obvious thing? It would have been better if Lu Wunfei didn't say it, but as soon as Kato Ichiro was mentioned, he got angry. He was already full of anger in his heart, and now Lu Wunfei was still so ignorant. Minister, Chuncheon Stamping Factory also bought a few of our equipment before. Do you want to take this opportunity to teach them a lesson? Lu Wunfei knew very well that Kato Ichiro had almost communicated with the vice president of Chuncheon Stamping before, and the order for two 600-ton PRG equipment was basically a done deal. Unexpectedly, the duck in his mouth flew away. If it was snatched away by Schuler, his old rival, he would probably be able to balance it a little. But it was completely unbearable that the order was snatched away by Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, a newcomer in the equipment industry. Nonsense, do you need to say this? Starting from the next batch of after-sales parts, all of them will be doubled in price. Then look for the right time and give them another push on the spare parts schedule. Kato Ichiro gave the instruction without any hesitation. Then, just after he finished speaking, he thought of something. What is the situation at Nanshan Auto Parts Factory now? Haven't they been threatened with not providing warranty? Aren't they afraid? Minister, the people at Nanshan Auto Parts Factory don't even answer my calls now. They were able to directly dismantle our equipment and move it to Chuncheon Stamping Factory. It is obvious that they have thoroughly understood our equipment technology and are ready to maintain it themselves. After Lu Wunfei said this, Kato Ichiro became even angrier. The presses they produced themselves must have plagiarized our technology. You should contact the legal department immediately. We are going to sue them. Kato Ichiro now hates Nanshan Auto Parts Factory to the point of gnashing his teeth. Originally, he was thinking about whether he could get a promotion and a raise this year, but now it seems that it is too late. Minister, we have no evidence. Without evidence, can't you make it up? Nanshan was still buying our equipment last year, but this year it produced it itself. If it is not plagiarism, what else can it be? You can make it up with your eyes closed and based on our patents. Kato Ichiro's words made Lu Wunfei dare not refute anything. However, he had not yet reported what he wanted to report, so he could only bite the bullet and say, Minister, there is one more thing that I think I need to report to you. What's the matter? Just? Kato Ichiro felt that Chinese people were very annoying today. Even his lackey Lu Wunfei was no exception. Several stamping factories have called me these past 2 days to ask if the price of our aftermarket parts can be reduced. Thinking of some bad things he heard on the phone, Lu Wunfei became even more nervous. That's it? Do you need to ask me about this? Didn't I say it a long time ago that there will be no bargaining or price reduction for aftermarket parts? Which factory is struggling? Just find a chance to stop it. Do you need me to teach you this? Kato Ichiro thought it was a big deal, but it was just such a small matter. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wunfei continued to say, Minister, I naturally remember this principle, but the situation this time is a little different. I didn't take it seriously at first, but after receiving contacts from several factories one after another, I felt something was wrong. It's like they have made an appointment and are looking for us to lower the price. Minister. Before Lu Wunfei could finish his words, Kato Ichiro waved his hand and said, Okay, you Chinese people are just stubborn and refuse to admit defeat. Since you want to buy our equipment, you must follow our after-sales conditions. Don't think that our equipment is good when you buy it, and then think that our after-sales service is expensive after you buy it. If you have the ability, don't buy it. Lu Wunfei's face turned red after Kato Ichiro's words. He wanted to confront him directly. But when he thought of his mortgage and car loan, when he thought of the 5-digit salary he received in his salary card every month, middle-aged men are worse than dogs. He has just turned 30 and has begun to feel this. Today I asked someone from one of the stamping factories that I have a good relationship with about the situation. It seems that the people from Nanshan Auto Parts Factory are in contact with them, not only to promote their presses, but also to take over the after-sales work of our equipment. In the end, Lu Wenfei did not refute Kato Ichiro's words. But he did not dare to hide the key information. If this is true, there will definitely be trouble inside IDA for some time to come. What? Are they crazy? How have we offended them? Not only did they steal our equipment orders, they also want to steal our after-sales service? This made Ichiro Kato furious. He had never seen such a shameless opponent. This was a complete violation of industry rules. Besides, how could they provide after-sales service for AIDA's equipment? They must have stolen AIDA's technology and plagiarized. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Ichiro Kato felt that this matter absolutely could not be let go. Where's the legal department? Contact the legal department for me quickly. Soon, there was chaos in Huitian Huaxia branch. Many people felt the crisis. Huitian is best at stamping equipment. The annual sale of presses and the provision of after-sales service for presses are their main sources of profit. Now that these two sources are affected, life will be difficult. Even the year-end bonus will be affected. This is the main reason why many people feel pressure. After Huitian was robbed by Nanshan, his old rival Schuler also encountered a new situation. Minister Lu, 3.8 million per unit, this is already the most sincere offer from Schuler. You can ask other manufacturers who have purchased similar equipment. None of them is cheaper than this. As the sales director of Schuler Presses, Lucas felt that no negotiation had ever been as tiring as today. Shifeng Die Punch has a long history and is an old customer of Schuler. Originally, I thought that when they introduced PRG equipment, I would be able to easily get orders. Unexpectedly, after more than a month of negotiations, there has been no obvious progress. Director Lucas, I believe what you said is true. But the current market environment has changed. Not to mention that Huitian Stamping's price is cheaper than yours, and their delivery cycle is also shorter than yours. Besides, I'm sure you've heard that Chuncheng Stamping has purchased Nanshan's 600-ton PRG press. Although I'm not sure about the specific price and conditions, it's definitely a lot lower than 3.8 million. Lu Wei has a good relationship with Schuler. He has tasted the high-end Western restaurants in Xinjiang with Schuler's people. But now this matter is no longer something that he, the head of the purchasing department, can make the final decision on. With the increase in cooperation between Shifeng Die Punch and Nanshan Auto Parts Factory in the past 6 months, some plans that I didn't care about before now have to be considered. Just like the plan of comprehensive cooperation in press and mold technology proposed by Chao Yang and Zhang Fugue from Nanshan Auto Parts Factory when they came to visit the company's boss a few days ago, he clearly felt that many leaders in the company were tempted. Purchasing Schuler's equipment can only solve Shifeng Die Punch's equipment problem. However, when purchasing Nanshan's equipment, they provide a turnkey solution from part process analysis to mold design, production, and debugging. Yes, that Chao Yang said is a turnkey solution. It is really too tempting. Lu, I have a very good impression of China's 5,000-year history and culture. But I have to say that in the field of stamping equipment, the gap between Chinese counterparts and Schuler is very huge. To use a more popular Chinese saying, this gap is even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. Are you sure you want to use a press that stops every now and then, damages the mold at any time, directly affects the supply of parts, and even causes the main engine factory to stop production? Although Lucas was very annoyed that Nanshan Auto Parts Factory was like a stirring stick, he really believed from the bottom of his heart that Nanshan's equipment was completely unreliable. At least until now, he has not heard any reliable news. Of course, whether it is reliable or not, it has already caused trouble for Schuler. This is what made Lucas very dissatisfied. I don't deny that what you said may be true. But their prices are cheap, and their after-sales service and prices are far better than those of their peers. That's also true. The most important thing is that their PRG mold technology is the best in the country. If the price of your press is similar to theirs, I still have the confidence to convince the company to buy from you. If the price is still 3.8 million, I won't be sure at all. Although Lu Wei didn't have a good impression of Nanshan, he didn't mind using Nanshan to discuss Lucas. 3.5 million. This is the lowest price Schuler can accept. Lucas' heart was bleeding. How did the situation become like this? Could it be that the equipment that Nanshan can make will become cabbage priced by then? A pot of evergreen grows luxuriantly in the corner of the office. Even without the sunshine, it grows very well. After Chao Yang came to the office in the morning, he took the initiative to water it. Since Nanshan Auto Parts Factory got on track, he didn't need to live in the office every day. Director, the report scheduled by the Equipment Center and the Purchasing and Sales Department will start soon. Zhang Tingting was very happy to see Chao Yang watering the evergreen. This pot of evergreen was specially selected by her and placed there. How is your contact for the recruitment? Chao Yang picked up a notebook and a pen and walked towards the meeting room while talking to Zhang Tingting. Since he decided to start working on bearings and gears, Chao Yang realized that he couldn't keep exporting technology like this. Otherwise, he would be pulled to dissect it one day. An independent R&D center was established, and a group was set up to study the main parts of the car. No matter what the results are, at least there is a cover. This effect may not be obvious now, but it will be different in a few years. I have contacted Guangdong University of Technology and Lingnan Vocational and Technical Normal College, and will hold a recruitment fair at their schools this weekend. Zhang Tingting finished speaking and immediately added, students from Lingnan University of Technology and Lingnan University don't have to worry about finding jobs now. I think few people are willing to come to our factory, so I don't plan to arrange it. Your analysis is correct, but sometimes a job fair is not just for recruiting people, it is also a form of publicity. We can focus on recruiting people from Guangdong University of Technology and Lingnan Vocational and Technical Normal College, but several other universities in Guangzhou will also go there to hold promotional meetings. Just think of it as advertising for our factory. This year we plan to recruit 200 fresh college graduates, and in a few years we may need 2,000. By then, the situation will change sooner or later. Chao Yang had attended a recruitment fair at Lingnan University of Technology before, and knew that the current 985 college students still looked down on Nanshan. But this did not affect his own participation in the recruitment fair. Nowadays, companies generally start to hold recruitment fairs at universities in November, unlike the later generations, who can't wait to come as soon as school starts in September. To some extent, Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has already started to compete. No problem, I'll contact them later. School has just started, and most companies haven't started campus recruitment yet. If we want to hold a recruitment fair, the school can easily vacate a large lecture hall. Zhang Tingting said as she pushed open the door of the conference room. A report related to the future development direction of the equipment center of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory officially began. Director, so far, we have 1 press in use and 2 are being installed. I have contacted several potential customers, and they are interested in introducing our PRG press, but they obviously have some concerns. On the one hand, we only have a 600-ton PRG press now, which is too large for some ordinary small stamping parts. If there were a series of products such as 100 tons, 200 tons, and 400 tons, the situation might be a little different. He Qingxuan has officially joined Nanshan Auto Parts Factory after graduation. He is now the deputy director of the equipment center. Today's report is mainly in charge of him and Zhang Fugue. The presses put into use in our own workshop have been running well except for a few minor faults so far. We have also confirmed the cause of the faults and have made improvements in the 2 newly assembled presses. At the current rate, the 2 presses will be able to complete all assembly and commissioning work next month. If there are no new orders by then, it will easily affect everyone's confidence. Although He Qingxuan is usually dull, he still speaks smoothly when he goes on stage to report on what he is good at. However, his emotional intelligence is really not high. This statement obviously directs the conflict to Zhang Fugue, the sales manager. In other words, Zhang Fugue knows He Qingxuan better and knows that he has no bad intentions. Otherwise, the leaders of the 2 departments will definitely have a quarrel. Director, we originally wanted to support Chunqing Stamping or one of the Chunqing Sihuan Factory and Shifeng Die and Mold Factory to achieve the goal of promoting our equipment. But from the current situation, although there has been a breakthrough at Chunqing Stamping Factory, it is still not ideal. These state-owned enterprises still look down on a private enterprise like Nanshan. I think we can consider finding a private stamping factory in Yangchang, and we can provide mold technology support to promote their QCD level. But the premise is that all their presses must be purchased from Nanshan. If all goes well, we can not only achieve a sales breakthrough for PRG presses, but also start to involve TRF presses and TDM presses. Zhang Fugue combined his experience during this period and proposed a new plan. Minister Zhang, if that's the case, why don't we just do it ourselves? As soon as Dai Hanbiao, the director of the production management department, asked this question, the other directors attending the meeting couldn't help but nod their heads. Although the technical content of stamping parts is not particularly high, it was still very promising in 2000. The competition in the entire industry was not as fierce as it is in later generations. Minister Dai, I have also thought about this question. On the one hand, for parts like stamping parts that are not very difficult, the main engine factory generally gives them to related manufacturers for production, and it is impossible for us in Nanshan to get a large number of orders. On the other hand, the company's next development focus is not on stamping parts, but on bearings and gears, which are more difficult parts. In the words of the factory director, we in Nanshan want to become a supplier that relies on technology to get orders, rather than making parts that simply compete on cost like stamping parts. Zhang Fuguo said while observing Chao Yang's reaction. So far, Chao Yang has not said a word. But just like what Zhang Buanai said, the main stamping parts manufacturers like to give production to related manufacturers, and these related manufacturers are generally state-owned enterprises, and they look down on Nanshan from the bottom of their hearts. If we find a private enterprise, they may be willing to cooperate with us, but it's useless if we can't get the order. Dai Hanbiao said this, and everyone couldn't help but nod. Indeed, it seems that there are not many private stamping factories that can compare with state-owned enterprises such as Shifeng Dai and Chunqing Fourth Ring Factory. Minister Dai, I have a different opinion on this point. Zhang Fuguo looked at Chao Yang's expression again, and then continued, there is no private enterprise that can survive in this industry without any connections. The main reason why they can't get a large number of orders now is not that the OEMs don't give them, but that they don't have the strength. Except for some lower brackets, the technical difficulty is low, and they can get orders relying on their labor cost advantage. For larger parts, not to mention the front longitudinal beams, rear longitudinal beams, front wheel covers and the like, even the A-pillars, B-pillars, and door sill reinforcements, they can't make them well. Either the parts are easy to crack, or the dimensional accuracy is not up to standard. The inability to produce qualified parts and to achieve true QCD optimization is the reason that restricts these private enterprises from getting orders. Otherwise, they have all kinds of flexible means to solve the problem of getting orders. After Zhang Fuguo said this, Chao Yang finally coughed and prepared to speak. Zhang Fuguo is an old man in Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. He is also the brother-in-law of the deceased boss and the uncle of the current boss. He has a lot of say in Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Of course, this is also because he is loyal to the boss, otherwise Chao Yang would definitely not allow him to control sales and procurement at the same time. Everyone's comments make sense, especially the statements made by Dai and Zhang, which hit the root of the problem. Enterprises such as Chunqing Stamping and Shifeng Dai and Punch will still occupy a large share in the industry for a long time in the future, so we cannot give up on them completely. Supporting private enterprises, allowing them to use our molds and presses, cooperating with each other, and giving full play to their strengths is a very good idea. If one is not enough, you can choose two, and if two are not enough, then three. Most of the current suppliers of stamping parts are still concentrated around the main engine factory. Especially for large stamping parts, long-distance transportation is unrealistic. In this way, we can look for potential cooperative customers in Yangcheng, Modu, Chuncheon, and Qingcheng. Chao Yang's words set a direction for the sales of presses. Of course, in this case, it is said that customers such as Shifeng Dai and Punch cannot be given up, but if you want to make a big breakthrough, it is obviously still necessary to rely on new potential partners. Director, our equipment center is very confident in the presses we develop and produce. But now many customers have no confidence in us. I have a suggestion, but it will be a bit disadvantageous to the factory in the short term. He Qingchuan naturally hopes that the equipment center can grow and develop. So whatever plan comes to his mind, he wants to throw it out immediately. You tell me first, and let's discuss it. Chao Yang is still very supportive of this apprentice. He doesn't form cliques, doesn't cheat, and stays at the company to work hard every day. Which boss doesn't like such employees? Those private enterprises are generally not very large. Now a press machine often costs millions or tens of millions, and many companies can't afford it. If we can pay in installments and allow them to repay the loan slowly after the press is put into use, there should be many customers are interested. He Qingchuan said this, and Zheng Tingting came out before Chao Yang could speak. No. In this way, all the risks are transferred to us. If this company goes bankrupt, won't we be unable to collect our accounts? Zheng Tingting, who is also the Minister of Finance, is not under much pressure during this period. After all, the factory now has sufficient cash flow. But if He Qingchuan does it, the situation will probably change drastically. She definitely disagrees. If you randomly look for partners without selection, there will naturally be such risks, but if it is a factory we know very well, this situation can still be avoided. He Qingchuan is also relatively dull, but his personality is sometimes quite stubborn. Although Zhang Tingting stood up to oppose, he didn't want to compromise. Let's put it this way, Yangcheng is our base camp, and we are most familiar with the situation here. So the plan He Qingchuan mentioned can be tried in Yangcheng. For companies in other places, don't take plans that are too risky for the time being. Although the doctrine of the mean has many flaws and limitations, it has to be said that it has been praised for thousands of years in China, and it is still very reasonable. Chao Yang's choice is actually a manifestation of the doctrine of the mean. In this way, whether it is Zheng Tingting, He Qingxuan, or Zhang Fugui, they can all accept it. Only when everyone thinks in the same direction and works together can the Nanshan Auto Parts Factory achieve rapid development. Director, this is the best. Here in Yangchang, we do have a few potential customers who can be screened. I will report to you separately at that time. Zhang Fugui was quite satisfied with this conclusion. For a stamping factory to develop, it must have at least a dozen or even dozens or hundreds of presses of various types. This is equivalent to a large exhibition stand for Nanshan presses. Director Chao, our Huaxiang stamping factory is not only a supplier of Midea and Gris, but also a supplier of Yangcheng Peugeot before. Now it has successfully entered Yangcheng Honda and supplies some small brackets for their Accord. We have extensive experience in stamping ordinary steel plates. But there are many high-strength steel plates. Frankly speaking, we are still learning about this technology. As the strongest supplier of PRG technology in China, Nanshan Stamping Factory has now launched a press. Our Huaqiang Stamping Factory is very much looking forward to in-depth cooperation with your company. Zhang Fugui's actions were very quick. After the meeting that day, he brought Chao Yang to the Yangcheng Huaqiang Stamping Factory in the same district the next day. Hua Shuyin, the director of Huaxiang Factory, also attached great importance to it and brought a group of ministers to receive Chao Yang. We also supply some reinforcement plates to Yangcheng Honda, but it is still very difficult to get more orders. I heard that Honda is going to bring several related stamping factories from Japan to Guangzhou to set up factories. Do you have the confidence to grab orders from them? When Chao Yang said this, Hua Shuin's eyes lit up immediately. He is a very smart person. From Chao Yang's words, he keenly perceived the other party's sincerity and concerns. Director Chao, I also know about the situation you said. For Honda's models in Japan, the stamping parts are produced by several manufacturers such as Kikuchi Stamping, Takao Metal, and Dongpriai. It is said that they have arranged personnel to visit Yangcheng and are expected to officially confirm the establishment of a factory next year. However, there are so many parts on a car, and they cannot produce all of them at once at the beginning. And their equipment, molds, and materials were all imported from Japan at the beginning, and the cost must be very high. As long as we can convince the people of Yangcheng Honda that the parts produced by Huaqiang Stamping Factory can meet their requirements and QCD has advantages, then they may reconsider the issue of related manufacturers setting up factories in Yangcheng. In addition, we also have a very close relationship with Yangcheng Automobile Group. As long as we can really produce parts that meet the requirements, I am fully confident that I can get the order. Hua Shuyin was full of confidence when he spoke. Huaqiang Stamping Factory has been able to develop to this scale today, and naturally it has its own network of relationships. Now it just needs to improve its technology and quality control. This is exactly the advantage of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. Although he didn't quite understand why Nanshan Auto Parts Factory didn't make stamping parts by itself, it didn't prevent him from doing his best to promote cooperation between the two sides. The man has feelings, and the concubine has intentions. Yangcheng Huaxiang Stamping Factory and Nanshan Auto Parts Factory are in the same district, and they know each other well. Now the bosses of both sides meet and have a pleasant chat, and the subsequent cooperation is natural. Director Chao, we are building a new factory building, and originally wanted to provide stamping parts for the shells of refrigerators and air conditioners. But the threshold of these parts is too low, and the competition is very fierce. If Nanshan Auto Parts Factory can provide a complete set of presses, I plan to directly build this factory building into an auto parts stamping factory. After visiting the site of Huaxiang Stamping Factory, the two sides began to get down to business in the conference room. What equipment does Director Guo want to install? Chao Yang naturally hopes that Huaxiang Stamping Factory can introduce a few more stamping machines, but if a new factory building is directly used to produce stamping parts, more equipment will be needed. Is this a bit risky? Don't make it a bad debt at that time, it will be embarrassing. We already have a large tonnage TDM press line. Although the production efficiency is relatively low, it is sufficient in the short term. If possible, I would like to import a 1,000-ton TRF, multi-station, press, 2 600-ton PRG presses, 2 300-ton PRG presses and 2 150-ton PRG presses. In addition, if there is a 1 500-ton or 2 000-ton TRF press, we would also like to import one. Faced with Guo Shuin's lion's mouth, Chao Yang was stunned. I want to build a large booth for Nanshan Press, but isn't the speed a bit too fast? Director Guo, we at Nanshan are confident that we can provide the technology for these presses, But have you ever calculated that if we really want to import the equipment according to your plan, it will require at least 20 million yuan in funding? According to your introduction just now, Huaqiang's turnover last year was only more than 30 million yuan, and its profit was less than 10%. In this case, what are you going to do with the funds for purchasing the equipment? Zhang Fugui is very good at observing people's expressions. When he saw Chao Yang's expression, he knew what his boss was worried about. Although Nanshan also discussed the possibility of providing flexible equipment purchase methods yesterday, there are limits to everything. Obviously, this Huaxiang factory, the plan exceeded the limit Chao Yang recognized. 20 million in 2000. That's not a small amount. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory has been so popular in the past year, but it has only earned tens of millions. Of course, the later it gets, the better the profit will be. But almost all of this money was spent by Chao Yang. Director Zhang, I know this equipment introduction plan is a bit exaggerated, but our Huaqiang factory is also very sincere and confident that it can support such an expansion plan. As long as your company can ensure the provision of these equipment, we can prepay a deposit of 3 million for the equipment, and the rest of the money will be paid off within 3 years after the equipment is installed. Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is a dark horse that has risen in the past year, and Guo Shuyin naturally has done a lot of research. It is based on this understanding that he dared to propose a cooperation plan so boldly. Director Guo, you are also very clear about the conventions in the equipment industry. At least 70% of the payment must be paid before the equipment arrives, otherwise no manufacturer will accept your order. Of course, we in Nanshan are also very sincere in forming a strategic cooperation with you. Just the number of equipment, should we cut it in half first? Without Chao Yang saying anything, Zhang Fugui proposed a plan that met Chao Yang's wishes. However, this plan was obviously different from what Guo Shuyin wanted. Director Chao, Minister Zhang, you are all familiar with the situation of our Huaqiang factory. If we are willing to take out some shares, Nanshan factory will form a new cooperation model by investing in some equipment. What do you think? Although this meeting was a bit hasty, Guo Shuyin had already thought about it all night last night and thought of several cooperation plans. China's automobile industry is about to usher in great development. This is his judgment after a year of multi-party research. While those related manufacturers of Yangcheng Honda have not yet decided to set up factories in China, now is the best opportunity for Huaqiang factory to win the stamping parts order of Yangcheng Honda. After all, Yangcheng Honda, which is under pressure to localize, still opens its doors to suppliers that meet the QCD requirements. In a few years, the situation will be completely different. By then, it will be very difficult to meet from Honda's related suppliers, even with the support of Yangcheng Automobile Group. This plan is very innovative. We will seriously consider it after we go back. Director Gui can also think about the equipment introduction plan. The acquisition of shares came a little suddenly. Chao Yang naturally couldn't make a decision immediately, and there was no need to make a decision immediately. In the end, they exchanged opinions first, and then went back to discuss. Director, I think if we acquire shares in Huaqiang factory, shouldn't we just set up a stamping plant ourselves? Zheng Tingting participated in the inspection today, but didn't say much. When she went back, she began to speak out. Stamping parts and injection molded parts are the parts with the lowest gold content in the car. If we can have a profit margin of 5 points, it is considered good management. This is not our development direction. Chao Yang gave a very direct answer. And our factory has too few talents now, otherwise I wouldn't ask you to recruit more people as soon as possible. Right now, the production equipment for bearings and gears has been ordered, and there is no room for people to set up a stamping plant. Chao Yang naturally had nothing to hide from Zhang Tingting and Zhang Fugui. They all knew the situation in Nanshan. Director, the most valuable thing about Huaqiang factory is the land, which covers a large area. The other factory buildings and equipment are not very valuable, especially because they mainly made stamping parts for air conditioners and refrigerators before. The technical difficulty is not high, and the equipment used is basically produced in Taiwan or other places in China. The value of fixed assets is limited. They now propose that we are willing to invest in equipment and then spend part of the funds to buy equipment. It looks good, but how many shares are appropriate is also a problem. Zhang Fugui mentioned the crux of the problem. This cooperation can be done, but the key is how many shares are needed. If it is too much, the Guo family will not agree. If it is too little, Nanshan will suffer. Xiao Zhang, find someone to evaluate and see what is the appropriate valuation of Huaqiang factory. My idea is that 30% of the shares are fine, and even 20% is not unacceptable. Chow Yun thought that he would be engaged in automobiles in the future, and at that time he would also need a stamping factory to provide him with body skeleton parts. In this way, investing in Huaxiang factory is actually not bad. Although college graduates these days do not have much employment pressure, the teachers of the school's employment office are still very active in helping Nanshan Auto Parts Factory coordinate various resources. In the following week, Chow Yan went to various colleges in Guangzhou to attend recruitment fairs almost every night. Since the poster of the recruitment fair directly stated that the starting salary was 2,000 yuan/month, this recruitment fair still attracted a lot of attention in several colleges. After all, the average social wage in this era is less than 1,000 yuan a month. This is still the so-called urban employees, and some people are not included in the statistics. Therefore, the starting salary of 2,000 yuan, although it cannot be compared with foreign companies such as Procter & Gamble and Coca-Cola, is already very competitive in the market. Of course, as expected, 985 universities such as Lingnan University of Technology and Lingnan University are obviously not very interested in going to a private parts company like Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. On the contrary, many students from schools such as Guangdong University of Technology have submitted their resumes. Director, isn't this too hasty? They didn't even conduct a written test, and they just interviewed for 5 minutes to decide? After each recruitment meeting, Nanshan would notify the students who submitted their resumes to go to the designated classroom for an interview the next morning. Chow Yang's interview was very simple and crude, and it was almost just a few minutes of chatting and ended directly. After that, the HR department would notify the interview results and prepare for the signing of the tripartite employment agreement. College students are a blank slate. The fact that they can go to college shows that their IQs are online. As long as their values, outlook on life and values do not conflict with the cultural atmosphere of our factory, we want them all. Zhang Tingting was speechless at Chow Yang's answer. She said, "We don't even set any restrictions on majors. We recruit people from all majors. Will there be a lack of suitable candidates by then? For example, there are people majoring in Chinese linguistics, law, and even history. I don't know which positions to assign these people to by then." The main areas of staff shortage now are the newly established RD Center, as well as the Equipment Center, Mold Center, Technical Department and Production Site Management personnel. These are all highly professional. You can't let people majoring in history do mold design, can you? The secretary has a high IQ, but her EQ is sometimes obviously not good enough. That high. She directly raised the things she couldn't understand about Chow Yang's decision. However, Chow Yang was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Xiao Zhang, how much of what you learned in college do you think can be used in your work?" Zhang Tingting. Although she only graduated from a junior college, she still has a better understanding of the situation in college. It can't be said that what you learned is useless, but how much can be directly used in work? This is really an embarrassing question. Whether it's Chinese linguistics or history, these people may not be suitable for technical research and development, but it's okay to let them do personnel, procurement, sales and other work, right? Our Nanshan Auto Parts Factory is not attractive to college students now. As long as they are willing to come, I basically want them. As soon as Chow Yang said this judgment standard, Zhang Tingting finally had something to say. Although few students from Lingnan Polytechnic and Lingnan University are willing to come, if most of the resumes are accepted, the number of people we will recruit this time will immediately exceed 200, and it is possible that there will be 300 or 400 people. Director, although the factory has been recruiting people in the past year, it has just reached 500 people now. Isn't it a waste to recruit hundreds of college students at once? Even if one person's salary is only 2,000 yuan/month, it will be a lot in a year. In Zhang Tingting's opinion, Chow Yang's recruitment method is completely random. However, although she has low emotional intelligence, it is not so low that she did not say it so bluntly. Although the monthly salary of 2,000 yuan is higher than the market, how many people are willing to come to our factory if it is not like this? Even if we sign the tripartite employment agreement with them now, there will definitely be some people who will breach the contract and not come. Although Chow Yang is very confident about the future of Nanshan, he also firmly believes that Nanshan will become the best employer for college students in the future. But he did not avoid the current situation. Take Yangcheng Honda and Nanshan Auto Parts Factory for example. It is estimated that any college student would choose Yangcheng Honda instead of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory. This is the objective fact that needs to be faced now. Even the current graduates of Yangcheng Honda, basically the salary is less than 2,000 yuan a month. Even if we want to recruit people with this salary, We don't need to recruit so many, right? Especially for technical research and development, it is difficult for college students to fully master it without a few years. It is better to recruit more from the society. Zhang Tingting had no way to refute Chao Yang's point of view, so she can only persuade him from another angle. Of course, we have to recruit from the society, but it seems that there are no decent talents in China for the research and development of auto parts. More factories are now doing copy development work, and they don't even have their own design departments. Many auto parts manufacturers have the drawings designed directly by the main engine factory, and they can produce according to the drawings. Only manufacturers such as Bosch, Continental, and Denso that produce functional parts draw their own drawings and produce after obtaining the approval of the main engine factory. Therefore, there are really not many R&D talents in this area that can be poached in China now. As for the international community, there are many talents in this area. But, can Nanshan Auto Parts Factory poach them? Can they afford the price? A salary of hundreds of thousands of yuan a year. You know, in Japan now, even a fresh graduate has a basic salary of about 200,000 yen per month. As for America and Europe, it was even more exaggerated. So now we can only rely on ourselves to cultivate. Of course, there is a very important factor that Chao Yang couldn't say, that is, he didn't expect these college students to come up with any earth-shattering new technology in the next year. As long as they complete the tasks assigned by themselves step by step, it will be very good. But, after hearing what Chao Yang said, Zhang Tingting wanted to refute it again, but she really didn't know how to refute it. Don't say but. Just do this recruitment in my way, and don't worry about the rest. By the way, the company's name change should be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will always be called Nanshan Auto Parts Factory, which seems a bit lacking in style. Chao Yang had wanted to change the company's name for a long time, but there were various things that delayed it before. Taking advantage of this opportunity to give lectures and recruit at various universities, he planned to officially change the name of Nanshan Auto Parts Factory to Nanshan Technology Co., Limited. The strategic cooperation signing ceremony between Yangcheng Huaqiang Stamping Factory and Nanshan Technology Co., Limited was quite high profile. Not only did they invite local officials to attend, but they also invited some of their respective business partners. After Zhang Fuguo communicated with the other party many times, Chao Yang finally agreed to take 30% of the shares of Huaqiang Factory by investing in equipment. This was mainly due to the blessing of the land in Huaqiang City, otherwise Chao Yang would not have made such a plan that seemed to be a disadvantage for Nanshan. Chao Yang knew better than anyone how hot the land market in China would be in the next 10 or even 20 years. Although he had no intention of entering the real estate industry, Huaqiang Factory had a large piece of land, which could save a lot of money when expanding production in the future. Minister, what do you think Nanshan wants to send by inviting us to attend such a signing ceremony? Dong Chun sat in the front row, watching Guo Shuyin and Chao Yang on the stage giving speeches respectively, and his mood was very complicated. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely not participate in such an event. It had nothing to do with them. But Nanshan specially invited them to come, so Dong Chun still came. Dong Chun also wanted to know what Nanshan was up to. Mr. Dong, I think Nanshan's intention should be quite clear. They just want to continue to promote their presses to everyone. Huaqiang Factory invested in 150-ton, 300-ton, and 600-ton PRG presses at one time, and also installed 1,000-ton and 2,000-ton TRF presses. It is obvious that they want to let everyone see the strength of Nanshan presses. Liu has been dealing with Zhang Fuguo a lot in the past year, and he really knows Nanshan's situation. Are they so confident that they dare to launch so many new presses at one time? Forget about the 150-ton and 300-ton PRG presses. If they can make a 600-ton PRG press, there must be no problem making a smaller tonnage one. But the situation of the TRF press is very different from that of the PRG press. How dare they make it so big at once? Just for one piece of equipment, the amortization of the molds used for various parts can't be recovered, right? Dong Chun always felt that Nanshan's behavior was difficult to understand. This is not what a normal company should do. If we only make one, we will definitely lose money. Today, we, Chuncheng C1 Factory, Shifeng Mold and Stamping, Mata Toniai and other stamping companies were also invited. Although Liu saw through Nanshan's motives, he had to admit that Nanshan's goal had been achieved. Other stamping plants must have more confidence in Nanshan's presses than before. This year, a total of 3 600-ton PRG presses will be put into production, and in the future, other manufacturers will definitely order Nanshan's high-quality and low-cost PRG equipment. As long as Huaqiang's TRF press is put into use, other manufacturers who are still on the sidelines will follow suit and place orders. After all, the price and after-sales service of the presses of international giants are really a ripoff. Let the technical department confirm the level of the 600-ton press they provide us. If it is really possible, then we can also buy a few more small-tonnage PRG presses. Nanshan used an open strategy, and the effect was amazing. Chuncheng Stamping, a manufacturer that has already had close cooperation with Nanshan, had no reason to refuse to place further orders for Nanshan presses. The reactions of several other stamping plants were similar. In just 3 days after the end of the ceremony, Nanshan received orders for more than 5 PRG presses from various domestic stamping plants. This finally put He Qingchuan's worries to rest. The presses of Nanshan Technology Co., Limited have officially entered the stage of history. Impossible. This data must be wrong. How can Nanshan's presses be better than ours? It is illogical that they copied us and are better than us. Kato Ichiro of Ida Stamping has not slept well recently and has ulcers all over his mouth. During this period, the Japanese headquarters was very dissatisfied with the performance of the Chinese region. The business of other equipment companies in China is growing, but that of Ida is stagnant, and is even worse than last year. In particular, several manufacturers actually stopped ordering after-sales parts from Ida. This set a bad precedent and made the head of the sales department of the Japanese headquarters very angry. As a result, Kato Ichiro is under great pressure. Although Japanese companies seem to be gentle and refined, in fact, the internal hierarchy is very strict. It is normal for your superiors to scold you at every turn. In serious cases, you may even be asked to come. A kneeling on the ground to apologize. Well, the kind that kneels on the ground to apologize. In China, there are absolutely few employees who can accept such an insult. Minister, although I also find it strange, this is the information we have inquired about so far. I even asked one of the customers to pretend to be interested in purchasing Nanshan's equipment and obtained some specific information. Maybe they have made some targeted improvements based on our press, so the performance is better. Lu Wenfei said this, and Kato Ichiro became even angrier. How is it possible? Our Huatian's PRG press technology is the best in the world. It is not easy for a small factory like Nanshan to figure out the structure of our press. How is it possible to make improvements based on ours? Kato Ichiro roared hoarsely for a long time, but finally realized that he could not solve the problem this way. Have you contacted those customers? If it is a price issue, we can discuss it again. It is not impossible to discuss the after-sales terms. You can't just choose the cheapest when buying things, you also need to consider the quality stability. Nanshan Press now shows a very strong offensive. Especially after inviting a group of stamping factories to participate in Huaqiang's cooperation ceremony, a lot of news spread quickly in the industry. Nanshan dared to invest in equipment and manufacture various presses with Huaqiang and put them into actual production. This is more effective than any verbal propaganda. We have already contacted various customers. But some people are asking for the same price as Nanshan to buy our presses. We can't afford this price at all. I am even worried that if we lower the price, will Nanshan also lower the price of their presses? Lu Wenfei originally thought that Japanese companies were as stable as state-owned enterprises. But now he feels that his iron rice bowl seems to be rusting. How dare they? Does Nanshan have to make a desperate situation? No. We can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to find a way to suppress them. Kato Ichiro thought quickly in his mind to see if there was any way to deal with Nanshan Technology Co., Limited. Japan's machine tool industry is the best in the world, no doubt about it. And they have many brands of precision machine tools, with the most advanced technology and the largest profits. The world-famous brands alone include Yamazaki Mazak, Amada, Okumer, Moriseki, Jatco, Makino, Komatsu, Ida, Mitsubishi, Sodic. As the director of the sales department of Ida Huaxia branch, Kato Ichiro naturally has various exchanges with other peers. For example, Yamazaki Mazak and Okumer, who make machine tools, Kato Ichiro may only be casual friends with them. But Komatsu and others are also engaged in stamping equipment, so everyone communicates a lot. Having felt that he could not deal with Nanshan alone, Kato Ichiro began to win over allies. However, he was obviously too naive. Even if they are the same Japanese companies, they will not do thankless things. After all, although Nanshan Technology Co., Limited has developed rapidly, in the eyes of these international giants, it is still not up to the standard and not worth their fuss. This makes Kato Ichiro very depressed. However, Chao Yang didn't care whether he was depressed or not. Chao Yang had been advancing various tasks at his own pace. Mr. Chow, Metz from Ford Motor invites you to America. Their new F-150 will be officially launched in half a month. Zheng Tingting handed Chow Yang an invitation letter as soon as he arrived at the office in the morning. Since the Nanshan Auto Parts factory was renamed Nanshan Technology Co., Limited, Chow Yang's title as the factory director has also changed to general manager. There are no other changes in other aspects. So fast? Chow Yang was a little surprised by the invitation. Although General Motors invited him to America for the first trial of its own pickup truck a few months ago, Chow Yang always felt a little unbelievable. Is Ford doing the same now? It takes at least a few years for a new car to go from exterior design to mass production, right? How come they only took a year to make it? They just changed the appearance of the F-150. The powertrain and chassis remain unchanged. Even the interior remains unchanged. That way, it will be very fast. For example, General Motors estimates that they will launch a new pickup truck next year. Ford and GM are now Nanshan's largest customers. Zheng Tingting is naturally very concerned about their situation. Is that so? He invited us so enthusiastically. In the past, I attended the launch conference of the new F-150. Did they tell me the reason? Chow Yang always felt a little uncomfortable with Ford's sudden enthusiasm. He is not a US dollar, how could he be so popular? They didn't say it, but I do have a guess. Zheng Tingting thought of the news about Ford Motor Company during this period. On August 9 this year, Bridgestone and its American subsidiary Firestone announced the recall of 6.5 million tires. And before that, NHTSA had just announced that hundreds of traffic accidents were related to the tread design of Firestone tires, and these traffic accidents caused at least 46 deaths. Then Ford revealed that the 15-inch tires installed on the Explorer car are very easy to fall off under certain working conditions, posing a great safety hazard, and in serious cases, even causing the death of the driver or passengers. After that, the plot took a turn. Zheng Tingting saw that Chow Yang was very interested, and finally felt that her efforts were not in vain. Paying attention to the situation of Ford and General Motors in the United States every day is rewarded. The plot took a turn? Isn't it the tires that are the problem? After hearing what Zheng Tingting said, Chow Yang had some impression. Ford Motor Company was in a state of panic this year because of this famous tire recall case. You guessed right. Through recalls and repairs, Firestone found that the cause of these accidents was not just the tire problem. They pointed out that some design defects of Ford Explorer made the vehicle very easy to have tire blowouts while driving. Ford should bear the corresponding responsibility in this incident. So now Ford is tearing X with Bridgestone. Zheng Tingting looked like she was watching the fun and didn't mind the big deal. Isn't it Firestone? How is it related to Bridgestone? In the later generations of the Chinese automobile market, tires were basically dominated by big brands such as Michelin, Continental, Goodyear, Yokohama, Bridgestone, etc. So he still had some impression of Bridgestone. Due to poor management, Firestone was acquired by Bridgestone in 1988 and became its subsidiary in the American market. So Ford's lawsuit against Firestone is actually a lawsuit against Bridgestone. Although it only involves the Explorer SUV, this incident has a huge impact on Ford's reputation. It still has some impact. I think they are eager to use some new hotspots to divert everyone's attention. Zheng Tingting gave her own guess very boldly. It is very difficult to suppress a hot news. But if there is a hotter topic, then the previous hotspot may not be paid attention to immediately. You mean they want to make a fuss about the exterior design of the F-150? Chow Yang is not stupid, and he quickly got the meaning of Zheng Tingting's words. That's right. The appearance of the F-150 is very stunning. After it goes on the market, it will definitely attract a large number of American consumers to buy it. If it is revealed at the launch conference that the appearance of the F-150 is designed by a young Chinese, wouldn't that be a very good gimmick? Zheng Tingting said more and more that this was the purpose of Ford Motor inviting its boss to America. Of course, it is not ruled out that they want to continue to discuss other cooperation with you. For example, can you design an SUV so that Ford Motor can surpass General Motors? Or find out about other things? Chow Yang could not help but nodded after hearing this. This analysis still makes sense. I heard that Ford Motor has been in contact with Changan Automobile to discuss the establishment of a joint venture in China in the future. To establish a good relationship with them now should be very helpful for us to enter the supply system of the joint venture in the future. Please reply for me and say that I will attend the F-150 press conference on time. The face of the world's second largest automobile company must be given. For a long time in the future, we will still need to rely on them for food. There is no way. Since we have chosen to make auto parts first, we must bow to the OEM. This is something we must accept. Mr. Chow, I think we should order an F-150 and put it in our company lobby as a display car, so that everyone can see your design talent? Zhang Tingting was still thinking about flattering him, but she didn't expect that this time she hit the horse's leg. For a large displacement car like the F-150, the tariffs you pay can buy a new car. Besides, don't you know what the situation is with pickup trucks in China? Is it possible that the F-150 will be parked in the lobby, with limited to 5 passengers sprayed on the door? With a cold front, Yangcheng finally ended the 6-month summer mode. Chao Yang and Zhang Fuguo also started a new round of business trips. Before going to America, Chao Yang planned to do some customer development work. After all, in addition to nut plates, wheel bolts are now on the right track. Not only GM and Ford are using them, but also Shenlong in China. Even Yangcheng Honda is making the final confirmation. Japanese car companies don't like to use nut plates, so they can only promote wheel bolts for the time being. From the information we have received so far, Spring City Toyota will first import Vios, which is planned to be mass-produced in 2002. According to this time, it has basically entered the stage of bidding and specifying parts, otherwise it can only be imported from Japan. On the plane, Zhang Fuguo explained to Chao Yang what he had learned. Nanshan has entered the supply system for major domestic joint ventures. Regardless of whether the supply is large or not, at least cooperation has begun. In the future, whether it is wheel hub bearings or other parts, it will be much easier to cooperate again. Aren't Toyota's Corolla and Camry selling very well? Why is Chongqing Toyota launching a Vios now? Chao Yang knew that Toyota's popular models in China were Camry, Highlander, Corolla, and other models. Vios basically disappeared afterwards. This project doesn't seem to be a good project. I don't know what Toyota's people think. Maybe they think that China's auto market is similar to Japan's, and they will like smaller cars. Or maybe they think that consumers now have limited purchasing power, and cars like Vios that cost more than 100,000 yuan have more market prospects. After what happened with Ida, Zhang Fuguo actually didn't have a good impression of Japanese companies. However, business is business, and he still wants to get the order from Chongqing Toyota. Maybe, what will their attitude be this time when we contact them? Is there any hope? Toyota will once be the leader in the global automotive industry. Especially after entering 2000, its development speed has far exceeded its peers. Chao Yang is still interested in cooperating with them. Mainly according to his understanding, Toyota's on-site management and quality of its suppliers in terms of management, I am willing to invest some human resources to help improve. Although Nanshan Technology Co., Limited, has done better than ordinary companies under the leadership of Chao Yang. But if it is really compared with the current Denso and Aisin, Chao Yang is still self-aware. You may not like Japanese companies, but you can still learn their advantages. Otherwise, how can you deal with them in the future? I have learned your skills, and I will improve them to deal with you. This is more worth looking forward to. Since all joint ventures are under pressure to localize now, people from Chongqing Toyota are still relatively positive about parts that have not yet been localized. Our wheel bolts are parts that have not yet been reviewed for localization. After the other party's purchaser initially understood our situation, he was still quite interested. We will meet their department head in person in charge this afternoon. The other party should report to the department later. If it passes, we can enter the next step of supplier review. Zhang Fuguo said this, and Chao Yang had some ideas. Supplying wheel nuts to Chongqing Toyota is a possibility. After all, if the other party is not interested, they will not invite their department head to meet Nanshan. In Japanese companies, although the department head is only the most basic management position, it is very important. The Japanese style of doing things often emphasizes bottom-up work. As the key link between the upper and lower levels, the department head is definitely a low-ranking position with great power. After all, at the level of section chief and department director, there are too many manufacturers to manage, and it is impossible to understand every factory. And the people in charge below, although they are very familiar with the situation of the manufacturers, do not have any decision-making power. It seems that the company will have to recruit a few Japanese translators next time, otherwise it seems not cost-effective to always hire temporary translators. Nanshan is now also a supplier of Guangzhou Honda. Many reporting materials require submission in Chinese and Japanese. Japanese companies have many more reports and surveys than European and American companies. To earn their money, some things can only be done according to their rules. At least at present, Nanshan does not have the strength to make its own rules. There is indeed this demand, and it would be best to directly recruit someone who graduated from a Japanese major. Come to our purchasing and sales department and let them be responsible for the specific business of Yangcheng Honda and Chuncheng Toyota. Along the way, Zhang Fuguwei and Chao Yang kept chatting about some future plans and ideas of the purchasing and sales department. Chao Yang also took this opportunity to thoroughly understand the working mode of each customer. For example, for quotations, some customers are very serious and take the form of bidding. And some customers only need to send an electronic version, or fax it after signing and stamping. For example, in price negotiations, some customers negotiate all the prices when they are determined, and they will not talk about prices until mass production. But some customers are constantly verifying your costs from the time of determination to mass production. Sometimes they say that there is a problem with the material cost in your quotation details, and sometimes they say that the wage rate of your processing fee is too high. Anyway, they are picking on your faults and finding points where they can reduce the price. It can be said that every company has its own characteristics. This Chuncheng Toyota did not set up its factory in Chuncheng. It seems that Toyota does not want to compete with Volkswagen in the same city for resources. When Chao Yang and Zhang Fuguwei got off the plane, they immediately took a taxi to Chuncheng Toyota. It may also be that they feel that the geographical location of Chuncheng is not as good as here in Jincheng. After all, if the parts are transported from Japan, it will be much more convenient in Jincheng. Zhang Fuguwei and Chao Yang were chatting when the phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Qin Hao who was in contact with him, Zhang Fuguwei gestured to Chao Yang and immediately pressed the answer button. Director Zhang, you don't have to come to the meeting this afternoon. Without even greeting each other, the other party directly said something that made Zhang Fuguwei puzzled. Engineer Qin, is today's time not suitable? If you change it to tomorrow, I can do that too. Zhang Fuguwei had a vague ominous premonition in his heart. It's not a matter of time. Qin Hao hesitated for a moment, and felt that it didn't matter if he told Zhang Fuguwei directly. Did you offend the Japanese in our department? Nanshan is a manufacturer recommended by Chuncheng Stamping Plant. Chinese employees of Chuncheng Toyota normally would not deliberately block him. Instead of waiting for others to find out the cause of the problem, it is better to speak out directly. This will save you from being annoyed in the future. Chuncheng Toyota was just established this year, and Zhang Fuguwei had never come into contact with the Japanese in their purchasing department. It's not that he didn't want to contact them, but he couldn't. Mr. Qin, I only know you in the entire Chuncheng Toyota, and I haven't dealt with anyone else. Is there any misunderstanding in the middle? Zhang Fuguwei had an illusion, thinking that he could still make up for it. However, Qin Hao's words completely dispelled his fluke mentality. Director Zhang, after hearing your name, our Japanese section chief specifically told us not to introduce Nanshan. This can't be a misunderstanding, right? Not only do they hope that our company won't use you, they also hope that we can influence Chuncheng Automobile Group so that other companies won't use you either. You don't know how depressed I was at that time. I worked so hard to make a proposal, but they didn't even listen to it and directly killed it. Qin Hao threw the blame on the Japanese while expressing his own efforts. These people who do purchasing are also smart. I'm sorry. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry to bother you. I'll check this matter again to see what's going on. Zhang Fuguwei deals with purchases from various companies every day, so he has some awareness of being the second party. If the other party feels that he has been wronged, then apologize first. In this way, at least the situation will not get worse. However, Chao Yang next to him was a little unhappy. Not only did Chuncheng Toyota not use him, but he also wanted Chuncheng Motors not to use him? This is not giving himself a way to survive. Are Toyota's people making trouble? Although Zhang Fuguwei did not turn on the hands-free mode, the mobile phones of this era can clearly hear the conversation without turning on the hands-free mode. According to Qin Hao, it is obvious that the resident staff of Toyota Motors have opinions about Nanshan. Yang, we have not had much dealings with Chuncheng Toyota. The only time we had an intersection with Toyota Motors was when they came to buy the drawings of the F-150. Could it be that Atsuo Fukichi of Toyota Motors said something bad about us after he went back? Zhang Fuguwei quickly sorted out the intersections between Nanshan and Toyota Motors in his mind. There is no parts supply relationship. There is no connection with the whole vehicle sales. There is no other contact. The problem can only be when the appearance picture was sold. There is another possibility. Could it be that the people of Ida are familiar with the Japanese people in the purchasing department of Chuncheng Toyota, and they are using them to trip us up? Chao Yang expanded his thoughts and sorted out all the Japanese companies that had grievances with Nanshan. Ida? You know what, this possibility is not impossible. I'll find a way to investigate it later.